Chapter 1 System Advent. Damn it! He only ate one piece of the fried chicken wing bucket and threw it away. This is such a waste. In the Medco store near Jeongdo University, a beautiful woman with long legs and straight black hair stood up from her chair, leaving the table full of delicious food in front of her and turned to leave. Lin Shen, who was working part-time in the store and was staring with hunger, was stunned. In order to collect money to buy a bag for his girlfriend's birthday, he hasn't eaten for a whole day, and only ate 2 bags of instant noodles yesterday. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva again and again. Gurgle. My stomach started growling again. The gluttony in my stomach is churning wildly. So hungry. Following the principle that waste is shameful, Lin Xian quickly turned his eyes around and saw that everyone else was busy with their own things and no one was paying attention. After hesitating for a few seconds, he quickly stepped forward and picked up the fried chicken bucket. I wanted to eat it in a corner. I really couldn't help it. Pick up a piece of chicken wing, throw it into your mouth and gobble it up. The crispy and soft fried chicken, chewing it in big mouthfuls, the delicious taste quickly explodes on your taste buds. Fragrant. So fragrant. So satisfying. He hasn't had such delicious fried chicken for a long time. However, just as Lin Xian was enjoying the delicious food, a sharp female voice suddenly sounded behind me. The shouting almost echoed throughout the store. You, how did you eat my fried chicken? I just went to the bathroom, you. I. When Lin Xian looked up and saw the person coming, he was stunned. The fried chicken in my mouth almost spit out. Cough. Cough, cough. Lin Xian's face turned red from choking. The two of them stared at each other, the beautiful woman with long black hair, and they looked at each other in silence for a moment. At the same time, the entire Medkey store suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked over after hearing the sound. Through what the beautiful woman said just now, they all understood what was going on in an instant. They were all silent, and cast mocking and derisive glances at her. Awkward. This is so fucking embarrassing. At this moment, Lin Xian's face turned red instantly. Like a thorn in the back. Sitting on pins and needles. Like a rat crossing the street, he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into immediately. I'm sorry. I thought you were gone, and thought there were so many left. What a waste. After reacting, Lin Xian immediately explained incoherently, trying to save his image. Just when Lin Xian was feeling extremely embarrassed. Maybe it was because Lin Xian's part-time job was not easy and he must be really broke, so he picked up leftover food. The black-haired beauty changed her attitude, sighed, looked at him and comforted him cheerfully. No, it's okay. It's a misunderstanding. It's nothing. It was just a bucket of fried chicken. She was just surprised at first. After all, she had never seen anyone around her who had no food to eat since she was a child. It wasn't intentional to embarrass Lin Xian. On the contrary, I felt a little compassionate. It's great to see that the beautiful lady is so considerate. Ha! Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and instantly felt much better. Seeing that this matter is about to pass. However, at this extremely embarrassing moment, the next second, Lin Xian looked up. A familiar face appeared before my eyes at an inopportune moment. It was Zhou Linlin, his girlfriend whom he had been in love with for a year. The terrible thing is, her arm was still intimately holding the man walking beside her. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, and Lin Xian's expression froze instantly. He couldn't believe his eyes. Linlin, didn't you say you were getting your hair done at the barbershop? Why are you here? And she is intimately holding hands with other men? Before getting a definite answer, Lin Xian tried his best to restrain himself and spoke calmly. Even though my heart is in turmoil. Even though the answer seems self-evident? Lin Xian, what do you mean? Are you questioning me? You told me you were reading in the library, you actually lied to me. Zhou Linlin bit back without losing any momentum. But he looked away guiltily, not daring to look at Lin Xian. Seeing more and more strange looks coming from all around, she tried to pull her arm away from the man next to her with an unnatural expression. However, Yu Zhenghao grabbed her hand as if to claim his sovereignty, and also revealed the Rolex green submariner watch on his right wrist. Linlin, what are you afraid of? You will be my woman from now on. Yu Zhenghao glanced at Lin Xian with a playful expression and said. Brother Hao. Zhou Linlin lowered her head, pursed her red lips, and let out a soft moan. I just think Yu Zhenghao is so manly. He is such a good boyfriend. Compared with Lin Xian, who was wearing employee uniform, looking miserable, and picking up other people's leftovers, they were completely different. In fact, there were a few moments just now when she felt ashamed that her relationship with Lin Xian was known to others in public. At this moment, Lin Xian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His face was pale. My heart aches. When the bloody truth is revealed. There is no escape from the green on your head. He. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Linlin with an extremely cold gaze, then at the man next to her, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his lips. As he was also a student at Jiang University, he naturally knew this man. Yu Zhenghao. This man has a bad reputation. It is said that he not only has slept with countless women, but also has considerable influence and connections in school. Of course, he is also very rich and is a second-generation rich. At Jiangda, he almost walks sideways. He was wearing expensive trendy brand clothes, limited edition AJ sneakers, and an expensive watch. His entire outfit was worth a lot of money. Even if Lin Xian worked day and night, it would take him years to earn enough money. Yu Zhenghao still had a Mercedes-Benz key in his hand, and a black Mercedes-Benz E300 with a vertical logo just happened to be parked outside the store. Noticing Lin Xian's gaze, Yu Zhenghao was not angry but instead sneered with deep disdain. He glanced at the shoes on Lin Xian's feet, which were definitely not more than 30 yuan and were of pinduoduo quality. He walked forward and comforted him earnestly. To be honest, you can't handle a pretty girl like Linlin even if she licks you forcefully. Think positively. After all, in order to buy a bag for Linlin's birthday, I even picked up other people's leftovers. Awesome. With such a hard-working spirit, there is no way you can't succeed. Ha 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 ha. Yu Zhenghao's laughter was extremely harsh. The scene of Lin Xian picking up someone and eating him just now was just witnessed by him and Zhou Linlin when they entered the store. TSK. Low. Too low. In Yu Zhenghao's eyes, Lin Xian is just a loser who is as low as dust. He ridiculed Lin Xian with a sense of superiority. But his eyes always fell on the black-haired beauty next to Lin Xian, intentionally or unintentionally. This appearance, figure, temperament. Damn, she is simply a top-notch beauty, much prettier than Zhou Linlin. Lin Xian said nothing, but looked at Zhou Linlin with cold eyes. Zhou Linlin celebrated her 20th birthday last week. In order to celebrate, Lin Xian started planning a month in advance, working to save money, and also asked the store for an advance of half a month's salary. Not only did he treat her to a big dinner and buy her a cake, he also gave her a Coach bag worth more than 3K. She said she loved it and he thought it was all worth it. Even though I only had a few dozen dollars left in my pocket, I had to buy 2 boxes of instant noodles and try to hold on for a while. Everything is for Zhou Linlin's happiness. For the so-called love. At this moment, the bag Zhou Linlin was carrying was changed to a more expensive Chanel leather bag. Although he is a straight man, Lin Xian naturally knows some luxury brands under the long-term influence of Zhou Linlin. Who gave you this Chanel bag? It goes without saying. Zhou Linlin couldn't let go of the Chanel bag she was carrying and was playing with it tenderly. Yu Zhenghao's sarcastic laughter still echoed in my ears. Everything stimulates Lin Xian's senses. He clenched his fists, his nails dug deep into his palms, almost bleeding, and veins bulged on the back of his hands. The energy and blood system surged to the top of the head. I felt dizzy and almost fainted. People around me kept giving me all kinds of strange looks. Some people even whispered, Are you okay? The beautiful woman with long black hair had no idea that she was actually witnessing the whole cheating farce. She glanced at Zhou Linlin and Yu Zhenghao coldly. Then he looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Just at this moment, Lin Xian heard a mechanical voice that only he could hear. Ding! Lin Xian, congratulations, you have successfully triggered the Godly Rich system and have obtained the qualification to become the host of this system. Would you like to activate the Godly Rich system? Chapter 2 Pink 6E Spokesperson. Lin Xian was stunned. I thought it was hallucination. However. Ding! Do you want to activate the Godly Rich system? The mechanical voice came again. I looked up and was surprised to find that it seemed that only he could hear it. The Godly Rich system? Lin Xian was shocked. He has read a lot of online novels, so of course he knows what system means. Could it be that the system is going to come upon him this time? Open. Lin Xian tried to recite it silently in his mind. Immediately. System sound appears. Ding. Congratulations to host Lin Xian for successfully binding to the system. The system was silent. In front of Lin Xian immediately appeared a series of transparent attribute panels that only he could see. Host, Lin Xian. Age, 19. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Mental strength, 6. Constitution, 7. The peak value of each attribute of ordinary people is 10 points. Martial arts skills, none. Skills, driving basketball. The system continued. The godly rich system is officially launched. The host Lin Xian obtained a consumption fund of 100 billion yuan from the rich. The fund is stored in a Swiss bank black card opened in the host's name. The password is the host's birthday. The black card has been placed in the host's right trouser pocket. Please note. First, the source of funds is absolutely safe, please feel free to use it. Second, the Xinhao Fund can be used to earn Xinhao Points when used for consumption, and Xinhao Points can be used to purchase goods in the mall of this system. The system hasn't finished speaking yet. Lin Xian excitedly reached into his trouser pocket and indeed, he took out the black card. Then he took out his mobile phone and bound the black card to WeChat Pay. In order to verify whether the black card funds can really be used, he recharged 100,000 yuan into WeChat with a nervous mood, and it actually worked. Oh my god. At this moment, looking at the long string of numbers in his WeChat change, Lin Xian was so excited that he almost jumped up. Are you really okay? The beautiful woman with long black hair looked at Lin Xian's strange behavior and asked with more concern. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm very fine. Lin Xian replied. Because of the advent of the system. He was so excited at this moment that it seemed as if all the cells in his body were burning. However, in the eyes of others, Lin Xian was just being cheated on in public and was so painful, ashamed, and angry that he was almost going insane. Tisk. Yu Zhenghao smiled contemptuously. That look seemed like he was looking at a failed loser clown, no doubt. At this time, the system's voice came again. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received a novice gift package. Would you like to open it now? Open. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have won the novice gift package reward of Ferrari LaFerrari. Please check it in 10 minutes. Lin Xian? The system did not explain further. Lin Xian had to understand it literally. That meant waiting for 10 minutes? Someone would deliver the car? After thinking about it, Lin Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This is just a few minutes. He experienced one turning point after another in his life. Soon, after forcing myself to calm down, Lin Xian took off his employee uniform. Just then, the store manager came out from the kitchen. Lin Xian walked forward, put the clothes in his hand into the store manager's hand, and said solemnly, Manager, thank you for your care these days and for giving me an advance on my salary. But I have decided to quit now, and I will pay you back the advance on my salary via WeChat. The store manager was a slightly plump young woman wearing black framed glasses. She looked at Lin Xian with surprise. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly quit? The female store manager doesn't know about the cuckold incident just now. She was just confused. According to her understanding, Lin Xian was obviously short of money, so why did he suddenly quit his job and still have money in advance salary? Yes, I've resigned. I don't want these few days' salary anymore. I'll treat you and the other people in the store to some milk tea. Lin Xian waved his hand and said casually. The female store manager was so shocked that her jaw dropped. Oh my god, you were so generous all of a sudden? Did you get rich? Yes, you can understand it that way. Lin Xian nodded. As soon as the words fell, Yu Zhenghao on the side laughed out loud again. He. Right. Direct ridicule. A face full of undisguised contempt and mockery. In Yu Zhenghao's opinion, Lin Xian is the clown among clowns. Just to save some face. To show off in front of him. You don't even want the salary you earned from hard work? Fuck, I'm dying of laughter. Yu Zhenghao continued to sneer. This kind of low-level idiot doesn't deserve any sympathy at all. To put it bluntly, he deserves to have his girlfriend stolen. Zhou Linlin also shook her head with disdain and said, Lin Xian, you are really the typical example of someone who is willing to save face but suffers in vain. You have no skills at all, just pretending to be awesome. What's the point of having a man like you? It's so funny. I'm so glad I broke up with you. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. He glanced coldly at the two people in front of him, and first retorted to Yu Zhanghao, do you want to die of laughter? Then go to hell. Then, he looked at Zhou Linlin expressionlessly, so what if I'm pretending to be cool? It's none of your business. You. Zhou Linlin was extremely angry. Before, Lin Xian had been very flattering to her, with all kinds of emotional expressions. Not to mention swearing, he had never said anything sarcastic. This time, she was completely confused. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian started scolding her directly. Yu Zhanghao's expression also changed instantly. He always thought that he was 10 times better than Gao Linxian, but he didn't expect this guy to confront him directly. Yu Zhanghao's face turned dark and he was about to explode. At this time, outside the French window of Medigi, a large trailer was carrying an extremely cool red Ferrari LaFerrari, slowly approaching. Then the trailer slowly moved, and slowly placed the red Rafa on the ground. Just like that, an extremely cool and eye-catching red LaFerrari was parked in the parking space in front of the Medkey store. Standing side by side with Yu Zhanghao's black Mercedes-Benz E300 next to it. In the vicinity of Jiangnan University campus, a Mercedes-Benz E is already very cool. Most of them are poor students who rely on the monthly income from their families. Not many of them can afford a car, let alone an electric scooter. Not to mention Mercedes-Benz. It is also because of this that Yu Zhanghao is not only always successful in picking up girls at school, but he also has no problem winning over most of the girls he likes. No, it's been less than a week. Zhou Linlin, who has a boyfriend, was successfully captured, and Yu Zhanghao also got a first kill, adding a glorious achievement to his record of picking up girls. However, the car that Yu Zhanghao was so proud of was now overshadowed by the red LaFerrari next to it. Wow, this logo is a Ferrari, right? It's so beautiful. So cool. Awesome, I want to take a picture. Oh my god, this is a Ferrari LaFerrari. One costs at least 20 or 30 million, and it is said that you need to verify your capital before buying it, and there are other harsh conditions. Most people can't afford it. Compared to the gossip about Lin Xian and the other two, everyone is obviously more interested in this cool supercar. More excited. Everyone in the store couldn't help but look at Rafa and admire him. He also picked up his phone and started taking pictures. Some people even walked out of the store to admire it up close. Yu Zhanghao, Zhou Linlin, the female store manager, and the black-haired beauty all looked out the French window. Fuck, I've never seen a brand new Lafayette like this in Zhongbei before. It's really something. I don't know whose boss's car this is. Yu Zhanghao couldn't help but admire. Lin Xian's eyes also lit up. My heart was filled with excitement. Which boy hasn't he dreamed of owning a super cool luxury supercar when he grows up? And now, the first supercar that belongs to him in his life is in front of him. I finally own my first sports car. Lin Xian looked at the beautiful girl with long black hair next to him, then turned to look at the red Rafa in front of him, and sighed with satisfaction. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zhanghao next to him immediately laughed and mocked. Ah? What does that mean? Isn't this guy trying to say that this LaFerrari is his car? Ah, I'm dying of laughter, this guy is fucking crazy. As soon as these words came out, others around also looked at him with strange and sarcastic eyes. Those eyes were undoubtedly mocking Lin Xian for boasting and showing off. A madman who overestimates his own abilities. After all, how does Lin Xian look like someone who can afford a Ferrari? Instead, he seems like a walking spokesperson for Pink 6ES free shipping products. Never mind sports cars. I guess he can't even afford a trailer next to the Ferrari LaFerrari. The black-haired beauty beside him also raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled look. Chapter 3, Beauty for a Ride. Just at this moment, two men in suits walked down from the trailer, one was older and the other younger. The older, middle-aged man in a suit was holding a stack of documents and a Montblanc pen, looking like a real business elite. Seeing the two of them actually walk into MacD, the always confident and socially competent Yu Zhanghao took the opportunity to approach and say, "Brother, this Rafa is so handsome." But what the middle-aged man in a suit said next made Yu Zhanghao stunned. He never even thought of it in his life. The middle-aged man in a suit looked at him, puzzled, and asked solemnly, "Are you Mr. Lin Xianlin?" "Ah, Lin Xian? What the hell?" Yu Zhanghao was stunned for a moment and doubted his ears. Even Zhou Linlin, the female store manager, and the beautiful woman with long black hair were stunned. Seeing that Yu Zhanghao's reaction was not right, he should not be Lin Xian. The middle-aged man in a suit immediately looked serious and turned his eyes away. At this time, Lin Xian stepped forward without hesitation. "I am Lin Xian. Hello, Mr. Lin. We are from Ferrari Greater China. Please provide us with your ID card or passport so that we can verify your identity," the middle-aged man in a suit said respectfully. "Okay." Lin Xian took out his ID card from his trouser pocket and handed it over. At this time, everyone's eyes were still full of confusion, not knowing what was going on. Yu Zhanghao, who was ignored, looked even uglier. He wanted to see what the Ferrari staff could do to a loser like Lin Xian. However, the next scene made everyone doubt their own eyes. After two staff members in suits and leather shoes quickly verified Lin Xian's identity, the attitude becomes more respectful. "Mr. Lin, please keep your ID." The middle-aged man in a suit bowed 90 degrees and presented Lin Xian's ID card with both hands. His tone was flattering and his attitude was extremely humble and respectful. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. He calmly took the ID card and put it in his trouser pocket, as if this was all normal. After all, the system had just given a reminder, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. The car arrived in 2 minutes instead of 10 minutes. I have to say that the system is very efficient. Faced with the submissive and flattering service attitude of the two professional men in suits, Lin Xian responded calmly, which was completely different from his extremely embarrassed and humble appearance just now. Fatally, an invisible aura of forcing the king was revealed between Lin Xian's handsome brows. The whole person's aura has quietly changed. The black-haired beauty stood aside and witnessed the whole process. She raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. It seems that something has changed about Lin Xian? But it seems that nothing has changed on the surface? Magic. The beautiful woman with long black hair and red lips murmured to herself. Yu Zhanghao's eyes widened. Confused. What's going on? He himself was ignored, but Lin Xian, a poor loser, was treated so honorably? Oh shit. The opposite of Tian Gang? However, this is not the end. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged man in a suit handed Lin Xian a stack of documents and a Mont-Blanc pen with both hands. He said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, please sign the contract and receipt to complete the delivery procedures for the new car." Good. Lin Xian took the paper and pen. With a wave of his hand, he signed his name in a flamboyant manner. At this time, the originally noisy McDonald's store suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. You can hear a pin drop. It's so quiet. The only sound left was the sound of everyone gasping for breath. What? Did they hear it right? Ferrari staff asked Lin Xian to sign to complete the delivery of the new car? What new car? Could it be? Mr. Lin, here are the keys to your car. From today on, you are a distinguished LaFerrari owner. Thank you very much for your support of the Ferrari brand. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the red LaFerrari car key was placed in an exquisite gift box and slowly handed to Lin Xian. The two Ferrari staff members bowed 90 degrees in unison to express their gratitude. Lin Xian's originally thin figure. At this moment, it makes you look extremely tall and slender. And this moment, almost everyone around was looking at the scene with extremely shocked eyes. Unbelievable. Transfixed. Standing there in shock. How is it possible? Are you mistaken? Just him? How can he afford a Ferrari? Zhou Linlin's eyes widened and she screamed out in shock. After dating for a year, she didn't know what Lin Xian's conditions were? This loser ex-boyfriend who couldn't bear to take the 2 yuan bus and had to wait for the 1 yuan bus, now actually bought a Ferrari? Doesn't this all look fake? After all, a supercar worth tens of millions, according to Lin Xian's previous strength, even if he spent money to rent a car to show off or find someone to act, it would be a pipe dream. What is going on? Zhou Linlin suddenly felt like the sky was about to fall. However, no one cared about her defense being breached, and the two Ferrari staff members didn't even glance at her. Yu Jianghao beside her was completely petrified. The cigarette I just took out of my pocket and was about to order fell from my fingers to the ground. Depend on. What kind of joke is this? Is Lin Xian really a rich second generation who drives a Lafayette? Then what is he? Compared with the top rich people who can afford a LaFerrari, his ability is nothing. At this moment, Yu Jianghao was really panicked. The beautiful woman with long black hair also looked at Lin Xian in surprise. The boy who couldn't even afford to eat just now suddenly turned into a distinguished LaFerrari owner? The change is too fast. Awesome. The female store manager looked as if she was shattered, looking at Lin Xian in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Xian actually came here to work part-time specifically to experience life? Oh my god, Lin Xian, you are actually a rich second generation who came here to experience life. The female manager covered her mouth and shouted. Moment. The looks others gave Lin Xian kept changing. And at this moment, everyone came back to their senses and suddenly realized what Lin Xian meant by the first sports car in life. It turns out this LaFerrari is really someone else's car. Everyone's initial shock turned into envy, jealousy, and hatred. And some girls' eyes lit up instantly when they looked at Lin Xian. It's like a demon seeing Tang Monk's flesh. Keep your eyes fixed and follow. Come on, this is the top rich second generation who drives Lafayette. Rich second generation? Experience life? Zhou Linlin muttered in a daze. Looking back on this year together, Lin Xian told her that both his parents had passed away and that he had been supported by relatives since he was a child. In her impression, Lin Xian was either working or on his way to earn money, but he was indeed generous to her in terms of money. Think about it this way. It's not impossible. Moreover, if Lin Xian is a rich second generation who can afford a luxury car worth tens of millions, then he is much richer than Yu Jianghao who drives a Mercedes-Benz. It's not even on the same level. No. It can't be compared at all. At this moment, looking at Lin Xian's tall and handsome back, he walked away from him. Zhou Linlin felt like her breathing was almost stagnant. She felt as if she had lost the most important thing in her life. Ignore all the whispers and complicated looks. Lin Xian politely said you're welcome to the staff, took the car keys, and walked straight out the door. The red Rafa sparkles brightly under the golden sunshine of May. The futuristic and cool body design makes people feel like they are in a billion-dollar Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster at a glance. The ultimate dream. Brother, your car is so cool, I like it so much. Can you add me on WeChat? A pretty girl wearing suspender hot pants plucked up the courage to walk up and ask for Lin Xian's WeChat. Feel sorry. Lin Xian refused as soon as he opened his mouth. In the past, he would just add a beautiful woman on WeChat without any loss. On the contrary, he would be more than happy to do so. But now, I can only say that it is not necessary. He. At this time, more and more people gathered around Farah to admire and take pictures, forming a circle around Farah. In order to get a better shooting angle, some people even climbed onto the hood of the Mercedes-Benz next to them. Hey, what are you doing? Get off here. Can you afford to pay for damaging my car? Yu Jianghao quickly rushed over and stopped him. But he was mercilessly laughed at by passers-by. TSK. You're pretending to be awesome with a shabby Mercedes. You're nothing compared to LaFerrari. Yu Jianghao's face turned pale in an instant. The back teeth were all broken. At this time, ding ding ding. Lin Xian pressed the key to unlock, and Lafa made a crisp unlocking sound. Lin Xian walked to the side of the car, and onlookers consciously made way for him. As the beautiful butterfly door slowly opened, Lin Xian turned around and looked back, his gaze falling on the beautiful woman with long black hair, the corners of his lips curled up with an unprecedented sense of confidence. Want to go for a ride together? Chapter 4 Michelin Restaurant. Okay. The black-haired beauty responded readily. After saying that, she strode towards Lin Xian and Rafa with her slender and straight comic legs under her short skirt and red-soled high heels. She wore a white gauze-tight camisole on her upper body, outlining her slender and perfect figure. The summer breeze lifted her black hair that fell on her full chest, paired with that beautiful and delicate face. She is so beautiful that she looks like she walked out of a comic book, bold, bright and breathtaking. A definite school beauty. It was at this time that Lin Xian really noticed her appearance. She was very beautiful, and her figure was perfect, much better than Zhou Linlin's. Grass. Yu Zhenghao watched the black-haired beauty walk towards Lin Xian. The two of them looked like a couple in love, flirting with each other. At this moment, Lin Xian stole the show. Lin Xian was extremely jealous. I wish I could chop Lin Xian into pieces and throw him to feed the dogs. Zhou Linlin felt like the sky was falling. It was obvious that she was the one who was sitting in Rafa and going for a ride with Lin Xian. Zhou Linlin's chest heaved violently in anxiety. She walked forward quickly, her eyes full of dissatisfaction, crossed her arms, and said loudly to the black-haired beauty in an unhappy tone. Qin Yulan, I just broke up with Lin Xian, and you're going to get close to me? You're too impatient. The beautiful woman with long black hair named Qin Yulan turned around speechlessly. He rolled his eyes. You said you broke up, what does it have to do with you? Are there no men in the world? You even want to stick to my roommate's ex-boyfriend. We are all adults, but you have to be so low in your conduct. Blame me for being so ruthless. Low? Qin Yulan sneered. You gave up on Lin Xian and cheated on other people, and you still have the nerve to call others low. You have no shame. You. Zhou Lilin's face turned red after being scolded. At this time, Yu Zhenghao stepped forward and asked. Lin, she's your roommate, right? Why didn't I see her when I invited your roommates to dinner last time? Humph, he just transferred here and has only lived in our dormitory for a few days. What kind of roommate is he? Zhou Linlin saw that Yu Zhenghao was also staring at Qin Yulan with shining eyes. Getting more angry. I became more and more jealous and resentful towards Qin Yulan. She only had the appearance of an ordinary little beauty, but Qin Yulan was a school beauty. Ever since Qin Yulan transferred to their class, she had stolen a lot of her limelight. Qin Yulan doesn't care about what these two people are thinking. Her smooth, small chin lifted. The red lips said coldly, if you don't want such an outstanding boy like Lin Xian, it's your loss. After saying that, in full view of the public, he took the initiative to hold Lin Xian's arm. Shocked everyone. Humph, it turns out that driving a luxury car can attract beautiful women. Nonsense. So jealous, that guy is also very good, not only is he handsome, but he's also working part-time even though he's so rich. There were bursts of discussion among the crowd. But no matter what, the image of beautiful women and luxury cars has become concrete at this moment. Qin Yulan's beautiful eyes looked deeply at Lin Xian's handsome face. Xian, didn't we agree to go for a ride together? Let's go. Walk. When his skin touched Qin Yulan's slender and smooth arm, the cool and soft touch, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding. Report to the host, the number 1 capture target Qin Yulan has been successfully bound. You can get 500 godly rich points by completing the capture. What? Lin Xian didn't have time to react. A long string of transparent data that only he could see appeared in front of him. Target number 1, Qin Yulan. Occupation, student school beauty. Appearance, 9.3. Age, 19. Height, 171 centimeters. 3D, please feel it yourself. Current favorability towards the host, 78 points maximum 100 points, reaching 90 points means the strategy is successful. Lin Xian was a little speechless. Qin Yulan was very beautiful, but he hadn't thought about it that way yet. The system bound it to him automatically? However, Lin Xian quickly accepted this. What exactly can the super rich points be used for? Lin Xian asked. He had just obtained the system and didn't understand it very well. Ding. Super rich points can be used to purchase items in the system mall. Generally, the goods in the system mall are things that cannot be bought or measured with money in the real world, such as skills, martial arts secrets. It can also be used to enhance the host's own attributes. In addition to being able to obtain super rich points after successfully capturing an enemy, you can also obtain super rich points by spending a certain amount of money. The system reminded. I see. Lin Xian thought it was great. When you have endless money in the real world, it's time to pursue things that money can't buy. Amid all kinds of envious and jealous gazes. After getting in the car with Qin Yulan. Boom boom. As Lin Xian stepped on the accelerator, the engine emits waves of sexy and thunderous sound. The red LaFerrari attracted a lot of attention as it drove down the street. but there was silence inside the car. Qin Yulan was actually a little embarrassed because of her initiative just now. From time to time, her beautiful eyes looked out of the car window. She has complicated feelings towards Lin Xian. At first, I felt guilty about the fried chicken incident. Then, because he witnessed the whole affair, he felt a little pity for Lin Xian. Based on these 2 points, she really can't stand Zhou Linlin, the green tea girl. That's why he deliberately held Lin Xian's arm in public at the end. That green tea is so mad. And restore Lin Xian's face. And finally, I admire Lin Xian because of his identity as a rich second generation. Right. Admiration. She has seen many cynical rich second generations. But a guy like Lin Xian, who obviously comes from a wealthy family, still relies on part-time work to earn a living to support his girlfriend. So rare. So manly and full of charisma. That's right. Qin Yulan, like the female store manager, speculated that Lin Xian was a rich second generation who came out to work and experience life, and she was very firm in this idea. Because she could tell at a glance that it was a brand new LaFerrari. A college student who can afford a brand new Lafayette, what does that mean? There is no other explanation except that he is a super rich second generation. And at this moment, Lin Xian was concentrating on driving, and had no idea of Qin Yulan's rich inner thoughts. He has had his C1 driver's license for 2 years. But I haven't touched the car yet. This is my first time driving on the road, so I can't help feeling nervous. Suddenly, there was a person on the left, and then a small electric donkey appeared on the right. Be careful along the way. Fortunately, we arrived at the destination smoothly. The only Michelin restaurant in Jiangcheng. However, in order to facilitate parking, the car turned a corner and drove into the parking lot on the underground floor of the shopping mall next to it. Qin Yulan said that in order to express her apology for the fried chicken incident, she must treat Lin Xian to a meal. Originally, Lin Xian refused. There is no reason to let a girl treat you. But when he thought that this was the first time a girl invited him to dinner, and it was also Qin Yulan's intention, he stopped refusing. Welcome to the Michelin restaurant. The restaurant is located in the core area of Jiangcheng Commercial CBD. The decoration is high-end and luxurious. As soon as you walk in, you will see the vast river view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The scenery is beautiful and the view is excellent. Soothing piano music is also played in the store. Upscale. This was Lin Xian's evaluation after looking around. It was his first time to eat in a place like this, so the price must be high. Lin Xian's clothes were ordinary, strictly speaking, a bit cheap. Compared with other guests who were well dressed in suits and ties, and compared with the surrounding environment, it seemed a bit out of place. It was hard to tell the price of Qin Yulan's clothes. She walked into the restaurant very naturally, sat down gracefully, and flipped through the menu with her slender white fingertips. It's like eating at home. Not the slightest bit reserved. At present, it seems that Qin Yulan's family is quite well off. It's not because I saw him driving a LaFerrari that I picked an expensive restaurant just to show my goodwill. Lin Xian speculated in his mind. What do you want to eat? Don't be polite just because I'm treating you. Qin Yulan handed the menu to Lin Xian and said half-jokingly. That shouldn't happen. However, when Lin Xian opened the menu, French foie gras, Japanese salmon, deep-sea caviar. His brows suddenly frowned. Luxurious indeed. But as a native of Jiangcheng, how could he get used to eating there? Besides, I've been eating plain instant noodles lately, and my mouth has no taste. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to eat hot pot. It's also cheap. But I'm here anyway. Lin Xian ordered 2 seafood dishes at random. However, after handing the menu to the waiter, I couldn't help but ask. Do you have lao gan ma? Or can you make it into a spicy stir-fry? Excuse me, sir, we are a Western restaurant. The waitress refused righteously. He seemed to have a mocking expression on his face before leaving. A few men in suits at the next table glanced at Lin Xian quickly and immediately laughed in a low voice. Chapter 5, I only like boys who drive Rafa. Oh, sorry. I didn't know you didn't like Western food. Qin Yulan said with an embarrassed look on her face, blinking her big eyes. In her opinion, for a super-rich second generation like Lin Xian, Western food should be a commonplace meal, and generally they would not reject it. It's okay. Eat the same food, hee. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. But it really doesn't matter. For a wealthy man with 100 billion in his bank account, is these people's ridicule really serious? Lin Xian felt that his mentality had changed a lot. Confidence. Unprecedented confidence. On the dining table, exquisite dishes were served one after another. When the last dish was served, the waitress retreated to the corner, and another female colleague immediately came over to gossip. I heard everything just now. What's wrong with that person? Why is he still asking for lao gan ma in our restaurant? It's so funny. Oh, what a bumpkin. And it was the girl with him who paid for dinner. Just looking at his attire, you can tell he's a loser. Ha 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 ha. And the other side. Halfway through the Western meal, maybe to make up for it, I thought that boys probably like to drink a little. Qin Yulan suggested, well, it feels a bit monotonous, how about a bottle of wine? Sure, can you drive? Won't. It's okay, then let's find a designated driver. Lin Xian said. But there are only 2 Rafa. I could only ask the designated driver to drive me back to school directly. Waiter, open a bottle of Romane Conti for us. Qin Yulan ordered the food directly. As soon as the words fell, several men in suits at the next table looked at each other, all with grief-stricken expressions. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Xian was full of disdain. He shook his head in disdain. Depend on. A bottle of Romane Conti would cost at least tens of thousands, and they just heard that it was this beautiful lady who treated them. Such a beautiful and rich woman. How could she be attracted to that poor loser who only eats for free? Oh, it's like a golden flower of wealth stuck in cow dung. In their eyes, a rich and beautiful woman like Qin Yulan would be suitable for a successful career elite like them with an annual salary of 1 million, not to mention finding a rich first-generation or second-generation man. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Qin Yulan were happily chatting while eating. Qin Yulan had just transferred to Zhongbei University, and it had been less than a week. She was not familiar with the school's surroundings yet. Lin Xian patiently told her about many delicious and fun things to do. Have you been to the south gate of the school? There is an auntie selling delicious roasted sweet potato skins, 2.5 yuan a piece, quite affordable. No, now that you recommended it, I will definitely try it. Qin Yulan was a little excited. But in a flash, she looked at Lin Xian with curiosity and asked, but, what is potato skin? Forehead. Lin Xian looked a little helpless. Just as he was about to explain, the waitress brought over a bottle of Romane Conti red wine. You too, please enjoy your meal. Lin Xian was feeling a little thirsty, so he picked up the tall glass and drank it all in one gulp. The taste is pretty good. Silky. Fragrant. This wine is good, it's really delicious. As long as you like it. Lin Xian didn't know anything about Romane Conti, he just thought the red wine in the high-end Western restaurant was really good. After drinking 2 glasses, Lin Xian went to the bathroom and paid the bill at the same time. I called a designated driver on my phone. However, as soon as she walked back to the dining table, she saw a man in his 20s or 30s in a suit and tie asking Qin Yulan for her WeChat. Beautiful lady, can you give me a V? The man in the suit took out his cell phone, looking like a gentleman. Seeing Qin Yulan's hesitation in her beautiful eyes, the man in the suit smiled knowingly, then took out a finely crafted business card from his pocket and handed it over, inadvertently revealing the Rolex Oyster Perpetual watch on his wrist. He looks like an elite and successful person. He introduced himself eloquently. Hello, I'm Li Ming, the investment manager of Future Capital. I'm glad to meet you because, you're really beautiful. I want to make friends with you. Feel sorry. Qin Yulan tilted his head expressionlessly, looking at Lin Xian behind him with interest. Then, Red Lips simply refused and said, I only like boys who drive Rafa. The man in the suit was stunned for a moment. Only like boys who drive Rafa? What does this mean? Do you look down on him? Although Li Ming can only be considered middle class now, he is still some distance away from being as good as LaFerrari. But he is still young, and his appearance, height, work, income, and academic qualifications are all impressive. Without even boasting, he can be said to be an absolute leader among his peers, and he has a bright future. When it comes to picking up girls, I can't say that I'm always successful, but the success rate is quite high. Even if rejected. There has never been such an embarrassing situation. Li Ming's face changed slightly and looked very ugly. He never thought that a poor loser like Lin Xian would have the opportunity to have dinner with her, but when it came to him, he directly refused? What else do you say about guys who only like to drive Rafa? Grass. The business card in Li Ming's hand was still awkwardly suspended in the air. Self-esteem is greatly damaged. There were several colleagues watching the whole process. He. Li Ming smiled awkwardly. He suddenly changed his tone and tried to save face by saying, "It's okay, just treat it as learning about investment and financial management. Our future capital is a leading investment company in China, and the team I lead." As he said this, he was about to put the business card on the dining table. Lin Xian walked up to him, snatched the business card from his hand, glanced at it casually, and threw it aside. "Sunac Capital, Li Ming, okay, I'll remember you, you can go now. Want to steal someone's house while they're in the toilet?" This is completely ignoring him. What else can a gentleman endure? What the hell? Without paying any attention to the man, Lin Xian turned around and said to Qin Yulan gently, "Have you finished eating? Let's go." Lin Xian saw Qin Yulan's performance just now. Regardless of whether she was eating with him because of Rafa, she really has always given him face. For Lin Xian, who had just been cheated on by his ex-girlfriend, it was inevitable that he felt a little moved. The world is going downhill, and people are so self-righteous about eating free food. TSK. Seeing his business card being thrown casually on the ground, Li Ming vented all his anger at being rejected by Qin Yulan just now. He directly told Lin Xian that he was a gigolo. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Almost everyone looked at Lin Xian with a look of contempt or disdain. At this time, the waitress took the initiative to step forward, bent down, and picked up the business card on the floor. He handed it to Li Ming with both hands with a flattering look on his face. "Sir, your business card." "No, I'll give it to you." "Ah? Well then." The waitress pretended to be surprised and shocked, but in fact she was secretly happy and proud. In this way, she now has Li Ming's contact information. She is one step closer to catching a golden, high-quality man. Seeing Lin Xian and Qin Yulan were about to leave, she knew that it was Qin Yulan who wanted to treat them to a meal, but she still raised her voice and asked loudly. "The total amount is 74,980 yuan. Excuse me, who will pay the bill?" It was obvious that he wanted to embarrass Lin Xian on purpose. "By the way, I will avenge Li Ming and bring them closer." After saying this, I glanced at Li Ming intentionally or unintentionally. Li Ming naturally also received this ambiguous signal. The corners of his lips curled up in a satisfied arc. But at this moment, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground came from far away. A tall and graceful figure quickly came to Lin Xian. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Here is the receipt for your purchase, as well as the VIP card and receipt for VIC. Please keep them." After that, the beautiful young manager dressed in an OL professional suit bowed 90 degrees and presented it with both hands. Chapter 6 Ling Shiran. What? This guy who looks like a complete poor loser and lives off his wife actually quietly paid a bill of tens of thousands of dollars? Also applied for VIC? The so-called VIC means Super VIP, which is a higher level than VIP and more awesome. This is Michelin's Vic. The price is less than 7 digits and I can't get it down. Everyone present was so shocked by the scene before them that they were speechless. It's not because they haven't seen rich people. The people who come to Michelin to consume are at least middle class. The waiters are used to seeing wealthy people coming here to eat. But before that, no one could have realized that Lin Xian was a big money sponsor who could come up with a 7-figure sum to handle the VIC of the hotel. Spending 7 figures just to get a restaurant VIP card. This requires that you really have no shortage of money. After all, Lin Xian was wearing a cheap t-shirt with crooked stitching and sneakers from Pinduoduo. Not to mention the rich, even the average person wouldn't be able to afford it. When eating at a high-end Western restaurant, I asked the waiter for Lao Gan Ma. The waitress gasped in surprise. Li Ming's face was filled with shock. Unbelievable. But the facts are before us. The beautiful Michelin manager almost gave Lin Xian kneeling service, and there was also that eye-catching Vic VIP card. The facts were right in front of us. Just now he mocked Lin Xian in public for being a gigolo. After a while, he was slapped hard in the face. At this moment, Li Ming felt his face burning red and he felt extremely uncomfortable inside. He just wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Didn't we agree that I would treat you? Lin Xian, why did you pay the bill secretly? Qin Yulan said speechlessly. She really wanted to treat us. Compensate for the guilt in your heart. That's why when Lin Xian couldn't get used to the Michelin taste, he ordered a bottle of Romane Conti to make up for it. It's okay, next time. As he spoke, Lin Xian took the card and receipt from the beautiful manager. It was at this moment that the female manager slowly raised her head. Lin Xian was able to clearly notice her appearance from such a close distance. Very beautiful. She exudes a gentle and intellectual temperament. Her small oval face has bright and delicate features, and her makeup is just right. The well-tailored gray OL suit outlines her curvy figure, and the pair of black stiletto high heels on her feet make her black silk legs look slender and even. It is a kind of beauty of intellectual charm of a young mature woman. Compared with Qin Yulan, a simple and innocent campus beauty, I can only say, they are not on the same track. It seemed that he sensed Lin Xian's casual gaze. The beautiful store manager smiled softly with her pink lips. She introduced herself, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Ling Shiran, the intern manager of the Michelin Jiangbei restaurant. I am very happy to serve you. This is my business card. If you have any questions about dining or service in the future, you can contact me in advance." After saying that, she handed over a business card with her slender fingertips. Lin Xian glanced at him indifferently. He raised his eyebrows, as if a little dissatisfied, and said, "Then can I eat spicy fried salmon here?" "Of course, no problem, I'll definitely do my best to serve you." He. Lin Xian smiled and took the business card. I thought to myself, it's really different if you pay. As a trainee manager in an internationally renowned restaurant at a young age, Ling Shiran is naturally quite capable and sharp. From Lin Xian's words, she had sensed something was wrong. She glanced at the waitress who had just served Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes, only to see that the waitress had a guilty and evasive look in her eyes. She had already made up her mind. Employees who fail to provide adequate service to VIC customers will naturally be punished accordingly. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. But don't worry, as a distinguished VIC in our restaurant, if you have any unpleasantness during the meal, we will do our best to handle it for you." Ling Shiran glanced at the waitress coldly and said something with a hint of meaning. As soon as these words came out, the waitress next to her suddenly became anxious. Realizing that Ling Shiran was pointing at her, she just said bad things about Lin Xian, mocked him for being a loser, and deliberately asked loudly who would pay the bill. If they are investigated, they will be fined or have their bonuses cut, or even fired. At this moment, the waitress regretted it so much. Who would have thought that this ordinary guy who looks so loser is actually so rich? He suddenly became a big customer of their restaurant. In a hurry, she looked towards Li Ming, hoping to get some comfort from him. But this man turned around and continued to eat and drink with his colleagues with an expressionless face, ignoring her. "Yeah, okay." Lin Xian nodded lightly. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was the designated driver calling. The designated driver had already arrived at the door of the restaurant. Lin Xian let him in directly. Then he threw the Rafa key to him. "Receive the key." The designated driver was stunned when he saw it. "Is this the car key of a Ferrari LaFerrari?" "No, brother, I have never driven a supercar. And it's a supercar worth tens of millions." The designated driver was panicked. "It's okay, they're all the same, drive whatever you want. But I think my ID card is on the driver's seat, can you help me find it, bring it over, and drive back to school?" "Okay, brother, please wait a moment." Lin Xian really didn't care. What as a multi-million-dollar supercar? Based on the current balance in his card, it's really free to buy. It's just like ordinary people buying vegetables in the market. Lin Xian had an indifferent attitude, but he exuded an invisible aura of forcing the king. Everyone around was stunned. The way he looked at Lin Xian was as if he was looking at a moving treasure vault. Just recharge 1 million to register Michelin VIC without making a fuss. Even the car he drives is a super luxury sports car worth tens of millions. This is almost top-level strength for Jiangcheng, a quasi-first-tier city. I just don't know which wealthy family Lin Xian belongs to. So rich. Still so young and still in school. Dress modestly. He is also handsome. At this moment, many women around were looking at Lin Xian with burning eyes. But because of the beautiful Qin Yulan standing next to them, no one dared to come forward to ask for her contact information. Afraid of bringing humiliation upon oneself. Only Ling Shiran's beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at Lin Qian and the other person, as if she was thinking about something. It seemed as if he was examining and measuring the relationship between the two. At the next table, the elite men in the workplace, including Li Ming, didn't believe that Lin Qian was really driving a LaFerrari, but when they saw the keys with their own eyes. All silent. Especially a few minutes later, when the designated driver drove a red LaFerrari to the door of Michelin and handed Lin Qian his ID card. All of them looked calm on the surface, but in fact, their hearts were surging with emotions. The sense of superiority that I just gained from comparing myself to Lin Qian. All disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Li Ming, who was covered in dust, finally understood what Qin Yulan meant by "I only like boys who drive LaFerrari." After drinking a glass of hot white wine, Li Ming cursed in his heart with resentment. "You bastard second-generation Lin, let's see how long you can be so proud." At this time, it was still gray and not too late. The neon night scenes of Jiangcheng have lit up one after another. Lin Qian hailed a taxi at the door and prepared to go shopping at its next door with Qin Yulan. Just got in the car. Ling Shiran walked up quickly with her phone in hand. She half-crouched in front of Lin Qian's car window. He leaned forward and smiled. "Mr. Lin, I see that your accent is that of a Jiangcheng native. You should have lived in Jiangcheng. Well, can I add you on WeChat? This way, when the store gets imported fresh ingredients, I can invite you to taste them in time." I don't know if it was intentional or not. Anyway, Lin Qian in the co-pilot seat turned his head slightly. Just happened to see the faint pure white waves on Ling Shiran's chest. Chapter 7 Second Target. Call. Lin Qian took a deep breath and glanced at Qin Yulan in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He simply refused and said, "Then we'll talk about it when the time comes." Okay, Mr. Lin." The car window closed mercilessly in front of Ling Shiran. Watching the taxi slowly drive away. It would be a lie to say that Ling Shiran didn't feel embarrassed or disappointed. She took a deep breath and quickly adjusted herself, because there was still intense work waiting for her next. After graduating from an Ivy League university with a master's and bachelor's degree, his first job was as an intern manager at a Michelin restaurant in China. Even though such a resume and personal abilities are already excellent. But it still could not satisfy the high hopes that her middle-class family had placed on her. It is difficult to jump out of the original class. Her parents all hoped that she would find a rich man and marry into a wealthy family. But, whether in the US study abroad circle or Michelin, she has come into contact with countless wealthy people, many of whom have extended ambiguous olive branches to her. But after a little analysis and weighing, Ling Shiran rejected them all. Firstly, as a girl with both beauty and ability, she was somewhat disdainful of this. Secondly, there was not a single one of these people that really made her heart beat. Wine, sex, money and power may be the old first generation of entrepreneurs or the spoiled rich second generation. Even among her many suitors, there is Mr. Xia, the son of Jiang Bei's richest man. But no one really looked up to Ling Shiran. Until today, when I met Lin Qian. He is young, handsome, and although he is bold and daring, he is not exaggerated. He has a good personality and is approachable. There is none of the arrogance that emanates from the super-rich second generation, even if they appear humble and polite on the surface. It's really rare. She secretly observed the relationship between Lin Qian and the beautiful woman next to him. They were probably not boyfriend and girlfriend yet, so she decided to take a radical step to push the relationship forward. Thinking of this, Ling Shiran's delicate and beautiful face became even colder. She walked into the store in her high heels. When they met the waitress that made Lin Qian unhappy, the waitress wanted to plead for mercy, but Ling Shiran said ruthlessly in a cold voice, "You are fired." On the other side, in a taxi. Ding. Qin Yulan's favorability plus 2 inch. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Qin Yulan's favorability has reached 80 points. Please keep working hard. The system's sounds suddenly sounded. Lin Qian turned his head and glanced at Qin Yulan, who was sitting quietly and silent. Then he turned his head and seemed to be admiring the scenery outside the window. He suddenly felt a little funny. He rejected the beautiful manager. Qin Yulan's favorability silently increased by plus 2. Women, it seems that they also like to pretend that they don't care. Fortunately, he refused. Lin Qian touched his chin and thought. However, he had just obtained the system, had endless money, and too many things he wanted to do. Plus, he had just been cheated on, so he had no interest in picking up girls. Having Qin Yulan as his number one target was enough for him. However, at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the number 2 strategy target has been bound successfully. You can get 300 godly points by completing the strategy. Target number 2, Ling Shiran. Occupation, Michelin trainee manager. Appearance, 9.3. Age, 24. Height, 168 centimeters. 3D, please feel it yourself. Current favorability towards the host, 82 points, maximum 100 points, reaching 90 points means the strategy is successful. Lin Xian. What's going on? The system bound itself again? Does it mean that any beautiful girl who comes into contact with him will be automatically bound to him? Just as I was thinking about it, the taxi braked to a stop in front of a 5-star hotel building. Lin Xian paid and got off the car. I took out my ID card and prepared to go to the hotel front desk to check in. He was not going back to the 4-person dormitory at school tonight, and was planning to enjoy himself in this luxurious 5-star hotel. Qin Yulan was stunned when she saw this. Standing there, not daring to take another step forward. A pair of beautiful eyes were full of shock. Lin Xian turned around and finally reacted. Forehead. Did Qin Yulan think that I was going to take her to have fun? He shrugged and smiled. After explaining a few words to Qin Yulan and asking her to wait for him at the door, Lin Xian stepped into the Juanhao Hotel. As the leading luxury 5-star hotel in Jiangbei City, the lobby of Sovereign Hotel is decorated in an elegant and high-end style, with luxurious brilliance and sparkling lights. The guests coming and going are either dressed in suits or wearing famous bags and watches, exuding the aura of being well off. Only Lin Xian. All the goods from Pink 60 Street stall. The messy hair that hadn't been trimmed for 3 months and was blown by the evening breeze when he just got off the car further highlighted his unruly temperament. Lin Xian walked into the lobby with his hands in his pockets and slammed his ID card at the front desk. Hello, please get me a room. I want the best room you have. The young female receptionist, wearing a work uniform and delicate makeup, was slightly stunned. She quickly glanced at Lin Xian's outfit. Then he smiled professionally. Sir, do you have a reservation? Or are you a member of our hotel? If not, the most expensive presidential suite in our hotel is currently 13,888 yuan per night. The receptionist's smile was slightly embarrassed. The words 13,888 yuan were deliberately emphasized with certain tones. It was obvious that she didn't quite believe in Lin Xian's strength. Hearing this, Lin Xian curled his lips and smiled. With another pop, he took out the Swiss bank black card directly from his pocket. Under the bright lights of the hotel, the golden carved black kaka body shines brightly. It's like the key to a treasure vault, making people unable to take their eyes away. Get me one for half a year. Lin Xian's voice was crisp and clear. The young female receptionist was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. His attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant. Mr. Lin, please sit down and rest here. I'll bring you some tea. Please wait a moment. Lin Xian was invited to the private VIP lounge behind the front desk. Soon. The young female receptionist smiled and stood respectfully in front of Lin Xian. She bowed 90 degrees, handed over the room card with both hands, and said sweetly, Mr. Lin, your room is on the 68th floor of the building. The room number is 68888. I'll take you up. If you have any questions in the future, just come to me. Lin Xian put away the Xiaomi phone that was opening the TikTok video, crossed his legs, and stood up from the luxurious single sofa. Take the room card. He said coldly, no need. At this time, on the other side, Zhou Linlin was walking into the F shopping mall in the center of Jiangbei City with Yu Zhanghao. Today is Friday. Their original plan was to eat at McDonald's and then go shopping in the city center. But I didn't expect to encounter this big episode with Lin Xian. At this moment, the two of them were already estranged from each other. Everyone has their own thoughts. I am still deeply shocked by the scene of Lin Xian driving a Ferrari. Zhou Linlin was extremely conflicted and even began to feel regretful. From the beginning, Lin Xian told her that both his parents were dead. Now that I think about it, isn't this a standard excuse for a rich young man to go out and gain experience? Otherwise, how do you explain how a poor guy suddenly drives a brand new Ferrari LaFerrari? Oh my god. What on earth did she miss? Yu Zhanghao felt even more uncomfortable and aggrieved. I felt like I was slapped in the face by Lin Xian's pulling. In Jiang University, he has always been a favored child, but today he is being bullied by a loser who picks up leftovers? This is worse than eating shit. Although he couldn't figure out how poor Lin Xian could suddenly drive a Ferrari. Just at this moment, Lin Xian and Qin Yulan had just walked out of a top-notch hair salon on the top floor of IFS. Chapter 8 Patek Philippe. At the suggestion of Qin Yulan and hair director Tony, Lin Xian had a more refreshing and fashionable hairstyle that is more in line with current trendy aesthetics. The hair is much shorter, revealing his sharp jawline. The whole person looks neat and refreshed, which further highlights his handsome facial features. Although he is not a handsome guy at first sight, he is definitely worthy of the audience. Yeah, not bad, Qin Yulan commented with his arms folded. Lin Xian was not polite either. He stretched out his hand to touch his new hairstyle and said confidently, "Of course. After cutting your hair, the next step is to buy some clothes." The two happened to pass by a Patek Philippe watch store with high-end and luxurious decoration. "Welcome to Patek Philippe. Excuse me, sir and madam, what would you like to see?" A female salesperson wearing a black work uniform, about 27 or 28 years old, with a good figure and appearance, came up to me and said. The saleswoman had a standard professional smile on her face. His eyes inadvertently looked between Lin Xian and Qin Yulan. I couldn't help but feel surprised. The girl in front of me is indeed stunningly beautiful. Logically, a beautiful woman should be paired with a young second-generation guy, but this guy is young, but his clothes are really a bit cheap at first glance. Another poor guy here to have fun. After thinking about it, the saleswoman was too lazy to keep up her professional smile. Before Lin Xian and others could speak, she turned around and called the interns in the store to come and serve. Lisa, come here, we have a guest. Hee, sorry both of you. I'm a little busy here, I'll let our new intern Lisa come over to entertain you. Seeing the cold treatment, Qin Yulan's face turned obviously cold. Lin Xian, however, smiled casually, seemingly unconcerned. When the young female intern Lisa came over, "Sir or madam, how can I help you?" Lin Xian took out the Swiss bank black card directly from his pocket. He held the golden card between his fingers and waved it casually in front of Lisa. I want the most expensive watches. 30 of them first. Hearing this, Lisa was confused. She bulged her awkward round eyes, looking at the seemingly extraordinary black card in front of her, and then at the young boy in front of her who talked big but looked ordinary. For a moment, she didn't know what to do next. This is the second day of her internship. Don't even mention achieving any results. I am still in a state of fear and trepidation about doing anything, for fear of saying or doing something wrong. Then someone came to her and said he wanted to buy 30 of the most expensive watches? Sir, have you ever shopped in our store before? This is the Super Black Card of Swiss Bank. It is issued in limited quantities to the owners of the top 5 accounts in the world each year. Lin Xian, you actually have this black card? While intern Lisa was still trying to recall the steps and words to deal with customers, Qin Yulan revealed the origin of the black card with a look of shock on his face. What level is the Swiss Bank Super Black Card? Don't even mention the richest man in Jianbei City. I'm afraid that even the richest man in China may not be wealthy enough to own this card. Top 5 in the world. What concept? The level of wealth is enough to rival a country. This is definitely not a super black card that an ordinary rich second generation, or even a super rich second generation, can possess. Qin Yulan's breathing stagnated. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the boy in front of them in shock. Originally, she thought Lin Xian was a rich second generation who was hiding his identity. Now it seems that Lin Xian's identity is definitely not simple. Maybe. As he thought about it, a hint of imperceptible cunning flashed across Qin Yulan's eyes. Oh? Do you know the origin of this card? Lin Xian was also shocked. He knew that the black card given by the system was awesome, with a value of 100 billion, but he didn't expect that this card had such a history. It seems that anyone with a little knowledge can estimate the approximate amount of his wealth through this card. Of course, other people's estimates will not be much more. After all, there is a balance of 100 billion in the card. But Qin Yulan did remind him. You still have to take it easy in the future. He couldn't just take this card out and show it off. He had an unstable foundation right now. He was just a college student with nothing but money. In addition, Shin Yulan, a female college student, was able to recognize at a glance that this was a Swiss bank super black card. It seems that she must have a good family background. Come to think of it, whether it was the luxury LaFerrari or the Michelin restaurant, Shin Yulan was always calm and composed, as if she was used to it and never showed any surprise or loss of composure. Well, I've seen it at some parties before. Shin Yulan's answer was indifferent. Not much information was revealed, but it gave people the feeling that she was a girl with considerable insight. Lin Xian nodded and said nothing more. Next. Intern Lisa invited Lin Xian to the VIP room to verify the funds. Soon. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the imported leather sofa, leisurely tasting the red wine in the tall glass, and on the long mahogany table in front of him were rows of luxury watches. Each watch has its own unique details, but they are all ingenious, as if carved by God, and are exquisite. The saleswoman who had just walked away indifferently now had a flattering smile on her face. Mr. Lin. Wearing white gloves, she carefully picked up a dark gray Nautilus watch on the table, half knelt in front of Lin Xian, and presented it with both hands, saying, Mr. Lin, this dark gray Nautilus Ref 5711 is priced at 55 million. It is the flagship model of our Jiangbei IF store. It has a grand overall appearance and intricate and special details. It fits your calm and noble masculine temperament very well. Do you need me to help you try it on? You deserve it? Lin Xian shook the wine glass in his hand, without even raising his eyelids, and uttered 3 cold words from his thin lips. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's face turned pale. The movements of his hands also froze. Even Shin Yulan, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea nearby, couldn't help but look over. Lin Xian didn't care about her that much. He glanced at the intern Lisa standing nearby and said, let her come. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lisa was very surprised when Lin Xian called her directly. She immediately ran over and started serving him on her knees. As interns, they also have performance KPIs and commissions. But in front of the old employees, how could they get a chance to get the high-quality big clients? Look, she was clearly arranged as an intern to receive Mr. Lin at the beginning, but after knowing that Mr. Lin was very capable, she tried to lick his face and snatch him back. Fortunately, Mr. Lin hates evil. Lisa thought, with a smile on her face, trying her best to serve. Wearing the dark gray Nautilus on Lin Xian's right wrist, Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror and said, not bad. Then he put down his glass and stood up. I glanced at the rows of different styles of watches on the long table. Pack these up and pay the bill. Chapter 9, the most annoying thing is pretending to be a. Lin Xian said a few words. The entire VIP room instantly quieted down. The service staff looked at each other in disbelief, all with shocked expressions. Is this young man in front of me, who is dressed in ordinary clothes and doesn't look like a rich man at all, really going to take away all the top 30 watches in the store? So horrible. This is not an ordinary luxury store, this is Patek Philippe. A single item, a watch, can easily cost millions at a global watch store. Lisa's eyes lit up at first, and then she showed ecstasy. What does it mean to buy the top 30 watches in the store at one time? Sales volume directly exceeded 100 million. With such remarkable performance, let alone becoming a regular employee, the commission will be very considerable. The female salesperson who had just been retorted by Lin Xian was standing aside with her face alternating between blue and red. Anxious and regretful. I regretted that I had misjudged and missed out on and offended such a big client like Lin Xian. What worried her was that Lin Xian would really pay by credit card. Then she would really regret it. This is a huge order worth hundreds of millions. Just give it to that female intern for free? Although the young man surnamed Lin in front of him had no problem with the capital verification, how could he spend 100 or 200 million at once? I'm afraid he must have financial resources at least at the level of the richest man in Jiangbei. But the boy in front of him was wearing cheap and ordinary clothes. The sales staff in the store had established good relationships with the wealthy and powerful people in Jiangbei, so no one could tell which wealthy family he came from. But he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Hard to say. He. As long as you don't actually pay, nothing can be said. It's not like I haven't seen people pick up a lot of things but still can't check out. Thinking of this, the saleswoman's face relaxed a little. She crossed her arms and took a deep breath. She was betting that the man named Lin wouldn't be able to pay the bill today. However, the next second, card swiping successful. The voice of the POS machine sounded cold and merciless. Thank you, Mr. Lin. You have successfully swiped your card for 237,590,000 yuan. Thank you very much. Do you need the watches you purchased to be delivered to your house? Yeah, okay. Under the 90-degree bows from the Patek Philippe staff around him, Lin Xian nodded and responded in a calm voice. Then he took the Italian pen that Lisa handed over with both hands and quickly wrote down the room number of the Sovereign Hotel on the paper. And the female salesperson who witnessed all this. He bit his lips tightly, his face turned pale, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and deep regret. I regret it so much. What does a performance of 230 million mean? Not only can it almost instantly become the sales champion of the entire store, and you can get nearly 7-digit sales commission at once. The other staff members in the store, whether male or female, straight or gay, almost all looked at Lin Xian with a burning gaze as if they were looking at Tang Seng's flesh. He is dressed in extremely low-key clothes, but when he spends, he is even more extravagant than the richest man. And so young. He has a handsome appearance. Several young and pretty female staff members have already cast extremely ambiguous glances at me from a distance. Lin Xian turned a blind eye to it all. He loosened the Nautilus watch on his right wrist. He felt a little uncomfortable wearing it at first, and then he and Qin Yulan prepared to leave. At this moment, I don't know whether I just reacted or just mustered up the courage. Lisa walked over quickly with a mobile phone in her hand and a sweet smile on her face. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you. Can I add you on WeChat? There are some nice new watches in the store, so I can recommend them to you in time. Adding customers on WeChat is generally a default part of sales work. In order to retain customers. Of course, it is unknown how much selfishness there is in a relationship between a young female salesperson and a powerful male customer. Lisa lifted the hair behind her ears, her smile slightly shy. She thought that although she was not as beautiful as the beauty next to Lin Xian, she was still pretty and had a proud figure. What's more, Lin Xian just asked me to receive him. Mr. Lin also treated her favorably. There is inevitably a bit of pride in my heart. What is wrong with adding someone on WeChat in the name of work? When the other young female staff members saw this scene, the envy and jealousy in their eyes were about to burst into flames. However, Lin Xian just glanced at her normally and said, "No." Choosing Lisa to host the event was just a matter of convenience. It doesn't mean she's special. In Lin Xian's eyes, she was no different from the other sales staff around her. Regardless of whether the other party needs it for work or not, if he doesn't want to add the WeChat of irrelevant people, no one can force him. Certainly. Maybe 3 hours ago, if a woman like Lisa, who was above average in appearance, had asked Lin Xian for her WeChat, he would have given it to her. Unfortunately, one step forward, his life circumstances were completely different. If's Chanel store. Zhou Linlin and Yu Zhanghao walked around the store. Just as she was about to leave the store, Zhou Linlin stared at a white 22 bag in the cupboard with shining eyes, and she couldn't move at all. Brother Hao, the small 2.55 bag you gave me before is nice looking, but the capacity is a bit small. It's not even enough for me to carry my cosmetics. Besides, didn't you, Brother Hao, say you would give me another Chanel bag last night at the hotel? Zhou Linlin acted coquettishly and whispered in Yu Zhanghao's ear. But her eyes were fixed on the Chanel bag without blinking. His eyes were full of desire for brand-name bags. By following Yu Zhanghao, she not only lost her precious first time, but also betrayed Lin Xian. Originally, there was nothing wrong with betraying Lin Xian. But who would have thought that poor Lin Xian would suddenly drive a brand new Ferrari? After thinking about it, Zhou Linlin felt more and more that he was most likely a super-rich second generation who concealed his family background and came out to experience life. Zhou Linlin felt like she had made a huge loss. It's like missing out on the most precious thing in life. But since she and Lin Xian have temporarily broken up, although Yu Zhanghao in front of him cannot afford a Ferrari, he can be considered a wealthy second generation. The way to stop the loss now is to get more money from Yu Zhanghao as soon as possible. This bag looks just average. The one you're wearing suits you better and shows your elegance. Yu Zhanghao quickly frowned and said perfunctorily. He reached out and hooked Zhou Linlin's slender waist and was about to walk out of the store. What a joke. The bag Zhou Linlin liked cost more than 50,000 yuan. Did she really think he was being taken advantage of? Wouldn't he feel good about having these 50 or 60,000 flowers? After a little packaging, put on an LV suit and a famous watch. Wouldn't it be nice to pick up a few more beautiful girls with better bodies? His family does own a company and runs a hotel chain, but they are only somewhat well known in the Jiangbei area and are far from the real rich second generation. I usually have some money on hand, but I spend it all on myself. Money is for women to see. Spending real money on women? That's how. Besides, he was severely slapped in the face by Lin Xian today. Don't even bother talking about buying Chanel for Zhou Linlin. He is too lazy to even coax this woman now. Seeing Yu Zhanghao was about to leave, Zhou Linlin's face suddenly fell after her expectations were dashed, but she didn't know what to say. The salesgirl with black stockings and long legs beside them had been following the two men around with a big smile on her face, expecting her sales to go up this month. But now she saw that Yu Zhanghao was actually just a fake. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, MD, I hate those who pretend to be cool. I thought this guy wearing a Rolex green submariner was somewhat powerful. Cut. She quickly rolled her eyes at the two of them, turned around and was about to walk away in her high heels. And just at this moment. Welcome to the Chanel store. At the door of the store, the doorman bowed. The people who came were Lin Xian and Qin Yulan, who had just come out of Patek Philippe next door. As an eye-catching beauty, Qin Yulan is an absolutely dazzling presence wherever she goes. Although Lin Xian next to her is not so outstanding in appearance, he looks young and wears ordinary clothes, but the Patek Philippe Nautilus Ref 5711 on his wrist? That is definitely the existence of a flashing 23K titanium alloy dog eye. You need at least a 10-digit fortune to be able to afford it, right? As a senior person in the luxury industry, the saleslady in black silk stockings grasped the key points at a glance. This is because she knows all kinds of top luxury goods like the back of her hand. Her eyes lit up instantly when she looked at Lin Xian. It's like a starving 1,000-year-old female demon seeing Tang Monk's flesh. Chapter 10, Just This Much Strength. Mr. and Madam, welcome to Chanel. What would you like to see? The salesgirl in black stockings smiled and hurried forward to greet her. Because she was in a hurry to leave, fearing that another saleswoman would snatch away the potential big customer wearing Patek Philippe, the saleswoman in black stockings bumped into Yu Zhanghao's shoulder as he was walking out of the store. She didn't care at all. Not only did she not apologize, she also glanced at him coldly. Depend on. Yu Zhanghao cursed under his breath and his face changed instantly. As if he had been greatly insulted. It's so damn realistic. The salesgirl, who was just being attentive to him, suddenly turned hostile when she saw that he was leaving without buying anything? Grass. When has Yu Zhanghao, who has always portrayed himself as a rich second-generation man, ever suffered such humiliation? But then, when he saw clearly who was coming, the person the black-stocking salesgirl was welcoming warmly, he instantly became so angry that he gritted his teeth. Lin Xian? Zhou Linlin next to her was also stunned. I didn't expect to meet you here. Looking at the intimacy between Lin Xian and Qin Yulan in front of her, Zhou Linlin narrowed her eyes, and a feeling of anger and jealousy instantly rose in her heart. What's your last name, sir? Forrest. Okay, Mr. Lin, today we have a batch of new summer products that are the first to be launched globally in our store. There are both men's and women's styles. Would you like to take a look first? On his left was Qin Yulan, who was traveling with him, and on his right was the salesgirl in black stockings who was sticking close to him with a warm smile. Lin Xian was sandwiched between the two women. Under the luxurious and dazzling crystal lights of the Chanel store. The light and shadows are like a dream. There were a few moments. Lin Xian felt as if the self who was humiliated by Yu Zhanghao and Zhou Linlin in the afternoon was his previous life, and now he was completely reborn. When passing by these two people, he didn't even give them a glance. Seeing that Lin Xian was treated like a star, and most importantly, he seemed to be wearing a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch? Yu Zhanghao couldn't tell the specific model of the watch, but in his eyes, an ordinary Nautilus watch would cost millions, which was already luxurious enough. What's more, it was worn on Lin Xian's hand. Yu Zhanghao was instantly furious. He stared at the watch on Lin Xian's wrist, and his cheeks were about to be broken by biting. The sky is falling. Damn, did this guy really make a fortune? Zhou Linlin didn't understand what Patek Philippe was, but she felt that after Lin Xian had a refreshing short haircut, he suddenly became very handsome. In the past, she agreed to be with Lin Xian mainly because he gave her enough emotional value and was more willing to give. Basically, Lin Xian would try his best to meet her requirements. Of course, as a girlfriend, she is also very sensible and her usual consumption level is not high. She only occasionally asks Lin Xian to buy her some clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, etc. that cost less than a few hundred yuan. Only on her birthday would she ask Lin Xian for a bag worth thousands of dollars. As for appearance, she always thought that Lin Xian was just average. This was the first time I felt that Lin Xian was eye-catching and my heart was moved. She suddenly realized that she had always loved Lin Xian deep in her heart. It's just hateful Qin Yulan, this bitch. It's only been less than a day since she and Lin Xian broke up, and Qin Yulan, as her roommate, is so impatient to stick to her? Don't be billion. The moment Zhou Linlin glanced at Qin Yulan's tall back, her eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. But what happened next? It made her so jealous that she wanted to kill someone. In Chanel's new product display window, all kinds of exquisite and gorgeous jewelry and bags are carefully displayed, creating a dazzling array of products. The ready-to-wear clothing area next to it has novel styles and unique designs. But Lin Xian was not interested. Most of Chanel's products are for women, and the few designs for men also look a bit too girly, too delicate. Lin Xian still prefers masculine and casual styles. Mr. Lin, which ones do you like? Can I help you try them on? I don't like anything, Lin Xian said lightly and withdrew his gaze from the cupboard. Hearing this, the salesgirl in black stockings' smile almost froze in half. She couldn't help but subconsciously glance at Lin Xian's ordinary and even somewhat cheap clothes again. Blinked his eyes. What's going on? Did she make a mistake? Could it be that the watch was fake? Or is Mr. Lin not satisfied with her service? Just as the salesgirl in black stockings was rolling her eyes and thinking about something. Just as Yu Jianghao was about to walk out of the store, he turned around and came back with a sinister smile on his face. Ha, Ferrari, Patek Philippe, these things may look fake, but I have never seen a poor guy like Lin Su swipe a card to pay with real money. Yu Jianghao complained in his heart. He didn't believe the nonsense that Lin Xian was a rich man's son who came out to experience the life of ordinary people. Don't enjoy your money? Come out here just to suffer? Only a fool would believe that. Originally, he was almost intimidated by Lin Xian's luxury cars and famous watches, but when he heard that this guy can't afford Chanel, Yu Jianghao instantly got excited. No matter how well the facade is packaged, if you can't take out a penny from your pocket, why are you pretending to be a rich man? After all, he is the best at this. Poor people are always poor people. I just want to see how much coins this bastard has in his pocket. Thinking of this, Yu Jianghao let out a long sigh. He was already 70% certain in his heart that although he didn't know how Lin Xian got those luxury cars and famous watches, this guy definitely had no money in his pocket. Yu Jianghao had a slight smile on his face. Put your arms around Zhou Linlin's slender waist. He strode towards Lin Xian. What about this lady? What style do you like? How about you try our latest knitted dress? I think it will suit your elegant temperament very well. Seeing that Lin Xian was losing interest, the salesgirl in black stockings quickly shifted her sales target to Qin Yulan, who had a good figure and good looks. Generally speaking, as long as a man is really capable, why wouldn't he pay for what his girlfriend likes? Especially in a luxury store like theirs. More or less, men are more concerned about showing off their money and face. Of course, except for Yu Jianghao, who is just pretending. Hearing this, Qin Yulan lifted the hair beside her ear thoughtfully. Her beautiful eyes scanned the cabinets in front of her again and again, but she didn't stop for a moment. It was as if these luxury brands that everyone pursued and favored were just ordinary and cheap products with no appeal in her eyes. The salesgirl in black stockings was about to break when she saw this. It's already evening and Haven Tea placed many orders on Friday. First, he wasted his energy and time on Yu Jianghao and the other man, and now he only looked at Patek Philippe and didn't buy anything even when he brought his girlfriend to the store? Yu Jianghao, who had just walked over, almost burst out laughing. He was now almost certain that Lin Xian would always be poor. Even the watch on this guy's wrist is probably a high-end imitation? He. Yu Jianghao shook his head and laughed heartily. A way to relieve the anger he had been holding back all day. TSK, even wearing a Patek Philippe is only this much strength? Chapter 11. What did she miss? As soon as Yu Jianghao said this, everyone around couldn't help but turn their heads, their eyes curiously falling on Lin Xian's wrist. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. People who can afford Chanel may not even be able to afford Patek Philippe. But if you can afford Patek Philippe, buying Chanel is as easy as going to the market to buy vegetables. Black and gray Nautilus Ref 5711? Oh my god, this is a special joint model launched by Tiffany and Patek Philippe, and the price is as high as 50 or 60 million renminbi. Someone in the store recognized the watch on Lin Xian's wrist and exclaimed. In an instant, everyone looked over with increasingly heated and amazed eyes. It was as if they were looking at a mobile treasure vault. The look he gave Lin Xian was full of curiosity and inquiry. So young. Such simple clothes. He is wearing a luxury watch worth tens of millions. For a moment, Zhou Linlin stared at the watch on Lin Xian's hand with wide eyes in disbelief. She felt a surge of blood and almost lost her balance. Oh my god. What on earth did she miss? Yu Zhenghao's whole body froze. Brain crash. What the hell? How many tens of millions does this cost? He. Yu Zhenghao was shocked at first, then he reacted quickly. What kind of rich person can afford a watch worth tens of millions? Poor guy like Lin Xian also wears a Patek Philippe watch worth tens of millions? Fake. A goods. Absolutely awesome. A Patek Philippe Nautilus worth 50 million? You must have made a mistake. You may not know that this person is actually my schoolmate. He was working at Macaline in the afternoon and picking up leftovers. But at night he turned into a billionaire? I'm afraid winning the lottery won't be that fast. Yu Zhenghao said with a confident look on his face. He was indeed fooled by the LaFerrari in the afternoon. Now that I think about it, maybe Lin Xian does have some tricks that are not known to outsiders, but it is impossible for him to become a billionaire overnight from a poor guy picking up leftovers. Of course, the most important thing is that Yu Zhenghao was unwilling to believe and would never admit that Lin Xian would become rich overnight. In his eyes, a loser like Lin Xian is only worthy of being cheated on by him and being stepped on by him for the rest of his life. This sets off his extraordinary and unrestrained life. Unless he saw with his own eyes the power of this guy who got rich overnight. Yu Zhenghao's words instantly awakened everyone. Yes. A Patek Philippe watch worth tens of millions of dollars must be locked in a safe or sold at an auction house, but it was just casually worn on the wrist of a plain-dressed young man? Although this watch looks exquisitely crafted and very realistic. But today, Putian's industry is highly developed. What kind of a great goods are not available? In an instant, everyone's eyes looking at Lin Xian changed again. Full of doubts. Some people secretly looked at Qin Yulan, who was standing next to Lin Xian and had a stunning figure and appearance, and thought darkly in their hearts. Damn, no wonder he can date girls as beautiful as school beauties, turns out it's because of the girls from Putian. Zhou Linlin took a deep breath. After knowing that Lin Xian's watch was most likely fake, she felt much better. The salesgirl in black stockings also looked very ugly. Did she fail again? Seeing that he had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Perhaps this was the price of becoming a rich man? He's already very low-key. I just picked out a watch I liked from the rows of watches in the store next door and put it on, and this caused criticism from Yu Zhenghao? Shit, this guy is as annoying as a sewer fly. I have to find an opportunity to teach this guy a lesson later and settle all the new and old grudges. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face gradually turned cold. When everyone saw that Lin Xian not only did not refute a word, but also showed an embarrassed expression. In an instant, he confirmed in his mind that Lin Xian was wearing a fake watch. Someone looked at Lin Xian with contempt and ridicule. Well. The salesgirl in black stockings looked pale and wilted instantly, not wanting to continue serving anymore. Ha. Yu Zhenghao laughed triumphantly. Finally, revenge on Rafa was achieved. Comfortable. When he walked past Lin Xian, he inadvertently showed everyone the Rolex green submariner on his left wrist. But at this moment, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Chanel store, 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits were carrying Patek Philippe paper bags and walking neatly outside the store. The momentum was magnificent. This attracted passers-by around to stop and watch. Mr. Lin? Miss Qin? The leader was a middle-aged woman with short hair and extraordinary temperament. She had a grand and delicate makeup and was wearing a well-made gray suit. She saw Lin Xian and Qin Yulan shopping in the Chanel store through the transparent French window. She immediately stopped and bowed 90 degrees to greet them. Good evening, Mr. Lin and Miss Qin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Miss Qin. The 2 rows of black-clad bodyguards behind her spoke in unison and loudly. It was hard for Lin Xian not to notice it. The salesgirl next to him, wearing black stockings, was startled when she saw this. She looked at the middle-aged woman with short hair, then looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Then she took 2 steps forward and asked in surprise, "Boss Zhao, what are you doing?" They are all luxury goods professionals working in the same high-end shopping mall, and they all know each other. Mr. Zhao glanced at her but did not respond. Instead, he walked straight into the Chanel store, approached Lin Xian, and bowed respectfully 90 degrees again with a calm face. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the regional sales manager of the southwest region of the Patek Philippe brand and the manager of the Zhongbei store. My last name is Zhao, so you can just call me Xiao Zhao. We are about to ship the goods you purchased from our store to your home, and they will definitely be delivered safely and on time. Please rest assured. Thank you again for your support of our Patek Philippe brand, and I wish you a happy shopping in the mall." Just now, when Lin Xian and Qin Yulan were buying watches at Patek Philippe, she, as the store manager, was alarmed by the huge amount of payment and naturally recognized the two people. After Mr. Zhao finished speaking, he still maintained the 90-degree bowing posture with his hands clasped together. Seems to be waiting for Lin Xian's response. The black-clad bodyguards waiting outside the store also bowed 90 degrees to Lin Xian, holding several Patek Philippe paper bags in their hands. Just like the ministers worshipping the king. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether this was Patek Philippe or Chanel South Home Court. Until Lin Xian nodded and responded. They slowly stood up, nodded in greeting, and then left with bags of Patek Philippe. Everyone has left, but the Chanel store, which was once bustling and noisy, is now silent. You can hear a pin drop. A group of people looked at each other with different interesting expressions, but the surroundings were eerily quiet. Chapter 12, The Clown. Patek Philippe store manager Zhao came out in person, and those black-clad bodyguards had at least 20 or 30 Patek Philippe packaging paper bags in their hands. The store manager will personally lead the bodyguards to deliver the goods to your door. What concept? How much does it cost at least? At this moment, who would dare to say that the watch on Lin Xian's hand was a fake? Yu Zhanghao's face turned pale. His eyes were so bloodshot that they were about to bleed. However, he still insisted, and said in a low voice, "What the hell? Humph, they hired some actors to act like it." This time no one paid any attention to him. A living clown. And they slandered Mr. Lin by saying that he was just a part-time worker picking up leftovers? What kind of joke is this? Funny. I'm totally jealous and crazy. Everyone's eyes and attention were focused on Lin Xian. The female salespeople and female customers around him looked at him as if they were staring at the most sought-after and hottest bachelor in the world. Mouth-watering. Hot and ambiguous. From Lin Xian's appearance, hairstyle, height, even the threads on Lin Xian's t-shirt, they were all carefully scrutinized by countless eyes. So rare. The boy in front of me is not only so young, handsome and rich, still so frugal and low-key. Even if he wears tens of millions of dollars worth of luxury watches and buys bags of Patek Philippe watches, he still dresses simply and is low-key. There is not the slightest bit of the pretentious behavior of a rich second-generation dandy. If it weren't for the fact that there was such a super beautiful girl like Qin Yulan next to him, someone would probably have gone up to Lin Xian to chat with him or even asked for his WeChat directly. The men around looked at Lin Xian with even more complicated eyes. Envy, jealousy, disdain? "Mr. Lin, why don't you go to our VIP room and take a look? There are some special collections there." The salesgirl in black stockings had a smile on her face and approached Lin Xian cautiously and spoke. I couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, she didn't offend the super rich man in front of her just now. Being able to buy dozens of Patek Philippe watches and wear luxury watches worth 50 or 60 million, one's financial strength must be bottomless. That is not the financial strength that ordinary second-generation rich people can match. If you offend Lin Xian, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to survive in the luxury goods circle in the future. At this moment, the salesgirl in black stockings was serving Lin Xian as if she were serving the Jade Emperor, fearing that she would anger him in any way. Even if Lin Xian walked out of the Chanel store without buying anything, she would still bow 90 degrees with a smile on her face to see him off. No, please. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Qin Yulan, who was standing beside him, and said, "Is there anything you like? I'll give it to you. You can go to the VIP room and have a look." Looking at Qin Yulan's delicate profile, Lin Xian added lightly. As soon as these words came out, Qin Yulan, who was standing next to her, didn't have time to react before the other salesgirls around her were almost going crazy with envy. Not only is Mr. Lin young, handsome and super rich, he is also so generous. If they had boyfriends like this, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Zhou Linlin, who was standing aside, couldn't hold it in any longer. His face looked extremely ugly. I feel so much regret. How could it be? How could Lin Xian really be a super rich second generation? He wears a Patek Philippe worth tens of millions on his wrist? He also wants to give that bitch Qin Yulan a Chanel? Oh my god. What on earth did she miss? Zhou Linlin screamed wildly in her heart unwillingly. The look she gave Lin Xian was full of regret, a bit of affection, and pitiful tears. She was like a pure and innocent little white flower, longing for Lin Xian to look back at her again. Qin Yulan's red lips curled up in a mocking smile. She walked past Zhou Linlin and stretched out her slender arms to pick up the white 22 bag that Zhou Linlin had taken a fancy to on the cupboard. Xian, I want this bag. There was a hint of mischief on Qin Yulan's pretty face. She looked back at Lin Xian and said, "That's right. She did it on purpose." As soon as she entered the store, she saw Zhou Linlin wanted the bag, but Yu Zhanghao refused to buy it for her. From the afternoon in Medkey until now, she has witnessed the grievances and entanglements between Lin Xian and the other two. Of course, she has always stood on Lin Xian's side and on the side of justice. What's more, after spending a few hours together, Lin Xian to her is at least a friend. Why not help Lin Xian slap the scumbag and the bitch in the face? A Chanel bag is nothing to Lin Xian, who holds a Swiss bank super black card. Really? When Zhou Linlin saw Qin Yulan pick up the white 22 bag, her face changed instantly. Open your eyes wide. I was so angry that I almost jumped up and down on the spot. That's it? Then wrap up everything on this cupboard. Lin Xian turned around and said calmly to the salesgirl wearing black stockings. She bought a whole cabinet of Chanel with a calm tone, just like going to the market to buy vegetables. Okay, Mr. Lin. The salesgirl in black stockings was almost laughing her face off. I think Mr. Lin is indeed a wealthy man, he is very generous. In addition to 3 popular bags, this cabinet also contains a dozen expensive accessories that are usually extremely difficult to sell. The total value adds up to more than 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. A moment. Zhou Linlin's blood pressure soared. His eyes were as big as bells in disbelief. What? She couldn't help but scream out in frustration. She begged Yu Zhanghao to buy her a bag, but Yu Zhanghao refused to buy her one, but Lin Xian just gave it to Qin Yulan? He also gave this bitch a cabinet full of Chanel products? Zhou Linlin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. I regret it so much. All of this should have been hers. It was hers. The people around her looked at her strangely. When Yu Zhanghao saw her like this, he knew that this woman was probably regretting breaking up with Lin Xian. He became even more angry and snorted coldly with smoke coming out of his nostrils. Soon, Lin Xian paid with a credit card. Turning around, he said to Qin Yulan gently, "This is the first time I give a girl Chanel. I hope you like it." Certainly. The moment when the two of them looked at each other from close range. The atmosphere seemed to heat up quickly. Qin Yulan blushed slightly, and shyly looked away quickly, then wrote down the address for delivery on the delivery note. Zhou Linlin was watching this scene from behind and was so angry that her teeth were itching. Mr. Lin, Ms. Qin, take care, and welcome back next time. The salesgirl in black stockings smiled and escorted the two to the door. As a senior sales lady of luxury goods. Through this period of observation, with her keen eyesight, she naturally roughly figured out the relationship between Lin Xian, Qin Yulan, and Zhou Linlin. Excuse me, ma'am, please get out. When passing by Zhou Linlin, the salesgirl wearing black stockings suddenly spoke to her coldly. He also made a pleased gesture and was about to chase the customer away. Zhou Linlin, who was immersed in jealousy and resentment, was stunned for a moment. When she realized what was happening, she was furious. Why? Just because we don't welcome customers carrying fake Chanel goods into our store. Speaking of the word fake, the salesgirl in black stockings smiled and emphasized her pronunciation. As soon as these words came out, the salesmen and saleswomen in the store, as well as the bustling crowd of customers, all turned their heads to look. All their eyes fell on the bag Zhou Linlin was carrying. Even Qin Yulan couldn't help but look back. Chapter 13. It turns out to be a fake. TSK TSK TSK. As expected, even the leather texture of her bag is wrong, it looks fake at first glance. Ha, there are all kinds of people. Two elegantly dressed ladies in the store glanced at the Chanel bag on Zhou Linlin, turned around and laughed sarcastically. The other salesgirls also looked Zhou Linlin up and down with contempt. The luxury goods industry has always been about flattering the powerful and bullying the weak. It's so realistic. For a vain poor bitch like Zhou Linlin who carries a piece of cheap stuff and still comes into the store to seek their service and entertainment, giving her a big eye roll is already a compliment to her. What nonsense are you talking about? How could my bag be fake? This bag has an invoice, right, brother? How? Faced with ridicule from all sides, Zhou Linlin became anxious and quickly turned to look at Yu Zhanghao standing beside her. This bag was a birthday gift that Yu Zhanghao gave her a few days ago. It was also because of this Chanel bag that she officially made up her mind to give up Lin Xian and date Yu Zhanghao. And gave his first time. The Coach bag that Lin Xian gave her was worth several $1,000s, and although it was okay, but how could it be as valuable as a Chanel bag that cost tens of thousands of dollars? Alpaca. But Yu Zhanghao didn't even look at her. He also cursed viciously. With his head lowered and a sullen face, he walked out quickly, like a rat crossing the street, completely losing the smug and majestic attitude he had when he was talking about targeting Lin Xian just now. At this moment, Yu Zhanghao felt that he had suffered the greatest humiliation in his life. What a shame. How can I still have the mood to care about Zhou Linlin? As for that crappy bag, he bought it for less than 200 yuan on a certain fish website. When it comes to picking up girls, as long as he can trick them into giving it away, it counts. Unless he is out of his mind, he would spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy a real bag and give it away. Besides, we've booked the room several times and we're tired of it. Especially seeing Zhou Linlin looking so indecisive and wanting to return to Lin Xian's arms, it's so disgusting. Yu Zhanghao was so angry that his teeth were itching. Burning with jealousy towards Lin Xian. He even silently greeted Lin Xian's ancestors countless times. How the hell is this possible? He racked his brains but couldn't figure out how this poor bastard Lin Xian could actually turn into a super rich man. It's fucking time to leave my mom. Grass. Humph, Mr. Lin, even if you really become rich overnight, so what? Not only can I cheat on you, but I will also punish you in the future. When finally walking out of the Chanel store, Yu Zhanghao couldn't help but look back at Lin Xian, who was surrounded by the crowd and enjoying the glory. A gleam of light flashed in his vicious eyes. Seeing Yu Zhanghao running away cursing, Zhou Linlin felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She is just as stupid as ever. At this time, she also guessed that Yu Zhanghao used a fake bag to deceive her. Not only did she foolishly believe it, she also gave up her first time and betrayed Lin Xian. She also confidently carried a fake bag and swaggered into the authentic Chanel store. He was even pointed out in public by the Chanel salesgirl. A moment. Zhou Linlin's face suddenly turned red. Facing the contemptuous and mocking looks coming from all directions, she felt as if a thorn was on her back, and her breathing became rapid. Jiaozhua was so panicked that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into immediately. Especially when she met Qin Yulan's funny and slightly sympathetic gaze, and her predicament was witnessed and watched by her rival in love, Zhou Linlin instantly felt extremely hateful. Lin Xian, who was standing next to Qin Yulan, had his back to her from beginning to end and didn't even bother to give her a glance. This made Zhou Linlin, who was already feeling extremely uncomfortable, feel even more disappointed. Anyway, this bag was given to me by my boyfriend. I don't know whether it's real or fake. After hurriedly saying this, Zhou Linlin ran out of the store. Bang! However, because he ran too fast, he accidentally fell down when he passed by Lin Xian, and landed on his knees. Zhou Linlin, who was only wearing a dress, fell and her legs were hurt. She grimaced in pain. But everything in front of her was so embarrassing. She ignored the pain and immediately got up and limped out of the store. The salesgirl in black stockings looked at Zhou Linlin calmly and indifferently as she was humiliated and then ran away. Then, he immediately cast a look of flattery towards Lin Xian and Qin Yulan. She had long noticed that Lin Xian and Yu Zhanghao and Zhou Linlin did not get along. Why not offend a vain poor woman like Zhou Linlin in exchange for pleasing the rich man Lin Xian and his girlfriend? Besides, she also hates those who pretend to be cool when they visit genuine stores while carrying fake goods. Although she had seen it early on, but because of the Rolex on Yu Zhanghao's wrist, she thought that the women were not good enough, but the men would have some strength. As a result, Qin Yulan. Lin Xian's expression is intriguing. He found it somewhat funny and couldn't help but curl his lips. In the past, I was poor and had no money, so I subconsciously disliked those snobs who looked down on others and flattered the powerful and looked down on the weak, because usually, the snobs would step on me. Now that he is so poor that only money is left, the snobs are spontaneously helping him. Funny. After coming out of the Chanel store, Lin Xian and Qin Yulan went to visit Gucci, Versace, Balenciaga, and other stores one after another. Lin Xian mainly bought some clothes and shoes, spending about 1,000,000 yuan. The large and small packages of goods will be delivered to the hotel according to the delivery address. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening when we came out of IFS. The bustling city center of Jiangcheng is full of bright lights and flashing neon lights. It's a bit late. Can I call a car for you to go back to school? Lin Xian said. He plans to stay in a hotel tonight and not go back to school. Rafa was also driven back to school by a designated driver. There is no way to send Qin Yulan away. No need. Someone from my family will come to pick me up later. I'll just wait here for a while, or you can go back to the hotel first. I had agreed to treat you to dinner tonight, but you ended up treating me instead. You also gave me a lot of Chanel, which was quite expensive. I'm so sorry. Next time I'll treat you. Qin Yulan looked at her phone, lowered her head and quickly typed a few messages in reply. Then she looked at Lin Xian's handsome face with her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Good. Actually, Lin Xian wanted to wait with her for a while, but since Qin Yulan had spoken, he couldn't say anything else. After all, they had only known each other for less than a day and were not very familiar with each other. After reminding Qin Yulan to be careful, Lin Xian returned to Juanhao Hotel. Not long after Lin Xian left, a black Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of the entrance of IF's shopping mall in the neon night. A slightly fat middle-aged man in a black suit got out of the car. Miss, it's too late. Let me take you back to school. Chapter 14: A New Beginning. He bowed respectfully and spoke to Qin Yulan. He is one of the most experienced stewards in the Qin mansion. The last name is Zhong. The Qin family all called him Zhonghua. After Qin Yulan transferred to Jiangbei, he followed her to take care of her. Qin Yulan seemed to be slightly displeased. There was a hint of darkness in her beautiful eyes, and then she disappeared silently in the night where light and shadow intertwined. She sighed, I just go out shopping with friends occasionally, and I'll go back by myself. There's no need for you to make such a fuss, right? It is our unshirkable duty to protect the third miss at all times. Why would we mobilize a large force? It's late at night, third miss, please. Zhong Bo nodded and made a gesture of invitation. He seemed humble, but his tone revealed a strong and irresistible tone. Qin Yulan was silent. In the darkness of the night, her beautiful and delicate face made it difficult to see her expression. But before getting in the car, he said in a cold tone, really? Whether it is protection or surveillance, you know it in your hearts. Presidential suite of Sovereign Hotel. Ha! Lin Xian lay comfortably on the oversized bed, closed his eyes, relaxed his body and mind, and took a deep breath. In this short half-day, life has undergone earth-shaking changes. He hadn't had time to digest the embarrassment of Meideji, Zhou Linlin's betrayal, Yu Zhanghao's provocation, the arrival of the godly rich system, and everything that happened in the luxury store. Gurgle. I got hungry in time. Lin Xian jumped up from the big bed. I picked up the red Xiaomi phone and started ordering takeout on a certain JD food delivery platform. He seldom ordered takeout at school before. Even with various discounts, a takeout meal would cost at least 10 yuan, which was too extravagant. The cafeteria on campus was more economical. Even if I order it occasionally, I only order fried noodles and Shaxian snacks. This time it's different. Lin Xian picked up his phone and picked out the expensive ones, ordering only from branded takeaway stores, with prices set at over 100 yuan, including spicy braised prawns, Yangchang Lake hairy crabs, Hokkaido salmon, Australian seafood sashimi. In short, it combines Chinese and Western flavors. The main thing is that I ordered all the things I had not been willing to order before. There is no limit on cuisine and the more expensive the better. Lin Xian was very happy ordering. This resulted in the hotel waiters delivering a large table full of takeout food one after another. Then he considerately helped Lin Xian open the takeaway packaging, classified the dishes, and placed them neatly and orderly on the large round revolving dining table. A large table of hot and sumptuous dishes in various packages. Lin Xian crossed his legs and sat casually on a single mahogany chair, tasting the 1996 Romanée Conti red wine sent by the hotel from a glass goblet. While holding chopsticks, he casually ate the food that the waitress had thoughtfully placed in the bowl. Mr. Lin, this abalone looks good, please try it. Be careful, it's hot. The pretty waitress, with her slender waist bent and her buttocks raised, stood beside Lin Xian and provided one-on-one personal service. The distance was so close that it was about to fall onto Lin Xian. But Lin Xian's attention was always on the food and his mobile phone. He is simply sitting still. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't seem to be interested in him, the waitress smiled sweetly and started a conversation in a delicate tone. "Mr. Lin, you also use a red Xiaomi phone? What a coincidence, we have the same model. I think this phone is very good, cost-effective, and easy to use. I don't like to use those iPhones. They are all foreign worshipping." The waitress was slightly excited after finally finding the similarities between herself and this wealthy man, Mr. Lin. She became more and more excited as she talked. "Really? Not anymore." Lin Xian glanced at her indifferently and smiled. "Joke. Who wants to use a red Xiaomi phone if they have money? Of course, domestic products must be supported. For example, the cars made by Redmi Mobile Phone Company." Lin Xian thought they were pretty good, and planned to pick one up to drive around in a few days. Ah. Hearing this, the waitress was surprised. The next second, there was a knock on the door of the presidential suite. When the door was opened, a male waiter came in with 2 large bags of apples in his hands. He bowed with a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Lin, the whole set of Apple and iPhone electronic products you purchased has arrived." "Okay, leave it there." The waitress next to Lin Xian had a slightly strange look on her face, but she immediately helped Lin Xian bring in the Apple products at the door. Then he placed 4 of the latest iPhone 16 Pro Max mobile phones in different colors, iPads of various models and sizes, a top-of-the-line Apple laptop, as well as some headphones of different models, some protective covers and other accessories neatly on the table. Lin Xian casually took apart a black iPhone 16, activated it, and then replaced the SIM card with his own. As for the remaining 3 movies, they will be on iPhone 16 PM. Lin Xian planned to take it back to his 3 roommates. After setting up the new phone, asked the waitress to leave the room. Then he received a call from the designated driver, asking him to return the car keys. Because he was driving the Lafa back during the evening rush hour, and it happened to be the most congested road in the city center, so he drove the car to Jiangda at this time. Lin Xian asked the designated driver to contact Qin Yulan directly and give her the car keys. Lin Xian is not going back to school tonight. It's troublesome to ask someone to deliver the keys. After finishing a bunch of trivial things, Lin Xian picked up the goblet, poured himself a glass of red wine, and walked leisurely to the French window of the living room on the 56th floor with his long legs. The center of Jiangbei City is brightly lit late at night. Countless modern buildings and the vast winding Jialing River were all lying at his feet. Lin Xian stood with a cup in one hand, like a majestic king who had granted amnesty to the world. At this moment, Lin Xian felt complicated. Many people and thoughts flashed through my mind one by one. It was too late now. Tomorrow during the day, he planned to transfer some money to his third aunt who ran a small catering business in Nanhai City. It's a way to repay her for taking care of me over the years. It is also to make her have more money so that her grandmother, who is going to live with her in Nanhai in her old age, can have a better life. Lin Xian's parents died early. Lin Xian grew up with his grandmother. Later, his father and third uncle, the eldest son, passed away one after another. Lin Xian was devastated and became absent-minded all day long. He suffered from severe Alzheimer's disease, commonly known as senile dementia. At that time, Lin Xian had just entered high school. Although he was studying and working part-time, and was able to provide for his basic living expenses and tuition fees, he was unable to take care of his grandmother. Outsiders were all laughing at the situation and saying that the entire Lin family was going to collapse completely. The third aunt endured the pain of losing her husband, and managed to make ends meet by setting up a snack stand, taking care of grandma, and raising her cousin. Later, through an introduction, my third aunt took the savings from the stall and went to Nanhai City to open a snack shop. Unexpectedly, the business was very good and flourished. She opened 2 more branches and brought my cousin and grandmother over as well. The climate there is warm and pleasant all year round, which is suitable for elderly people to live in. We also hired someone to take care of grandma. Lin Xian was always grateful to his third aunt. I have always thought about repaying her when I grow up and have a job and make money. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. It can be said that after all the hard work comes the sweet reward. After thinking about it, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I took out my newly bought iPhone 16 Pro Max, turned on the camera function, and pressed the camera button towards the dazzling city night view below. A freshly released live photo of the night view of Jiangbei city center from a super high floor perspective was immediately posted by Lin Xian on his WeChat Moments. And the caption said, "Everything is a new beginning." Lin Xian rarely posts on WeChat Moments. This post quickly received a lot of likes and comments. Chapter 15 Brother Xian has become rich. Wow, this is incredible. Is this the view from a high floor of the Sovereign Hotel? Where has Brother Xian made his fortune recently? Don't forget me, your buddy. 666. My brother Xian has suddenly become rich? Come to my brother's place and buy a luxurious large flat, it's a great deal. Most of the comments are innocuous jokes. But at this moment, Lin Xian's ex-girlfriend Zhou Linlin was lying on the bed in the dormitory, rubbing her knee that was hurt from the fall tonight, while staring at the screen of her mobile phone. Looking at the circle of friends that Lin Xian posted, not only did she lose all sleepiness, but her heart was in turmoil. She studied Lin Xian's live picture over and over again no less than 20 times. Through the vague light and shadow in the photo, it was discovered that Lin Xian took the photo in a luxurious room on a high floor. Oh my god, Lin Xian is staying in a luxury hotel? He really is a hidden rich second generation. Ah! Zhou Linlin screamed wildly in her heart. I regret so much that my face is distorted. But what she cared about more was, did that bitch Qin Yulan shamelessly go to get a room with Lin Xian just because Lin Xian was rich? She missed Lin Xian, and she must not let Qin Yulan take advantage of him. She suddenly sat up from the bed, pulled open the bed curtains, and looked towards Qin Yulan's bed. Not only no one. Still empty. Damn, this bitch. Did you really book a room? Zhou Linlin's heart instantly sank. I hurriedly asked the other two roommates, where's Qin Yulan? Did you see her come back tonight? Come back? Go back where? Just now when you went to take a shower, she came over and packed up all her things and moved them away. She said she was moving to the empty single luxury dormitory next door. The girl on the bed opposite Zhou Linlin responded with envy while changing into her pajamas. Zhou Linlin was surprised. Change to a single dormitory? That's expensive. Where does she get so much money? Could it be that Lin Xian gave it to him? Damn it! Zhou Linlin was horrified, as if she had given the money that should have belonged to her to Qin Yulan. Another girl was a little speechless and said, "Oh, you don't know yet, do you? I'm a rich lady. How could I be short of this little money? When I go out to play, I'm picked up by luxury cars." She just drove back to school in a Rolls-Royce. Several girls from the 507 dormitory next door saw it with their own eyes. Hearing this, Zhou Linlin snorted coldly, with a bit of viciousness on her face. Humph, what if she is being kept by someone? The other girl was suddenly speechless. Instantly, she also saw clearly what kind of person Zhou Linlin was. She suddenly felt a little guilty and regretful about the fact that when Qin Yulan first moved into the dormitory, Zhou Linlin was jealous of Qin Yulan and she helped Zhou isolate Qin. Of course, her change was mainly based on her discovery that Qin Yulan was very rich and powerful. People always bully the weak and fear the strong, and they treat others differently based on their situation. While applying hand cream, the girl glanced at Zhou Linlin and sneered, "You know that the student union president Zhou Liran is pursuing Qin Yulan, right?" Zhou Liran? Is he the super rich second-generation handsome guy in the art department? In Jiangnan University, almost every girl knows Zhou Liran's reputation as a male god. The main reason is that he is so outstanding. He is handsome, rich, good in both character and study, and is the president of the student union. He can also play many musical instruments and often performs on the school stage, charming a large number of girls. Most importantly, he is single and has almost no scandals. He is simply the campus idol. I heard that Master Zhou is not just blindly enthusiastic. The handsome man and beautiful woman are in a family marriage. They are a perfect match and both families run listed companies. They will arrange their marriage after graduation. Otherwise, why do you think Miss Qin suddenly transferred to Zheng University? It's all to cultivate feelings in advance in the same school. Zhou Linlin was silent after hearing her roommate's call. She lowered her head, wondering what she was thinking. And the other side. Yu Zhenghao, who was so depressed and doubtful about his life after being slapped in the face by Lin Xian, called 7 or 8 of his friends to go to the KTV to sing and drink. In occasions like this in the past, he was always the one being praised and flattered by everyone. Drinking and picking up girls is no problem. This time, Yu Zhanghao ordered a cigarette, contrary to his usual behavior, and sat aside, smoking silently with a bitter and resentful look on his face. Listening to the other people singing karaoke and drinking, while talking loudly. Fuck, do you know the latest secrets of our Jian University? What? Do you know the school beauty Qin Yulan who just transferred to our school? I heard that she is very famous. She is the daughter of a large enterprise in Yunzhou. A real super white, rich and beautiful girl. A tall boy with a shaved head, regular features, a handsome appearance, fashionable clothes, holding a bottle of snow beer in his hand, gossiped to everyone with a mysterious and interested look on his face. His name is Chu Xiang. He is the captain of the school basketball team. He usually does well in school and is extremely popular with girls. He is well connected everywhere, so he is the first to know any explosive news in school. If you're so awesome, then wouldn't it mean you can save 30 years of hard work if you get her? What are you still hesitating about? Brother Xiang, come on. Hurry up. A boy wearing glasses sitting next to him said excitedly. Chu Xiang pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, shook his head, and said, "Ha, what do you know? Qin, the school beauty, is already taken." Ah? Who is it? When Chu Xiang said this, even Yu Zhanghao, who was smoking silently, pricked up his ears and looked over. He. Chu Xiang picked up the cigarette on the table, and smoked one for himself. He took 2 puffs, with smoke billowing, and then continued. Who else could it be? Of course it's me, brother Zhou Liran. Family marriage. Isn't it awesome? Brother Zhou told me this himself at the dinner table before he returned to Yunzhou 2 days ago. After saying that, Chu Xiang looked at everyone's expressions and smiled with a look of pride. It's as if he can appear to be very awesome by being on good terms with Zhou Liran. What the hell? Is this true? Hearing this, Yu Zhanghao seemed to be electrocuted and immediately asked in a serious tone. Chu Xiang was speechless. How the hell could it be fake? Fuck. School beauty Qin is Mr. Zhou's girl? And that bastard Lin Xian is still licking his ass and going on a date with school beauty Qin? Who is Zhou Xiao? One of the top rich second generation in Jian University. Usually, he can easily get hold of luxury cars and supercars. I heard that his family owns a well-known listed company in Yunzhou with a market value of tens of billions and a strong background. Ordinary people can't afford to offend them, and dare not. I didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to touch Zhou Xiao's woman. Think of this. A hint of complacency and calculation flashed across Yu Zhanghao's face. I don't care if you, Lin, are some bullshit hidden rich second generation. Can you be richer than Zhou Liran's family? How dare you covet Qin Yulan? Then wait to be dealt with. Ha. After thinking about it, Yu Zhanghao immediately exaggerated and told the story of all the things that happened when he met Lin Xian and Qin Yulan today. He deliberately made the two of them sound very ambiguous, and concealed the fact that Lin Xian drove a Lafite, had a famous watch, and gave Qin Yulan a Chanel. Anyway, the main point was that he would never admit that Lin Xian was richer than him. Hearing this, Chu Xiang seemed to have heard a huge joke. He clapped his hands in shock and disdain and laughed loudly. Ha, brother Hao, are you sure you're not making this up? Fuck. I would believe you if you said Lin Xian picked up the leftovers of Qin the school beauty, but you told me Qin Yulan was dating Lin Xian? And they went to a place like IFS where rich people go. Can he afford a bottle of water there? Ha. Chu Xiang and Lin Xian's dormitories are right next to each other, one in 406 and the other in 407. We can't see each other when we look down, but we can see each other when we look up. In Chu Xiang's eyes, Lin Xian is an absolute loser. If he knew someone else was dating Qin Yulan, he would have wanted to tell Zhou Liran, who was far away in Yunzhou, to take credit for it. But you tell me this person is Lin Xian? Are you sure this is not a joke? Can the school beauty Qin really fall for someone with the last name Lin? Speaking of Lin Xian, Chu Xiang not only looked down on him from the bottom of his heart, but also felt a little dissatisfied. A few months ago, he had bought his Tesla Model Y less than 2 weeks ago. It happened to be a school holiday, so he was polite in front of a few female classmates and offered to give a ride to Lin Xian, who was going home in the same direction. Unexpectedly, this guy was not polite at all and got in the car directly. Did he really think he was the driver? Chapter 16. I'm so sad. The most infuriating thing is, the last stretch of road we took him back on was extremely bad, and with the sudden rain, his new car was covered in mud. The potholes on the road made it hard to tell if the car's chassis was scratched. I should have known it was some remote rural place. He won't send it no matter what. A new car worth more than 200,000 yuan. I feel so sorry for him. In the end, Lin Xian didn't say much, just said thank you, and then transferred 30 yuan to him for the car wash fee. Did Chu Xiang need this 30 yuan? And at this time, presidential suite of Sovereign Hotel, Zhangbei City Center. Lin Xian just lay down on the oversized bed, ready to close his eyes and have a good sleep. The system's voice came at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have spent a total of 239,740,000 renminbi today and received 2 points of super rich points. Note that the godly points can be used to purchase items in the system mall. For every 100 million renminbi the host spends, he will receive 1 Shinhao point. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Xian understood. I suddenly became interested. Not so sleepy anymore. He opened the system mall and browsed through it roughly. I can't help but sigh that I have discovered a new world. In the mall, you can use your points to purchase various physical attributes, such as strength and agility. You can also purchase various skills, including daily life such as driving, cooking, etc. There were cultural and sports skills such as basketball, football, golf, English, French, German, singing, writing, etc., as well as skills such as playing various musical instruments, which dazzled Lin Xian. What shocked Lin Xian the most was, in the system mall, you can also buy various martial arts skills. 18 Jingwu styles, Taishu Inyang Ju, Luyunbu, Xiantian Sword Ju. Besides that, there are also various secret medical techniques and so on. Awesome! Lin Xian felt that the main purpose of this system mall was to buy things that money couldn't buy. This is much more precious and rare than anything bought with money. What money buys are ultimately external things. For example, the luxurious villas, famous cars and watches, and luxury brand clothes that everyone pursues, no matter how rich, prosperous and dazzling they are just external decorations of a person. The system mall is different, it can completely enrich a person's inner world. All kinds of knowledge and learning can be improved through painless learning as long as you spend the godly points. It can even improve various internal properties of the body. Transform your body's inner strength. At this moment, Lin Xian had a new desire to spend money. For every 100 million you spend, you will get 1 super rich point. Alas, I still spent too little today. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. Currently there are 2 rich points. Open the system mall, 2 godly points can only improve 2 attributes. 2 points is enough. Let's add some strength first and see if there is any change. After saying that, Lin Xian chose to add the godly rich points to the strength attribute. Suddenly, his own attribute panel changed. Host, Lin Xian. Age, 19. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Strength, 8. Agility, 6. Mental strength, 6. Constitution, 7. The peak value of each attribute of ordinary people is 10 points. Martial arts skills, none. Skills, driving basketball. In an instant, I felt that every muscle and even every cell in my body was injected with new vitality. More powerful than ever. A strong body also indirectly brings a sense of being energetic. It's really magical. Lin Xian twisted his neck and waved his arms, with increasingly obvious muscular lines. He could clearly feel that after adding these 2 powers, his body had undergone great changes. The peak value of each attribute of a normal adult is 10 points. If strength and other attributes are all increased to 10 points, what will it feel like and what will the changes be? At this moment, Lin Xian's desire to spend money reached its peak. However, just shopping, even if it was buying villas, supercars, and famous watches, for Lin Xian, who had 100 billion in gold, it was still too slow to spend. I still have to start a business. Lin Xian thought about it and murmured. As the saying goes, we are not afraid of the second generation of rich people losing their ambition due to playing with things, but we are afraid of the second generation of rich people becoming ambitious. If you are not careful when starting a business, it will be a bottomless pit for investment. However, for Lin Xian, who has 100 billion yuan, even if he spends more money on starting a business, it will just be a drop in the bucket. Just as Lin Xian was about to turn on his phone, when searching for the process and various procedures for opening a company, the system popped up. Ding! The host's ambition has been detected, and the corresponding reward mechanism of this system has been randomly triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the equity of Future Capital. The company was founded in 2017 and is Jiangbei City's leading emerging investment company. Currently, its investment industries include medical care, entertainment, catering, and the internet. The current valuation is about 5.6 billion yuan. After the system finished talking about the rewards, it began to introduce the company's situation. Lin Xian was delighted. The system directly rewards him with a large-scale investment company, so he doesn't have to go through the trouble of going through various procedures and forming a startup team? At this time, the system said again. Ding! An urgent investment project has been detected in the current domestic investment community. The amount involved is 120 billion. Investment project SUV-RD project of Smolmy's car company. This project is led by Mr. Lei, the boss of Smolmy. It is expected to have a promising development prospect. It is currently favored by many investment companies, but the investment funds are huge. Many companies are urgently negotiating cooperation with Smolmy. May I ask if the host wants to invest in this project? After hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned at first. ISNT, the car company under Xiaomi Corporation, Xiaomi Auto? Lin Xian personally has a good impression of the company. The previous Red Rice phone was also a mobile phone product from this company. Besides, the prospects are not promising. Unimportant. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He just wants to spend money. Spend money like crazy. Investing 120 billion at once, doesn't that mean he will spend 120 billion at once? Cast. System, I have invested in this project. Lin Xian said. System, ding. Okay host, due to the urgency of the project, this system will immediately pass the message to the top management of Future Capital Company, but from now on, the host will need to take over the company in person. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. I picked up my phone and started searching online for more information about Future Capital. And the other side. Dynasty KTV, Supreme Box 0008. Brother Xiang, in your opinion, Lin doesn't have much ability or capital? Today, a brand new Ferrari LaFerrari arrived at our school. You all heard about it, right? Yu Zhanghao picked up the glass on the table, poured the wine, and asked tentatively. When Xu Xiang heard this, he laughed loudly and wildly. Does Lin Xian have the ability? The capital? He. As for the LaFerrari you mentioned, isn't it the car of the school beauty Qin? It's just a supercar. For people like my brother Joe and school beauty Qin, it's nothing. When Yu Zhanghao heard this, he was stunned. I feel really excited. He quickly put down his glass and asked, Huh? That car doesn't belong to Lin Xian? It belongs to Qin Yulan? Of course, we saw the designated driver hand the car keys to Qin Xiaohua at the East Gate parking lot at night. A yellow-haired man with tattoos all over his arms spoke with a confident look, holding a cigarette in his mouth. It's not school beauty Qin's car. Do you really think Lin Xian can afford a LaFerrari? How can he afford it? Just because of that shabby rural house on the edge of Jiangbei City? Ha. As if he had heard a huge joke, Xu Xiang fell on the sofa and laughed like a pig. The others followed suit and laughed. For a moment, the KTV box was filled with noisy laughter. Yu Zhanghao took a deep breath. He threw the cigarette butt to the ground with a look of hatred, stomped it out with his foot, and sneered, Fuck it, it turns out that it was all Qin School Beauty's money. Lin Xian, this bastard, is actually taking advantage of the tiger's power? He's using women's money to show off? He's playing tricks on me. Grass. I can't stand it. Damn it, he must kill this bastard. Regardless of the fact that it was already midnight, he stood up and walked out of the box quickly, picked up his phone and called his second uncle. Uncle, it's like this. I need to trouble you with something at school. Tomorrow. Chapter 17 Punishment. Sovereign Hotel, Presidential Suite. Lin Xian was lying on the big bed, holding his mobile phone and computer, and he spent almost half an hour quickly browsing through the various information and documents sent by the chief assistant of Future Capital. The general situation of this company is similar to what the system describes. Emerging capital. The internal management system is mature. If Lin Xian took over, it wouldn't take much effort, but He is only a sophomore in college, and although his studies are not stressful, they are not easy either. What's more, now he just wants to spend money and enjoy the world. Therefore, it is important to find a suitable person to help him manage the company in the future. Who are you looking for? Staring at the gorgeous and stylish Italian crystal chandelier on the ceiling, Lin Xian was in a trance, and a figure flashed through his mind. At this time, the system voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully spent 120 billion yuan and obtained 1200 Xinhao points. So fast? It really is an emergency project. Lin Xian was feeling emotional. At the same time, WeChat on my mobile phone also received a message from the chief assistant of Future Capital Company. President, Mr. Lei from Xiaomi said that in order to thank you for your investment, he would like to give you a Xiaomi SU7 Ultra Top and Limited Edition. Please choose the color. Xiaomi will speed up the production for you as quickly as possible. And to highlight the specialness of your car, Ray will always sign it on the side. Okay. After Lin Xian replied, he picked up the tablet and clicked on the Xiaomi car option link sent by the chief assistant, and began to choose the color. After looking around, he finally chose a conspicuous yellow. He was originally planning to pick up a SU7 in a few days. I didn't expect that it would be so quick. After investing, Mr. Lei personally sent me a SU7 Ultra and engraved his autograph on it. It is the only one in the world. That night, Lin Xian slept soundly on the oversized bed in the presidential suite. Until noon. Buzz. Lin Xian was woken up by the vibration of a message on his cell phone. Lin Xian opened WeChat with sleepy eyes, only to see the dormitory group going crazy. Group message of Zheng De Handsome Group 406. Lali at my third brother, what is going on? Why is the school suddenly punishing you? What did you do behind our backs? Zhang Yu at me, go back to school quickly, I heard the punishment is quite severe, you have to stay in school for probation. Lu Jiehue, damn, what should I do in this situation? Lin Xian was half awakened from his sleep. Afterwards, I immediately called the counselor to verify, and got an almost affirmative answer. The counselor only said that he had indeed received news that he would be punished for repeated absences from classes, but the specific severity of the punishment was not very clear at the moment, and then asked Lin Xian to return to school. Now Lin Xian woke up completely from his sleepiness. He thought, recently he had only occasionally skipped 1 or 2 classes for a part-time job? The frequency was no more than 2 classes a week, and most of the classes he missed were Mao's selected works, which were not attended by students. Was he really required to be placed on probation? Could it be Yu Zhanghao? Lin Xian had heard that this guy behaved arrogantly in school, often skipping classes, leaving early, and even fighting, as well as cheating in various exams and failing grades, but nothing happened to him, let alone any punishment. All this is because he has a relative who is the deputy director of the school's academic affairs office. Figured this out. Lin Xian curled his lips. If it were in the past, such a severe punishment as being kept on probation would really scare Lin Xian to death. Being placed on probation is second only to being expelled from school. After all, he has no money and no power, and the academic qualifications he obtained after 10 years of hard study are almost the only way out for ordinary people like him. If there is a problem with his academic qualifications, Lin Xian dare not imagine what will happen to him? Completely ruined? I have to say, Yu Zhanghao's move was indeed vicious. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed across Lin Xian's eyes. Fortunately, today, he is no longer the Lin Xian who was bullied by others. Detention? Ha ha. There was a gleam of light in Lin Xian's eyes, and he had a plan in mind. He rose from the bed unhurriedly. Then he walked slowly to the cloakroom of the suite. The purchased goods that were delivered by major brands last night were sorted and classified by the hotel waiters and placed in the cloakroom one by one. The Patek Philippe watches were placed in a safe on one side of the cloakroom. Lin Xian chose a gray Gucci t-shirt, paired it with casual pants and shoes and socks of the same color, then opened the safe and chose a black Patek Philippe 5067A to put on. With this set, you will feel youthful and fashionable yet also a little mature. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the doorbell of the suite rang. It was the waiter who brought the breakfast. While Lin Xian was sitting in front of the French window, enjoying the sunshine and eating a hearty Western breakfast, he contacted Qin Yulan on WeChat and asked her to help him contact a designated driver to drive the LaFerrari from school. The sun is shining brightly in early summer. About an hour later, Lin Xian sat in the driver's seat of LaFerrari. Boom boom. Step on the accelerator. The young ladies wearing cool and sexy clothes on the street all looked over with burning eyes. When encountering a red light at an intersection, some brave girls would come directly and knock on the car window to ask for WeChat. However, he was ruthlessly rejected by Lin Xian. A red LaFerrari was driving on the asphalt road covered with golden sunlight. The cell phone on the passenger seat next to me kept buzzing. You don't need to look to know that it's all about the school's punishment. However, Lin Xian did not drive towards the school. There is no rush for this matter. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator and came to the Michelin Western restaurant last night. Welcome, Mr. Lin? When she saw the person coming, Ling Shiran's beautiful eyes were startled. Lin Xian rejected her WeChat request yesterday. Smart people would understand that it was actually a rejection of her as a person. She didn't expect Lin Xian to come to the restaurant again so soon. And I'm alone. Mr. Lin, please come in. Lin Xian looked at her deeply. Then he walked to a dining table in front of the window and sat down. He looked at the watch on his wrist and said calmly, Ms. Ling, I would like to invite you to accompany me to a place. Can I take 15 minutes off? Of course, you can refuse. In the morning, he asked his general assistant to investigate Ling Shiran's detailed information. She has a master's degree from an Ivy League school, a clean family background, and no complicated background. In terms of talent and academic qualifications, in Lin Xian's opinion, she is fully qualified for the position of general manager of Future Capital. Although young. But it doesn't matter, his capital is enough for Ling Shiran to make trial and error at will. He was too lazy to interview and find new people from the massive resume database. The most important thing. The system has bound Ling Shiran as the target of the strategy, so he needs to contact Ling Shiran and let Ling Shiran manage the company, killing two birds with one stone. But Ling Shiran also needs to judge the situation and know how to choose the right tree for a good bird to live in. His words just now were an olive branch. Lin Xian did not directly state that he needed a general manager, because compared to using the position of Future Capital general manager to win people's hearts, he needed this general manager to be more inclined to him, Lin Xian himself, and to become his person. Whether Ling Shiran can seize this opportunity is her fate. In other words, if Ling Shiran refused Lin Xian's invitation for private companionship because she was afraid of delaying her work, Lin Xian would not say anything more. There are some things that adults understand tacitly. At this moment, the golden light of the afternoon outside the floor-to-ceiling window fell gracefully on Lin Xian's handsome face. It adds a hazy and sacred feeling to his whole person. Plus, it was different from the cheap clothes he was wearing last night. Today, Lin Xian is wearing luxury brand clothes, her hairstyle is carefully styled, and the Patek Philippe on her wrist is even more eye-catching. He has the feeling of a handsome and noble young man. For a moment, Ling Shiran opened her eyes wide and was stunned. I don't know if it was because of what Lin Xian said just now, or because of the handsome face of Lin Xian in front of me. Chapter 18 Brother Xian has become rich. Those few seconds of stunned silence seemed as long as a century. Ling Shiran is a smart person. Naturally, he understood that with Lin Xian's financial background, such a wealthy man would never ask someone to stop working for no reason to accompany him on a private trip. This is tantamount to recruiting in disguise. Especially since she took the initiative to ask for AV last night and was rejected, Mr. Lin must have his reasons for his actions today. At this moment, huge waves surged in her heart. Then he looked at Lin Xian steadily and said slowly, Mr. Lin, please wait for me for a moment. Lin Xian nodded. After Ling Shiran left, Lin Xian opened his own attribute panel. After investing in small rice company last night, I got 1,200 points. Now I can fill up all the attributes at will. First, increase strength, agility, physique, and mental power to 10 points. A total of 13 Shinhao points are consumed. At this moment, all of Lin Xian's physical attributes have reached peak human values. Almost immediately, Lin Xian felt as if a spiritual spring was pouring in from the top of his head, infusing all the meridians in his body. It was as if the body was reforged. Brand new. A strange feeling of being both light and powerful, as if it were a divine power bestowed by God. Lin Xian sat on a chair in the corner of the restaurant. He casually clenched his fist with his backhand. He didn't use much strength, but the muscles and veins in his arm were exposed. Lin Xian's body was not very big, and his arms were the same thickness as usual, but his internal bones, muscles, and strength had undergone a subversive change. If we only talk about strength, at this moment, Lin Xian's strength attribute of 10 points, the full value for humans, is comparable to the world's top weightlifting masters. Max out attributes such as agility, physique, and mental strength. It also made Lin Xian's body and senses full of a sense of lightness and agility. The most obvious change is that Lin Xian can feel that his vision and hearing are much more sensitive than before. On the dining table about 7 or 8 meters in front, a couple was leaning against each other and whispering, and Lin Xian could hear them very clearly. It was as if the two were talking right next to his ear. It's amazing. When the heart was shocked, Lin Xian continued to use the rich points to add to his own attributes. However, this time he discovered that after each attribute exceeded 10 points, every additional point would cost 10 godly points. It's okay. I still have 1187 super rich points. Lin Xian bang 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 increased each attribute value by 20 points. At the same time, the changes within the body are felt strongly. It's as if there is abundant internal strength. He felt like he could knock over a moving car with just one punch. Visual, auditory, and other sense agility are far beyond the ordinary. Lin Xian couldn't help but look out the window excitedly. The red car ahead of him had already driven nearly 100 meters away, but Lin Xian could still see each wheel turning clearly, and even hear the clattering sound of the stone stuck in the tires hitting the ground. This discovery made Lin Xian's heart surge with excitement. He spread out his hands, looking at his completely renewed body in surprise, and murmured, "The effect of the godly points is indeed huge. It directly transformed my body to surpass that of an ordinary person. And now, there are only 787 rich points left." Lin Xian tried to continue to improve his attributes. It turns out that, after each attribute exceeds 20 points, it will cost 100 godly points to increase it by 1 point. 100 super rich points is equivalent to a consumption of 10 billion. Fuck. It really gets harder the higher you go. Lin Xian gave up for now. It seems that the operation of future capital needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After all, no matter how extravagantly he spends, he only spends a few 100 million at most each time. His spending speed is really too slow. A quarter of an hour later. In the co-pilot seat of the red LaFerrari, Ling Shiran looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said with her red lips slightly parted, "Mr. Lin, where should we go?" Ling Shiran took off her work uniform and put on a tight white dress that outlined her figure. Her long, slightly curly black hair fell in front of her proud and upright breasts. With every move she made, the alluring scent of her perfume emanated from her body. Her whole body is as delicate as a rosebud about to bloom. Green. But there is also a little bit of mature charm. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel dazed. He rolled down the window. "Let the wind blow in." After thinking for 2 seconds, he said, "First, accompany me to buy a house." Ling Shiran still had a question mark on her face. Lin Xian stepped on the accelerator and the red LaFerrari sped away several hundred meters. We drove all the way to the sales office of Raffles City in the center of Jianbei City. "Welcome. Are you two here to see the house? Do you have an appointment?" "Of course, it's okay if you don't have an appointment. Please come in, sir or madam." Lin Xian drove the LaFerrari directly to the entrance of the sales office, threw the car keys to the parking attendant, and strode into the sales hall with Ling Shiran. In the huge sales hall, there were very few customers looking at houses. As soon as they saw Lin Xian's supercar, the sales staff came up to greet him enthusiastically. 5 or 6 salesmen surrounded the two people with smiling faces. "Please take a seat here, both of you." "Sir, what would you like to drink?" "We have coffee, red wine, Longjing tea, and various ice drinks." "Or maybe some fruit snacks first?" "Sir and madam, have you ever heard of the apartment types that our company is currently selling? Do you have any favorite apartment types?" Several salesmen were chattering in Lin Xian's ear. They all want to win over Lin Xian, a big customer who wears a Patek Philippe and drives a luxury supercar. After all, the Raffles properties here are large flats in the city center with a starting price of tens of millions. The rich people who can afford them are only a minority, and customers are hard to come by. But as long as one unit is sold, the commission will be considerable. As the saying goes, if you don't open for 3 years, you can make a living for 3 years after you open. Lin Xian, who had become the focus of the sales hall, slowly stopped and stood still. After visiting several luxury stores last night, he has gotten used to being sought after by everyone. At least he looked calm and composed. Not feeling awkward at all. Lin Xian looked around the hall, and at this moment, he was attracted by a familiar plump figure. Lin Xian walked forward. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "Shop manager?" "Hey! Lin Xian?" The plump woman turned around and saw Lin Xian, her eyes lit up instantly. She was the female manager of the medcard store where Lin Xian worked part-time before. Yesterday afternoon, she also witnessed Lin Xian's sudden wealth and then resigned. "You are here, are you?" "Oh, I'm here to apply for a part-time real estate sales position. As you know, Medkey's performance has declined recently, and I've lost my bonus, so I'm looking for a side job to make money." Seeing Lin Xian appear in the sales office, dressed in all branded clothes, the female manager was full of envy. At the same time, he was surprised and curious. "Xian, you are here to buy a house? I saw Lin Xian driving a Ferrari with my own eyes yesterday." So now when the female manager saw Lin Xian was going to buy a house here, she thought it was natural. As for Ling Shiran, who was walking next to Lin Xian, she also smiled at her as a greeting. After all, Lin Xian was a super second generation who enjoyed experiencing life, so it was normal for him to have a beautiful girlfriend. Hearing this, Lin Xian looked at the interview application form in the female manager's hand and nodded. Then they exchanged a few more pleasantries. Then he turned and walked away. Seeing that Lin Xian had not yet chosen a sales office position, the other salespeople still wanted to fight for it. At this time, Lin Xian made a phone call. After a while, a short and fat young man with a crew cut and wearing a sales suit came towards Lin Xian from the inside of the hall with an excited look on his face. "Brother Xian, damn, you really are rich? Don't worry if you come to me to buy a house. We were classmates in high school, and I will definitely give you the best discount." Chapter 19, Not Short of Money. When Zhang Haoqiang received Lin Xian's call, he didn't believe it at first. Last night, he just left a message to Lin Xian's friend circle, asking him to come to him to buy a house. He was just joking. After all, how could he not know Lin Xian's conditions and situation? But when the girl at the front desk told him that a big customer wearing a Patek Philippe watch and driving a red supercar had come to the lobby, he went out to take a look with suspicion. Damn, Lin Xian, his high school classmate from the same village and class, was no longer the young and poor student he once was? Not only is there a Patek Philippe watch on the wrist, there is a beautiful lady with a graceful figure and great looks next to her? It's really developed, huh? Brother Xian, this beautiful lady, is she your girlfriend? Zhang Haoqiang's eyes lit up when he saw Ling Shiran, and he asked with envy. Lin Xian smiled and said concisely, "My friend, Ling Shiran." "Hello. Ms. Ling, hello." After a round of reminiscing and greetings, Zhang Haoqiang invited Lin Xian Ling Shiran to sit on the sofa in the lounge area and poured tea for them. "Brother Xian, what kind of apartment do you want to see? We all have large flats here. Also, what about the budget? The most expensive one you have will do." Lin Xian crossed his legs and took a sip of tea. He looked calm and composed, as if buying a house worth tens of millions was no problem at all. Of course, this really meant nothing to Lin Xian. If Jiangbei wasn't a new first-tier city in China, the housing prices in the city center would be just so-so, completely incomparable to the super first-tier cities, and he would have wanted to buy a more expensive one. First of all, we have money. Secondly, it can add more rich points. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Haoqiang's smile froze a little, and he took a breath. To be honest, he didn't quite believe it. It felt like Lin Xian was pretending. After all, they were from the same village. It's not like he had never seen Lin Xian's tile house before, so why did he say he wanted to buy a large flat in the Raffle City in the center of Jiangbei? Do you know how much the house price is? The apartment with the largest area and the widest view here is about 80,000 per square meter. I'll pay in full. Before Zhang Haoqiang could finish his words, Lin Xian impatiently put down his teacup and interrupted him. Zhang Haoqiang was stunned for about a second. Then he looked at the Patek Philippe on Lin Xian's wrist, and then at the beautiful woman Ling Shiran who was standing next to Lin Xian with a calm expression. He temporarily swallowed all the questions in his mind. He laughed and said, "Brother Xian, for that large flat, you have to verify your capital before viewing the house. It's all procedures, you know, the rules here are." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and stood up from the sofa. A phone call was made directly to the chief assistant of Future Capital. As for trivial matters like capital verification, he could just let his assistant handle it. As for the assets, it was enough to verify the assets of Future Capital, as he personally held 100% of the shares. 10 minutes later. The chief assistant hurried over in the company's business car and communicated with Zhang Haoqiang to advance the capital verification matters. When they found out that the president of Future Capital was Lin Xian, Zhang Haoqiang and Ling Shiran were stunned. This is an emerging capital company that ranks among the top in Jiangbei City and is valued at tens of billions. Even Zhang Haoqiang and Ling Shiran, who were working in different industries, had heard of it. Especially Zhang Haoqiang, his jaw dropped. He couldn't even speak clearly. No, damn it. Brother Xian, you are the boss of Future Capital? Ling Shiran quickly accepted this matter. After all, considering Lin Xian's previous financial strength, owning a capital company valued at tens of billions is very consistent with Lin Xian's consumption level. What surprised her was that Lin Xian was so young and was not a second-generation rich man, but the boss of a large company. At the helm of a large company of considerable size. He is a true young talent. At this moment, Ling Shiran's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian with more admiration and surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the favorability of the second capture target Ling Shiran has increased by 5, and the current total favorability is 87. We are close to success, please keep up the good work, host. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He knew that Zhang Haoqiang and Ling Shiran must have a lot of questions for him at this moment, or they might be imagining all sorts of things. Especially Zhang Haoqiang. However, Lin Xian didn't have any other thoughts when he asked him to buy a house. He originally wanted to buy a large flat in the city center, and then this guy happened to be selling a house here, so he just wanted to take care of his fellow villager and old classmate. One should never forget his roots. But it's not that good of a relationship between them. So when Zhang Haoqiang took advantage of Ling Shiran going to the bathroom to quietly ask Lin Xian how he suddenly became rich, Lin Xian just smiled and casually said good luck. I didn't even notice the jealousy, resentment and disdain on Zhang Haoqiang's face when he turned around. Tisk, are you still pretending with me? Zhang Haoqiang complained secretly when he went to the bathroom. At this time, another young male salesperson came over. This male salesperson was Zhang Haoqiang's apprentice in the company. The two had a very good relationship. He asked curiously, damn. Brother Chang, is that your friend? So rich? He directly won the building king that was almost halfway to our goal. He must be the number one in performance this month. Haha, this is how poor people become rich suddenly. After washing his hands, Zhang Haoqiang splashed water on both hands and said sarcastically. That expression is so sour that it seems to be pickled. We came from the same village, were in the same high school class, and were about the same age. He only has a high school education, and it was through his relatives' connections that he had the opportunity to come here and sell houses in Lin Xian. Not only was admitted to a prestigious university, but the whole village used to compare the two of them. They also told those kids that they must study hard and get admitted to a good university, otherwise they would have to work and sell houses like Zhang Haoqiang. Damn it. Whenever he thought about this, Zhang Haoqiang got angry. Now, this Lin guy has become fucking rich? From a village idiot like him, he has become the future CEO of a capital? And depend on. Zhang Haoqiang was cursing. But as soon as he walked out of the bathroom, his expression immediately changed. He smiled and said in a friendly and attentive manner, Brother Xian, we have completed all the formalities here, so next. I will take you to see the house in person? Lin Xian got up from the sofa. At this time, Ling Shiran also walked out of the bathroom slowly, but there was a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes. In the Mercedes-Benz nanny car, Zhang Haoqiang smiled and enthusiastically introduced the house. Brother Xian, Sister Ran, the large flat I recommend to you is definitely the best number one in our raffles. We named it Lu Yun Emperor, which means to be like an emperor, standing shoulder to shoulder with the blue sky and white clouds and viewing the scenery of the world. The flat is 520 square meters, with a 270-degree superb viewing living room, and it is located on the 52nd floor, the highest floor in the entire building. Moreover, this building is the center of our raffles building complex, with a super high field of view, overlooking the Jiangbei CBD and the Jialing River. Chapter 20, Lu Yun Imperial Palace. Zhang Haoqiang sat in the co-pilot seat, turning his head to introduce excitedly and enthusiastically. I was afraid of missing out on any of the amazing details of this large flat. Oh, by the way, Brother Xian, I know that rich people like you pay the most attention to privacy details. Don't worry, this Lu Yun Imperial Mansion is specially equipped with a special elevator imported from abroad. Exclusive use. Exclusive use of the elevator. Give you superb privacy protection. Zhang Haoqiang twisted his neck and said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xian curled his lips in satisfaction and nodded. Ling Shiran, who was sitting next to him, frowned slightly. Seeing Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction, Zhang Haoqiang looked happier. Joke. If this deal goes through, he can get a commission of nearly 1 million. Although he was very jealous of Lin Xian in his heart. But he is not stupid. Some people may work in the company for several years but still not get such a big order. After all, there are only a few houses in the entire Jiangbei Raffles real estate with the best and most saleable prices, and this Luyun Imperial Mansion is the number one. A few minutes later, arrived downstairs at the Luyun Imperial Mansion. With the reception and warm support of the staff, Lin Xian and Ling Shiran took the special elevator to the 52nd floor of the Raffles Center building. Brother Xian, please be careful with the ground, please come in. The elevator door opened. The first thing that catches your eye is a black double door made of luxurious materials. Above the gate, the characters Luyun Imperial Palace are carefully carved in traditional Chinese characters. Overall, it has a modern, fashionable and luxurious decoration style, without losing some classical background. Under the reception and guidance of Zhang Haoqiang, Lin Xian looked around the Luyun Imperial Mansion from the 2 extra-large living rooms to the 5 bedrooms, study, kitchen, bathroom and other places. The large flat is over 500 square meters and the layout is pretty good. Of course, what Lin Xian was more satisfied with was, as Zhang Haoqiang said, this flat was located in the C position of the Raffles building complex and on the top floor of the 52nd floor, with an excellent view. Lin Xian looked calm, with his hands in his pockets, standing proudly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Like an emperor. Looking down at the modern high-rise buildings standing in a row in the center of Jiangbei City, and the mighty and turbulent Jialing River under my feet. The gray-blue square upright building on the opposite bank is the Jiangbei headquarters building of future capital. Looking across the river at this Raffles City building. Good. I bought this house. Lin Xian said simply. Tens of millions are nothing to him. If he didn't really want to see the feng shui and how it would feel to live in the house, he would actually be too lazy to go and see the house. Mr. Lin. Actually, I was in the bathroom just now. Ling Shiran saw that Lin Xian decided to buy the Luyun Imperial Mansion. Just as he was hesitating, he was about to tell him what he had just heard from Cricket Lin Xian behind Zhang Haoqiang in the restroom of the sales office. In fact, in her opinion, although she didn't know the specific depth of the relationship between Lin Xian and Zhang Haoqiang, the two of them at least had a classmate relationship. But she and Lin Xian had just met for the first time. To be frank, it's just a chance encounter. She wanted to reveal Zhang Haoqiang's true face in front of Lin Xian, which would actually be risky for her relationship with Lin Xian. If she was not careful, it might end up being a case of sowing discord. But making friends with a noble person like Lin Xian who has outstanding talent, wealth and status. Sincerity is the most important token of loyalty. Ling Shiran already had a plan in mind. Seeing this, Lin Xian was stunned and asked, "What?" Just now. Just as Ling Shiran was about to continue, Zhang Haoqiang came over with a house purchase contract and interrupted her. Brother Xian, our apartment was originally priced at 86,000 yuan per square meter. Since you want it, I will ask the general manager to get you the biggest discount, down to 82,000 yuan per square meter. What do you think? Lin Xian nodded and said straightforwardly, "Okay, full payment." Okay. Zhang Haoqiang's mouth was almost broken from laughing. My heart was filled with joy. If this deal is done, I will get a commission of 1 million immediately. For a real estate salesman like him with a base salary of only 3,000, this is a huge windfall. Although not as much as Lin Xian who has become a billionaire, it is still not a small amount. Now he doesn't have to worry about the down payment for the house, and he can even buy a car worth 200,000 or 300,000. With this amazing performance, maybe I can get a promotion in the second half of the year. And the most fucking important thing is, it is impossible for a rich person to buy only one house. As long as I flatter and serve Lin Xian, a nouveau riche with a lot of money and a lot of stupidity, I can then get some extremely expensive properties and sell them to him as an intermediary. Wouldn't that make me rich? Ha 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 ha. All the way back to the sales hall, Zhang Haoqiang was rubbing his hands and thinking happily. Get off the car. He immediately brought all the necessary documents to Lin Xian, and used a calculator to calculate. Brother Xian, the total price of this Luyun Imperial Mansion is 45.92 million yuan. Which bank should I transfer the payment to? Swiss Bank. Oh, it turns out that all the rich people use this bank. Ha ha ha. Zhang Haoqiang's mouth was almost splitting from laughing. I thought it was secure now. He quickly stood up and poured tea and water for Lin Xian. Lin Xian also laughed. He. However, he was reluctant to take the tea handed to him by Zhang Haoqiang. Instead, he crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa in a relaxed manner, showing a completely rejecting attitude of a superior. Seeing this, Zhang Haoqiang and Ling Shiran beside him were both stunned. I'm sorry, you didn't make it through the second round of interviews with our general manager. Thank you for your interest in our company. At this time, the female manager of Medkey, who failed the interview, walked out of the office with a disappointed look on her face. She had her head down and hadn't taken 2 steps. Lin Xian suddenly stood up from the sofa and said loudly, "Really? Call your general manager over." Ah! The HR lady was stunned. Not only her, but everyone present was stunned. What's wrong? Is what I said difficult to understand? Or, are my words not meaningful enough? Lin Xian said with amusement. However, although Lin Xian was smiling, there was a sense of majesty in his tone that could not be challenged. No. Please wait a moment. 3 minutes later. Lin Xian sat on the single sofa in the sales hall, sipping tea slowly. The general manager of the sales department and a group of staff stood respectfully beside them and surrounded Lin Xian and Ling Shiran. You mean, as long as this lady can join our company, you are willing to sign a full payment contract for the house at Luyun Imperial Mansion under her reception? Buy our house in full? The performance will also be counted as this lady's? The general manager bowed and cautiously spoke to Lin Xian tentatively. The lady he was referring to was naturally the female store manager who was standing next to Lin Xian with a shocked look on her face. Hearing this, Lin Xian became a little impatient. He put down the teacup, took a deep breath, looked at the middle-aged, slightly plump, bespectacled general manager and said, "Is it difficult to understand? His time is precious. There is still the next place to go." No. I just want to confirm with you again. After all, I have never seen a customer with such a request. But this is a business with half a goal. For a big client like this, what's wrong with making some small requests? As long as Lin Xian can afford to buy this house, let alone squeeze in an ordinary part-time salesperson, it would be no problem to squeeze in 10 people. As for the employee Zhang Haoqiang whose order was robbed, he was now looking shocked and puzzled. Is he important? Don't worry. Everything will be done as you say. There will be no problem at all. Chapter 21 Crying. The general manager smiled and patted his chest to assure Lin Xian. Then he walked over, patted the female store manager on the shoulder, and announced loudly, "This Miss Xia Honghong will immediately join our company as a part-time real estate salesperson. She will start immediately without an internship period, and she will be responsible for Mr. Lin's home purchase. The performance commission will be calculated according to the normal full-time sales commission." As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone around changed. First came the female store manager Xia Honghong, whose face was filled with surprise and excitement. I jumped up with excitement. With a grateful look on her face, she took Lin Xian's hand and said, "Xian, I knew you were a good person. You have a kind heart. Even though you are so rich, you haven't forgotten us old colleagues. On behalf of my whole family, I thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now I have more than just a job." And they directly joined the company and won the performance without doing anything? What a stroke of luck. It's nothing, Sister Hong. I used to work part-time at Medkey. Thank you for making an exception and helping me apply for an advance on my salary. Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, these are just trivial matters. I'm sorry that you've been remembering them. Xia Honghong was very happy. And Zhang Haoqiang's face looked extremely ugly. His face was filled with disbelief. He cried and said, "No, how could this be possible? Brother Xian, this performance should be mine. I accompanied you to look at the house, and besides, it was you who called me to buy the house. How could you change your mind halfway? How could this be possible?" Zhang Haoqiang became more and more excited as he spoke. He looked like he was about to confront Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat on the sofa with a dull expression on his face. There was even a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his lips. The general manager saw this and quickly scolded. "Zhang Haoqiang, what are you doing? How can you talk to Mr. Lin like that? He looked at the excited Zhang Haoqian with dissatisfaction, and then looked at Lin Xian, who had a leisurely expression on his face, and he had already come to a conclusion in his heart. It is not uncommon for customers to change their minds halfway through and ask to change sales. This is usually the case. That's because the salesperson offended the customer. In that case, those who can sit in the position of general manager of real estate sales are all shrewd people. He rolled his eyes and said firmly, "Zhang Haoqian, you are fired. Pack up your things and leave immediately. Fire a mediocre employee to win the favor of a big shot like Mr. Lin." 2 words, good value. Zhang Haoqian's face changed instantly. Standing there in confusion. How could he have imagined that he was happily waiting for the performance commission, but not only did the performance commission go to others for no reason, but he was also going to be fired? Is there any justice? He instantly became angry, jumped up, rolled up his sleeves and pointed the spearhead at Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, we are from the same hometown and high school classmates, why do you treat me like this? I worked diligently, helping you with everything. Even if I didn't get any credit, I still worked hard, right? And you did this to me? Okay. You're rich now and have some filthy money, you're amazing." Zhang Haoqian launched a crazy attack at Lin Xian. Alright, that's enough. The general manager tried to stop him but failed. The other salespeople around were watching this scene. They all looked at each other with complicated expressions. As a grassroots salesperson, I still feel a bit of sympathy for Zhang Haoqian's experience. Performance is everything in sales work, and it's a pain to deal with this. Although Mr. Lin is indeed rich. But this does seem a bit unfair. At the side, Ling Shiran swept her beautiful eyes around, taking in everyone's expressions. She knows. At this point, she should stand up and say something. Otherwise, Lin Xian might be labeled as ungrateful or backstabbing his classmates in the eyes of this group of people. Mr. Lin naturally asked you to receive him because he cared about your friendship as fellow townsmen and classmates. Ling Shiran's gentle, sweet, yet calm and powerful voice suddenly rang out in the hall. There was a hint of coolness in her beautiful eyes. Looking at Zhang Haoqian, he said, "Mr. Lin is so kind, but you are ungrateful and say dirty words behind his back to slander Mr. Lin's reputation. How can your lowly character be worthy of Mr. Lin's kindness?" While drinking tea just now, she had already told Lin Xian about this. I didn't. Zhang Haoqian's pupils suddenly dilated. Subconsciously wanted to refute. But his tone became weaker and weaker. Panic. Damn, I'm used to bullying customers behind their backs, but I never thought I'd lose here? Everyone listened. I understood it instantly. No wonder Mr. Lin asked to replace the salesperson at the last minute. Since you rely on customers to make money and are still talking about them behind their backs, only a fool would be willing to help you make money. You deserve it. Now, no one sympathized with Zhang Haoqian anymore. What an ungrateful person. On the contrary, Mr. Lin, who was not only rich but also loyal and righteous, wanted to take care of his classmates' performance, but ended up being stabbed in the back. Humph, hurry up and go to the HR department to complete the resignation procedures. Our company's sales staff must not only have elite business capabilities, but also have good character. The general manager scolded. Zhang Haoqian's face flushed. He hesitated and tried to argue, but then he thought, he didn't know who else had heard it at the time. What if his apprentice had also betrayed him? He was speechless. All right. Lin Xian suddenly stood up from the sofa. Prepare to pay, sign the contract and leave. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes never glanced at Zhang Haoqian from beginning to end. In fact, Ling Shiran didn't need to remind him. Since his various attributes were upgraded to 20 points, his hearing ability has been upgraded to a level that ordinary people can't reach, and even his observation ability has been significantly improved. Not only did Lin Xian hear the words that Zhang Haoqian cursed at him behind his back, but he also saw all his subtle micro-expressions of disdain and hatred that he thought were well concealed. Lin Xian stood up. Everyone around immediately followed suit, lowering their heads and stepping aside to make way. Mr. Lin, the next procedure is available in our VIP room. The general manager smiled, bowed, and respectfully made a pleased gesture. Lin Xian took a long step and walked towards the VIP room. Like the aura of a king. Ling Shiran also immediately stepped forward and followed behind Lin Xian. Zhang Haoqian was like a sewer rat, standing aside with a lost soul and a worried look on his face. No one paid any attention to him, and other sales staff kept their distance from him. I'm afraid of having anything to do with him. What should I do? Everything was going well, and I was about to get $1 million sales, but even my job was ruined. Zhang Haoqiang screamed wildly in his heart. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, he finally regained some sanity from his jealousy and hatred. The most important thing now was to recover some losses. Damn it, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Zhang Haoqiang gritted his teeth, ran forward, knelt in front of Lin Xian, and cried bitterly to apologize. Whoa, brother Xian, I was wrong. Since we are from the same village and were classmates in the same class in high school, please forgive me this time. I am so grateful for your forgiveness. Chapter 22 Not a Virgin Mary. Roll. The word get out fell clearly and forcefully from Lin Xuanfei's lips. Just like an emperor who holds the power of life and death. His cold eyes swept over Zhang Haoqiang, who was lying at his feet. If he was a person who didn't care about the old friendship, he wouldn't have deliberately called Zhang Haoqiang to do sales for him. Unfortunately, the ungrateful person is not worthy of forgiveness, he is not a saint. Brother Xian, give me a chance, just this once. I was wrong. I'm such an idiot, I shouldn't have said anything about you behind your back. Zhang Haoqiang knelt down and begged for mercy, and then started slapping himself. Bang! Pa! Everyone around was stunned. Lin Xian even raised his eyebrows. The corners of his lips curled up in a mocking arc. Will the self-torture tactic work on him? To Lin Xian, he would never sympathize with anyone who had a history of betrayal, let alone forgiveness. Although he now has obtained the system and has endless money. Physical attributes are also greatly improved. But after all, it is still not fully fledged. We must never be merciful to our enemies. The general manager frowned upon seeing this. Fearing that this guy would lose the deal, he quickly stepped forward and kicked Zhang Haoqiang aside. Go away, go away. Where is the security guard? Someone, drag him away. Don't block Mr. Lin's way. Sign the house purchase contract and a series of related procedures. Lin Xian drove away in a red LaFerrari. We sped all the way and stopped at an empty roadside under the shade of a tree. Let's have lunch together, huh? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Ling Shiran, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Ling Shiran was slightly stunned. Then a sweet smile appeared on her face, she nodded and said, okay. After coming out of the raffle sales office, Lin Xian was a little silent. She didn't speak up. Just company. Of course, she was also worried that she hadn't performed well enough and that Lin Xian was not satisfied. At this moment, Lin Xian took the initiative to suggest having lunch. This is naturally a signal that we can further interact. What would you like to eat? Lin Xian asked. His left hand was casually on the steering wheel, tapping it lightly with his fingertips from time to time, as if he was in a relaxed state. My eyes couldn't help but wander away. The cool air in the car and the rose fragrance emanating from Ling Shiran's body were separated from the hot and restless world outside the car window into two different worlds. Feeling Lin Xian's slightly aggressive gaze, Ling Shiran's beautiful eyes flashed in panic. My heart skipped a beat. Although she has an impressive resume and was hired as a manager in a well-known Western restaurant at a young age, she is truly an elite woman of her age in the workplace. But emotionally, it is always blank. With her slender white fingertips, she lowered her head to lift up the strands of hair beside her ears, hiding the unspeakable nervousness, and said with her red lips, I can do anything. Ding! Ling Shiran's favorability +2 inch. Ling Shiran's favorability +2. Ling Shiran's favorability +1. Ding! The current favorability of the number 2 capture target Ling Shiran is 87. Host, please keep up the good work. The sound of the system caught me off guard. Hearing this, Lin Xian curled his lips and smiled. Suddenly I became more interested. Ling Shiran's movements became increasingly nervous and flustered, and before she knew it, the shoulder strap of her long skirt suddenly slipped off her fair shoulders. In an instant, a snow-white chest was revealed. Half of the snow-capped peaks can be seen faintly. The atmosphere in the entire car is heating up. Even if the air conditioner was turned on high enough, it still made people feel agitated for no reason. The scene in front of him made Lin Xian's eyes darken. I. Now, Ling Shiran became even more panicked, her face turned slightly red, and her head drooped even lower. She subconsciously tried to pull up her shoulder straps. She raised her jade hand, but it stopped in mid-air. It's okay. I'll help you. After saying that, Lin Xian smiled, turned sideways with a righteous look on his face, stretched out his hand to pull up the shoulder strap that had fallen on Ling Shiran's snow-white arm, and slid his fingertips across her cold, fair, and smooth skin. An ambiguous and tempting strange touch. Ling Shiran's neck and shoulders trembled suddenly, and she took a slow and deep breath. This violent ups and downs. The snow-white jade peak that was half hidden in front of Lin Xian was trembling as if it was about to roar out. Lin Xian's Adam's apple slipped. His fingers were still lingering on Ling Shiran's snow-white neck. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere is rising. However, the next second, buzz. The sound of a cell phone vibrating suddenly rang out. Lin Xian glanced around. It was the company's general assistant calling. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. My interest was somewhat disturbed, but business is important and some things are not urgent. I also made an appointment with the company's general assistant at noon. Actually, I asked you out today mainly to invite you to join Future Capital. I wonder if you're interested. Lin Xian straightened his body, put on a serious expression, looked at Ling Shiran and said. Hearing this, Ling Shiran was stunned. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Next second, he looked at Lin Xian with a burning gaze and said, of course. Zhongbei City Center. In the VIP room of a luxurious high-end Chinese restaurant on the riverside. Mr. Lin, Ms. Ling, good afternoon, it's a great honor to meet you both. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lei Ming, and I'm currently working as the assistant to the general manager of the company. Lei Ming was wearing a gray suit and behaved in a capable manner, looking like an elite male in the workplace. Hello. I'm Ling Shiran, nice to meet you. Lin Xian sat in the main seat and smoked a cigar. Listening to Ling Shiran and Lei Ming chatting about specific work arrangements and business details in the box. He would remind and correct them from time to time. He needs someone to help run the company. It has been decided at present that Ling Shiran will serve as the general manager of the company, and Lei Ming's position as assistant to the general manager will remain unchanged. Ling Shiran's position is higher, but both of them have the right to report directly to Lin Xian. Next, so to speak. When Lin Xian is not in the company, Ling Shiran is in charge, with Lei Ming as his assistant. Of course, the two of them also implicitly supervise and restrain each other. Lin Xian was not afraid that Ling Shiran or Lei Ming would take his money behind his back. After all, he was a wealthy man with 100 billion gold. Moreover, the more money you spend, the more points you will get. The main thing is that running a large company requires supervision of all aspects, not just the financial aspects. There must be no fire in the backyard. As I was thinking, my WeChat message buzzed again. Group message of Zheng De Handsome Group 406. Lao Liadmi, Lao San, please come back to school quickly. Your punishment has been officially announced and posted on the notice board. You will be placed on probation. Lu Jiehue. Zhang Yu. The wind passes without a trace me, it's okay. Lin Xian casually replied with 2 words in the group. Put down your phone. He then looked leisurely at Ling Shiran and Lei Ming who were discussing work seriously in front of him. Zhang De, let's go this afternoon. Education is still very important. It's not just that he studied very hard to get in, more importantly, he has almost nothing except money. It was the end of May and the weather was hot. Especially Zhongbei, which is known as the furnace. The sun was scorching the ground, and the air was filled with hot smoke. At the east gate of Jiangda University, Lin Xian got out of a luxury Mercedes-Benz business car. He asked Ling Shiran and Lei Ming to park the car while he went to buy a glass of iced lemonade at the Mishue ice shop at the door. He had to choose the one with 30% sugar because he didn't like it too sweet. The principal's office is located in the office building, right next to the east gate. Lin Xian was holding a glass of icy fresh lemonade. He walked straight into the principal's office and sat down on the principal's office chair. It's made of real leather. It's so comfortable. The air conditioning in this office is turned on full blast. No one turns it off. What a waste. Lin Xian sat with his legs crossed. I was looking around the office. At this time, Jiangnan University President Li Qifeng and his male assistant walked in one after another. When Principal Li saw Lin Xian sitting in his seat in a nonchalant manner, his face froze. He flew into a rage, pointed at Lin Xian, and shouted, "Who are you? Which department? Which grade? Get off your chair right now. You have no manners at all." Chapter 23 Principal's Authority. Although Lin Xian is wearing all branded clothes now, he is still a young boy under 20 years old after all. Especially the sitting posture is casual and unrestrained. On the desk in front of him, there was a cup of manhwa bing bing, which was a favorite drink among ordinary students. Li Qifeng naturally scolded Lin Xian as if he were an ordinary student. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. I didn't have time to speak. Next to Principal Li, a young male assistant wearing black-framed glasses also came forward and came to Lin Xian, and said in a serious and domineering manner. You are a student of Jiangbei University, right? How can you be so rude? Ha? Who told you to sit in the seat of our Principal Li? Get off right now, right now. Roll? Hearing this, Lin Xian curled his lips and smiled. He glanced at the male assistant with glasses in front of him, his eyes were intimidating without anger. He was obviously a young and handsome boy, but he actually exuded the aura of a superior. The moment the male assistant met Lin Xian's cold and arrogant gaze, his expression was stunned. His eyes were even more focused when he saw the Patek Philippe watch on Lin Xian's wrist. His eyes flashed in panic. This male assistant, who always followed the principle of flattering the powerful and trampling the weak, and who had almost no success in the workplace, suddenly felt his throat tighten, and he had a bad feeling. Originally, he thought that the guy in front of him was just an ordinary student who was ignorant of the immensity of the world. Thinking of giving him a lesson first. Let Principal Li vent his anger, which can be regarded as a small performance. He. Lin Xian smiled. He picked up the straw in his hand and inserted it into the plastic cup of cold drink. While drinking manhwa bing bing, he looked directly at Principal Li with interest, with no intention of getting up from the principal's chair. Principal Li, I am a student at Jiang University. The principal's expression was shocked, and he became even more angry. Then why don't you get up and move aside? Are you challenging my authority as the principal? Lin Xian tilted his head, raised his eyebrows, and added irrelevantly, and I am the student who was issued a disciplinary notice by the school today. My name is Lin Xian. You, call security. Now Principal Li was almost certain that Lin Xian was here to cause trouble. As the principal, he usually doesn't need to sign when disciplining students, unless they are expelled. Why would he care about Lin Xian? Li Xian? Principal Li was so angry that he slammed the table and shouted for security at the door. He must teach this uncultured student a lesson. Lin Xian smiled leisurely. However, I came here this time to donate to the school. Is 300 million enough? What? What did you say? Ah. Principal Li and the male assistant were both stunned. He. Just you? 300 million? After realizing what was happening, Principal Li gave a mocking smile, looking up and down at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a lunatic who didn't know his place. The look of disdain at first. After carefully noticing Lin Xian's expensive brand name clothes and the Patek Philippe on his wrist, his expression changed slightly, from mocking disdain to slightly suspicious. You. Principal Li looked at Lin Xian inquiringly, but he still hadn't come up with a result. Ling Shiran walked into the principal's office in her red-soled high heels. She changed into a smart black and gray OL professional suit. The makeup is exquisite. The aura is fully open. Behind him was Lei Ming, who was wearing a black suit and carrying a briefcase, an absolute workplace elite. The two of them walked behind Lin Xian with the wind, one on the left and one on the right, like two bodyguards, highlighting Lin Xian on the black leather boss chair to the absolute center position. You guys. Even President Jiang University, who was accustomed to big scenes, was slightly shocked by this scene. Ling Shiran threw the stack of documents in her hand onto the desk. Red Lips said coldly, President Li, after internal discussions, we, Future Capital, have decided to donate 300 million yuan to Jiangbei University for the construction of the school's foundation in cultural knowledge. Future Capital? Principal Li's eyes widened. Future Capital is one of the few large investment companies in Jiangbei City. How could he not have heard of it? Ling Shiran curled her red lips. She leaned forward slightly, stretched out her slender hand, looked at Lin Xian who was sitting in front of her with unconcealed admiration in her eyes, and said, Let me introduce you, Mr. Lin Xian Lin, the current president of our Future Capital. What? This time, Principal Li's eyes widened even more. The male assistant next to him had a look of horror on his face. 10 minutes later. A group of key teachers from Jiangnan University had just finished a meeting in the office building. When they came out of the meeting room, they saw a shocking and funny scene. The door of the principal's office was opened. The assistant principal held his head in his hands, bent his knees, and lay on the ground. Then, his body slowly rolled out of the principal's office. "Assistant Dong, what are you doing?" In the crowd, a young female teacher wearing glasses covered her mouth in surprise. Others in the corridor were also scared and retreated. "Make way for Assistant Dong." He. "I'm exercising. This is a new way of exercising." "Exercise." On the floor, Assistant Dong gritted his teeth and said with an awkward smile. "But still strictly follow the rolling posture." Rolling towards the other end of the corridor. With a smile on his face. I cry in my heart. Regrets so much. But who made him dare to shamelessly tell Mr. Lin to get out? After hearing Assistant Dong's answer, the key teachers standing in the corridor looked at each other with strange expressions. Some wanted to say something but held it back. At this time, something even more surprising happened to them. I saw a young man who looked like a student, drinking a glass of manhwa bingbing in his hand, with one hand in his trouser pocket, walking out of the principal's office in a swagger. He looks very nonchalant. Behind him followed a man and a woman, both of whom were of extraordinary temperament and capable elites. And their principal Lee, who was always serious, arrogant, and unsmiling in front of teachers and students. At this moment, he actually put on a flattering smile. With his back half bent, he followed closely behind the young man and said with a smile, "Haha, President Lin is really a young genius, young and promising. Thank you very much for your strong support for the construction of our Zhengda." Principal Lee, who usually looks high and mighty, now has a fawning look on his face. The young man who was being flattered, who looked like a student, actually still had an attitude of indifference. It really makes one doubt their eyes. God, I don't know where this young man came from. It turns out that their principal, who is usually so high and mighty, has this humble and flattering side. When the teachers saw this scene, they all made bold guesses, but when they saw Principal Lee's gaze, they all lowered their heads consciously, trying hard to pretend not to notice. Okay. Lin Xin drank lemonade while saying a few perfunctory words to Principal Lee. Arrived downstairs. Under the gaze of Principal Lee, Lin Xian took a nanny car to the bottom of the teaching building. This afternoon, there is an elective class taught by a famous teacher. Many students from the Department of Literature and Communication, whether they are freshmen, sophomores or juniors, have signed up, all wanting to see the famous teachers. Lin Xian naturally didn't want to miss it either. Of course, the most important thing is to deal with the issue of punishment at the same time. According to Assistant Dong, Yu Zhanghao also signed up for this class. Chapter 24 Brother How is awesome. As soon as I walked into the classroom, many eyes turned to Lin Xian. Damn it, third brother, you're finally here. How are you going to handle that matter? Do you want to use some connections? As soon as he saw Lin Xian, his roommate loudly asked anxiously. Just now in the car, Lin Xian felt that the casual trousers and shoes were a bit stuffy, so he changed into shorts and flip-flops. He was also holding a manhwa bingbing packaging bag in his hand. At this time, he looked no different from an ordinary student. Except for the Patek Philippe on my wrist. Hey, this watch? Old Lee stared at the expression on Lin Xian's hand, looking surprised, and shouted loudly. The students around all looked over at once. Lin Xian waved his hand. Oh, it's an idiot, it's just for fun. It's not that he concealed it on purpose. Mainly because I don't want to look like a nouveau riche in front of my classmates. Looking at what you posted on your moments, I really thought you had made a fortune. You even wanted to take us brothers with you. Another tall and thin boy in a row of seats shook his head with regret. His name is Lu Jiehui. I share the same dormitory with Lin Xian, the second child. Usually I have a good relationship with Lin Xian. There was a short and round boy sitting in Lu Jiehui's seat. His name was Jiang Yu, and he was the fourth oldest in the dormitory. He smiled and nodded at Lin Xian, saying hello. Brother Xian. Don't worry, Brother Xian, I definitely haven't forgotten about you guys. After that, Lin Xian took out a few boxes from the manhwa bingbing handbag in his hand. Lao Li and others took a closer look. Suddenly his eyes lit up. What the hell? An iPhone? Or the top-of-the-line iPhone 16 Pro Max? Is it a box, or a real phone? Under the excited gazes of his three roommates, Lin Su smiled and threw his phone to each of them. The three of them couldn't wait to tear open the box. Then I was excited. This attracted the envious glances of other students around him. You really sent us there? Brother Xian. Damn, you really are my brother, closer than my own brother. I declare that you are the boss of our dormitory 406 from now on. Old Li was so excited that he almost hugged Lin Xian. Lu Jiehue lowered his head and fiddled with his new phone lovingly. Jiang Yu came over and asked curiously, Brother Xian, have you really made a fortune recently? Oh, yes, Brother Xian, you really got rich suddenly? Giving away 3 iPhone 16 top-end Pro Max models at once? That must cost tens of thousands? Old Li also asked immediately. At this time, Lu Jiehue also looked over with curiosity. Facing the doubts of 3 roommates, Lin Xian, who had just sat down, raised his eyebrows when he heard this question. He didn't want to hide anything, especially in front of these roommates with whom he had a good relationship in the past. However, the wealth he now possessed far exceeded that of ordinary wealthy people, and he did not yet have the strength or ability to match his wealth. Moreover, he couldn't just say that he had obtained a super rich system, or everyone would think he was crazy, or he would be caught and studied as a living treasure. After thinking it over, Lin Xian was ready to find a reason to reveal that he had indeed made a fortune recently. This would be more appropriate, and he would not feel any pressure getting along with his classmates in school in the future. He had worked hard to get into this university during his 3 years of high school, and he still liked the simple and sunny university life. If there was anything unhappy in the past 2 years of college, it would be Zhou Linlin and Yu Zhanghao. After thinking about it, Lin Xian was about to say that he had won the lottery. Suddenly, the noisy sounds around became much quieter. Lin Xian looked up. Yu Zhanghao and Zhou Linlin, not caring about other people's eyes, walked towards the classroom door hand in hand, looking like a couple in love. Oh my god, are they really together? Shu, Lin Xian is sitting next to us. Many students in the Department of Communication know that Lin Xian and Zhou Linlin were a couple before. So many people looked surprised. Some people even looked like they were watching a good show. Lin Xian's 3 roommates looked embarrassed and surprised. They actually didn't know that Lin Xian and Zhou Linlin had broken up 2 days ago, so they were full of doubts at the moment, but they didn't dare to ask more. In fact, Lin Xian no longer cared about facing these 2 people. His expression remained calm. Don't mention them holding hands. Even if these 2 people were performing an adult movie right in front of him right now, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit disturbed. On the contrary, if they performed hard, Lin Xian, the audience, might even applaud. However, Yu Zhanghao doesn't think so. He believed that Lin Xian was just showing off, pretending from beginning to end. When he walked to Lin Xian's seat, he stopped, glanced at Lin Xian, curled his lips and sneered. He. Then he glanced at the brand new iPhone 16 Pro Max in the hands of Lao Li and others. A look of contempt and ridicule appeared on his face. Oh, if one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit. She's on the list of rich women, that's different. Ha 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 ha. Old Li and the others were stunned at first. They just felt that Yu Zhanghao's words were incomprehensible. But soon I came to my senses. It turns out that this person is implying that Lin Xian is hooking up with a rich woman? Hey, who the hell are you calling a chicken and dog? Old Li was so angry that he just gave Yu Zhanghao a cold face. Snort. Yu Zhanghao snorted coldly, looked at Lin Xian again with a sarcastic look, and said harshly, You are quite bold. You have been punished, and you still have the mood to come to class? Just wait. After saying that, he turned around and walked away with a happy and cool look on his face. Zhou Linlin was left shaking her head, looking at Lin Xian with a look of pain on her face and said, Lin Xian, I thought you were really capable. Turns out, you just hooked up with the super rich woman Qin Yulan. You have some skills. The ability to eat soft, rice, and hard food. Zhou Linlin became more and more excited as she spoke, blurting out all the fear and panic she had felt because she had truly believed that Lin Xian was a rich second generation. I was secretly glad in my heart. Fortunately, she didn't completely fall out with Brother Hao because of Lin Xian, the pretentious guy. Although Brother Hao bought her a fake bag. Brother Hao was much better than ordinary men. She was trying hard, working very hard. She just didn't believe that she couldn't completely win over Yu Zhanghao, the young master. Zhou Linlin's words were not spoken in a low voice. After hearing this, the students in the surrounding seats all looked at Lin Xian with expressions of watching a good show. The expressions of Lao Li and others were also shocked. But their inner thoughts were all WTF, Brother Xian is really awesome. He hooked up with a beautiful rich woman? Seeing that Lin Xian still had no reaction and his expression was indifferent, Zhou Linlin turned her face away and strode away. At this time, several tall figures passed by Lin Xian's seat. Chu Xiang was still holding a basketball in his hand, with some sweat on his forehead, as if he had just finished playing basketball. He turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a playful expression, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. There seemed to be mockery in his expression. Brother Xiang, are you computer science majors also attending this literature class? A girl in the crowd asked loudly. Chu Xiang smiled and replied, no. I was just passing by and came to join in the fun. He. Oh. Soon. It's time for class. Students arrived one after another, and the entire large classroom was filled to the brim. A middle-aged female teacher with a literary temperament walked from the door to the podium with a textbook in hand. However, she did not start teaching directly. Instead, she looked at the students in the classroom, picked up the microphone and said, "It's like this. Please excuse me for a moment. Before we start our class today, Assistant School Director Dong needs to say a few words first, and then he needs to find someone. Please understand." As soon as the words fell, the whole classroom suddenly started to shout. Chu Xiang glanced at Zhu Jianghao, who was sitting next to him with a surprised look on his face, and boasted, "Sure, Brother Hao, it's just a punishment for Lin Xian," but even the school assistant was dispatched. Chapter 25 Dare to Offend General Lin. Ha, no big deal. Yu Jianghao smiled smugly and waved his hand. No way. That's it. Who made him have a second uncle who was the deputy director of the school's academic affairs office? To kill that bastard Lin Xian, all it takes is a phone call and a few nice words. On the side, Zhou Linlin also smiled with relief on her face. She really did not choose the wrong man. Brother Hao is not only rich, but also quite powerful in school, which makes her feel safe. Immediately following, Assistant Schoolmaster Dong, wearing black-framed glasses, walked in from the classroom door with a serious face. He stood on the podium, picked up the microphone and spoke solemnly. Dear students, recently our school has been strictly enforcing school discipline. However, even in such a special period, some students in our Department of Communication still seriously violated discipline. This kind of improper behavior must be severely punished. Today, on behalf of the school, I will give them severe punishment. Assistant Principal Dong had just finished speaking. There was an uproar in the classroom. Hey, have you heard about it? I heard that a sophomore named Lin Xian is going to be punished. Who is Lin Xian? Sit over there, that good-looking boy. According to gossip, don't tell anyone, it's said that he got fucked because he was trying to steal Hao's girlfriend. Amidst a noisy discussion, countless complex gazes with different expressions were cast in the direction of Lin Xian's seat. On the side, Lao Li and others looked at Lin Xian with anxiety and worry. Shit. It's such a small matter, but the principal's assistant came? Is it so serious? What should we do? It's okay, it's just a small matter. Lin Xian turned around and gave the three roommates a look that said relax. Then he continued to drink Mishue Bing Bing leisurely. He looked like he had no idea what he was doing and there was nothing he could do to him. Certainly. Lin Xian now has the capital to do so. In a row of seats not far away, Yu Jianghao, Chu Xiang, and Zhou Linlin were always paying attention to Lin Xian's movements. Seeing that Lin Xian was still as carefree as a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water even at this time, he snorted coldly. I hope that Assistant Principal Dong will announce the disciplinary targets as soon as possible so that this bastard can be punished and killed in public. Especially Yu Jianghao, he hated Lin Xian to the core. It seemed that Lin Xian was about to be in trouble. He stared at Lin Xian's expression, wanting to see how he would cry, but at the same time he couldn't suppress his joy. I've already thought about how to celebrate later, ha. However, next second, Yu Jianghao, a sophomore student majoring in teaching Chinese as a foreign language in the Department of Communication, students called Yu Jianghao, please stand up. Principal Assistant Dong's sonorous and serious voice spread throughout the classroom from the microphone. Yu Jianghao was named without any warning and was stunned even though he was gloating over his misfortune. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. All of a sudden, everyone's focus shifted from Lin Xian to him. Yu Jianghao was even more confused. He looked puzzled and said helplessly, "School assistant, what do you want me to do?" Go call that guy named Lin Xian, he is the one who will be punished. Ha, it's not me. Hearing this, Assistant School Director Dong shook his head and said speechlessly, "Look everyone, this is indeed the student who has repeatedly violated discipline and is going to be punished." He didn't even pay attention to what I was saying just now. Ah. This time, Yu Zhanghao's eyes widened and he was completely stunned. Zhou Linlin and Chu Xiang beside him also looked incredulous. Yes, it's you. Classmate Yu Zhanghao. According to our Academic Affairs Office's strict investigation, you have repeatedly violated discipline in the past 3 months, including skipping classes, being late, leaving early, cheating on exams, etc., and the circumstances are serious. Our school's Academic Affairs Office has unanimously decided to expel you from school. Assistant Principal Dong's words were serious, clear, and powerful. Just take the microphone and sentence Yu Zhanghao to death. Amidst the uproar in the classroom, Yu Zhanghao, Zhou Linlin, and Chu Xiang were all confused. After Yu Zhanghao reacted, he shouted excitedly. No. Assistant Principal, are you mistaken? Isn't it Lin Xian who should be punished? Why did it become me? And you want to expel me? Assistant Principal, my uncle is Yu Tianhai, and he is the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office. Yu Tianhai is suspected of covering up and favoritism at work and has been suspended for investigation. Assistant Principal Dong said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the huge classroom gradually became quiet. The situation has changed from strictly enforcing school discipline and punishing students to even the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office being investigated. The female teachers on the podium also had shocked expressions. Not to mention Yu Zhanghao, whose blood rushed up and he almost lost his balance. Zhou Linlin and Chu Xiang had dull expressions. I feel so disappointed. The other students were also very surprised. Those who usually chatted about gossip knew that Yu Zhanghao, a sophomore in teaching Chinese as a foreign language, had some background in school. Unexpectedly, only Lin Xian remained calm. I had already anticipated where this was going. After all, the 300 million yuan donated to the school and passed through the hands of the principal still has considerable monetary power. Even Lin Xian felt a little bored. Taking advantage of this time, I kept looking down and using my phone to transfer money to my third aunt who was far away in Nanhai City. Not much was transferred, just 100,000 yuan. After all, he is still a student and doesn't want to transfer too much money and cause unnecessary speculation and trouble. Of course, when he brings his third aunt and grandmother back home later, he will definitely double the material return. Moreover, Lin Xian also found a reason for the 100,000 yuan. He told Auntie San on WeChat that he had won a prize for his script in a literary competition and asked her to use the money to improve her life. Oldly looked at Lin Xian, who was so calm beside him, and said in surprise, "No. Third brother, Brother Xian, what's going on? I remember you were punished. How did it become Yu Zhanghao's bastard? Of course, his brother-in-law deserves it. I found some connections." Lin Xian put away his phone, turned around and said seriously. Oldly suddenly realized, oh. Upon hearing this, the other two roommates also nodded with a look of mystery on their faces. Buzz. On Lin Xian's phone, Ling Shiran's WeChat message rang. Boss Lin, the HR department has just drafted my employment contract and sent it to me urgently. I need your signature. Okay. I'm in the classroom, bring the contract over. Finish sending this message. Lin Xian put away his phone. He stretched himself and was ready to watch the show. At this time, Yu Zhanghao had been forcibly dragged out of the classroom by 2 security guards called by Assistant School Director Dong. His face was pale, and he struggled and yelled unwillingly, "I don't accept it." Why? Why did you fire me? Why didn't he, Lin Xian, get punished? There is a conspiracy. There is a conspiracy. But the next second, he couldn't shout anymore. Seeing the anxious middle-aged man waiting outside the classroom, Yu Zhanghao was stunned at first, then hurriedly asked, "Dad? Why are you here? Where is my second uncle? What the hell is going on?" However, he didn't finish his words. What greeted him was a loud slap from his father Yu Tianchang. Bang! You're a rebellious son. How dare you offend General Lin? Chapter 26, General Lin. Dad? You hit me? Yu Zhanghao covered his swollen face with his hands, looking aggrieved. Yu Tianchang was so angry that he jumped up and down in public, pointed at his nose and cursed. Tell me. Tell me in detail, how did you offend Mr. Lin? You have ruined our family. Our hotel is going to go bankrupt. Mr. Lin? Yu Zhanghao was stunned. Could it be Lin Xian? No. Impossible. That bastard is just a gigolo for Qin Yulan. He can't be the CEO of a company. And he has no chance of destroying his uncle, the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office, and his family's company. Hear this. Zhou Linlin, Lao Li and others, in fact, were just like Yu Zhanghao. An inexplicable thought emerged in their minds. Their eyes could not help but look in the direction of Lin Xian. Only Assistant Dawn looked like he was watching a play with a clear mind, coldly watching the embarrassing appearance of the Yu father and son in front of him. His eyes were full of the expression of "you deserve it." Then occasionally, his eyes looking at Lin Xian were full of respect. Today Mr. Lin came to the school to donate money. In addition, considering the sudden punishment of General Manager Lin before, Yu Tianhai from the Academic Affairs Office as Yu Zhanghao's uncle, it was not surprising that the Yu father and son ended up being expelled from school and bankrupt. After all, Mr. Lin is the behind-the-scenes helmsman of future capital at such a young age. His family background is probably even more shocking. For offending such a young and wealthy man, it was probably a special favor from Mr. Lin that his family was not destroyed. Although he had offended Lin Xian before, he had to roll out of the principal's office in public. But there is a huge difference between his status and position and that of General Lin. Assistant School Director Dong can only look up to Lin Xian. What hatred! You rebellious son! You killed us! The bank called just now and said they were rejecting the loan. Mr. Liang and Mr. He, who had been cooperating well with us, also came to collect the debt and wanted to cut off the cooperation. Many places in the hotel were reported to have violated regulations and have now been sealed off. There are also various tax issues. Damn it, it's probably completely over. Yu Tianchang was so excited that his face turned red and his mouth was drooling. I really can't swallow it in one breath. He kicked Yu Zhanghao hard in public. Bang! Yu Zhanghao was kicked to the ground like a dead dog. Finally, he couldn't hold back his tears and snot, and burst into tears. Woo woo woo. The classmates around watched the show and held back their laughter. Only Chu Xiang frowned and remained silent. He had never expected the situation to develop like this. He had come to see Lin Xian laugh. Zhou Linlin was stunned by the scene before her. Dull expression. She originally thought that Lin Xian was just a fake and it was not worth regretting. She still wanted to stick with Yu Zhanghao. Result. Now. Drop out? Go bankrupt? However, as things have developed to this point, there is a doubt. She really wants to know. Yu Zhanghao was equally eager and curious. He no longer cared about his image, kneeled on the ground, hugged Yu Tianchang's thigh and asked hurriedly, "Dad, who is Mr. Lin you are talking about? Tell me quickly." It can't be. It can't be true. Mr. Lin. Just at this moment, Yu Tianchang didn't have time to answer. Ling Shiran, wearing a gray all-professional suit, delicate red lip makeup, and red-soled high heels, arrived late. She has a graceful figure and a beautiful face, and exudes a feminine temperament that is both a workplace elite and gentle and intellectual. As soon as it appeared, it attracted almost everyone's attention. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Ling Shiran walked past Yu Zhanghao, who was lying on the ground in a mess, in her high heels, walked straight into the classroom, and came to Lin Xian. Wherever he went, students retreated and made way. She leaned forward slightly and respectfully handed the employment contract and Mont Blanc pen to Lin Xian, who was sitting on the seat. "Boss Lin, please sign this." At this moment, everyone inside and outside the classroom looked at this scene in great surprise. There seemed to be nothing around. All eyes shifted from the quarrel between U.S. father and son to Lin Xian alone. Fuck, third brother, no, what's going on? Next to him, Lao Li saw the beautiful woman delivering the contract to Lin Xian and called him Boss Lin? And he acted humble and respectful? "I can't sit still anymore," he asked almost reflexively. Not to mention Lao Li, everyone else present was also confused. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? I don't know. Isn't Lin Xian a sophomore in our School of Literature and Communication? How could that beautiful lady call him President Lin? Could it be that Lin Xian is also a second generation? It doesn't look like it. The whole classroom started talking in low voices again. Xu Xiang was shocked. Now that things had come to this, he realized that he must have underestimated Lin Xian. Could it be that this Lin really had a background that he didn't know about? Zhou Linlin was so shocked that she was petrified on the spot. The hair stands on end. In the past few days, all the incredible things that happened to Lin Xian gathered in her mind. She once again had a terrible speculation. Could it be that the Mr. Lin that Brother Hao's father mentioned is really Lin Xian? No. Impossible. Don't. Zhou Linlin screamed wildly in her heart. Lin Xian, who was the focus of everyone's attention, had just finished the last sip of Mishui icy lemonade in his hand. How could he know the crazy imaginations and speculations people around him had about him? With a pop, he put down the plastic cup in his hand. Lin Xian took the contract and pen from Ling Shiran and prepared to sign with great fanfare. At this time, Lao Li, who was standing next to him, saw the big words on the cover of the contract. Employment contract for senior management staff of Future Capital? Senior management staff? Fuck, Brother Xian, you are going to join Future Capital as an executive? No wonder, I'm giving away iPhone 16 right away. As soon as Lao Li said this, other students around also gathered around to look over. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This in my hand was originally Ling Shiran's employment contract. But seeing that Lao Li misunderstood, he didn't deny it. After thinking about it, it's not bad to have an investment company executive identity. Seeing Lin Xian nod, Ling Shiran decided to go with the flow and said, "Yes, Mr. Lin will soon join our company and serve as a senior executive of a certain department of the company." Then there was an uproar. What's going on? A sophomore wants to join a famous company as a senior executive? Future Capital. There are few Jiang University students who have not heard of it. This is either amazing strength, or the background is scary. No matter which one it is, anyway, it's awesome. In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Xian with completely different eyes. Envious. Admire. Some people even concluded that Lin Xian had gotten in through the back door, and they looked at him with jealousy and disdain. After hearing this answer, Zhou Linlin was stunned for 3 seconds. Her eyes rolled shrewdly. Then he quickly walked to the side, took out his phone, and started searching online for investment company executive annual salary. Xu Xian lowered his head, playing with the basketball in his hand with a playful and slightly disdainful expression. Haha, an investment company executive? Lin Xian's professional ability isn't that impressive? My family is still in the countryside. An ordinary sophomore student became a senior executive of a well-known investment company on his own before graduating? Arabian Nights. But if Lin Xian really is having an affair with Qin Yulan, relying on the Qin family's awesome strength, and using their connections to get Lin Xian a senior executive title in a Jiangbei company, seems reasonable? He. After realizing this, Xu Xiang smiled sarcastically and disdainfully. A man who relies on a woman. This is the thing he despises the most in his life. And this Lin guy actually dared to steal Zhou Liran's girl? He is really asking for his life. I'll let you be proud for a while. Xu Xiang narrowed his eyes dangerously. Chapter 27. Standing there. He immediately took out his phone, organized his words, and sent several long WeChat messages to Zhou Liran, who was far away in Yunzhou. Brother Zhou, as a brother, I have something very serious to tell you about Miss Qin. After you returned to Yunzhou, there was a loser named Lin Xian in the school who was harassing Miss Qin crazily. At the classroom door, no one cared about Yu Zhanghao anymore as he was beaten like a dead dog by his own father. But after hearing with his own ears that Lin Xian was about to become a future capital executive, he became disheartened. Now he was persuaded to quit by Zhangde. My second uncle was suspended. The company itself is about to go bankrupt. And Lin Xian is about to become the son of tomorrow. What a sharp contrast. Dad, the CEO Lin you mentioned who ruined our family, is that Lin Xian? Finally, Yu Zhanghao asked with a swollen pig face, still unwillingly. After Yu Tiancheng received the last call, his face turned pale, and his hand holding the phone was shaking. He murmured in despair, "It's over, it's really over. The company is completely bankrupt, maybe. I will have to go to jail." When Yu Zhanghao saw his father like this, his heart sank completely and he collapsed to the ground. He suddenly regretted it so much. If he had known earlier, he would have controlled his broken Diao. It's over. At this time, Yu Tianchang looked at the noisy classroom and Lin Xian, who was surrounded by everyone like a star. Suddenly an idea flashed upon him. I asked him for a long time on the phone before, and Mr. Liang only said that he had offended Mr. Lin. As for which Mr. Lin, he said he didn't know the details. Could it be? Yu Tianchang looked at his rebellious son, who had been beaten black and blue in the face by him. He asked hurriedly, "Let me ask you, is it the CEO Lin inside that you have offended? Speak." I. Yu Jianghao paused. He actually didn't know. Even if Lin Xian was a senior executive of an investment company, could he have such great ability? Could he have caused such a big incident? However, apart from Lin Xian, he didn't seem to have offended anyone with the surname Lin. Let's go. Follow me in and apologize to Mr. Lin. As he spoke, Yu Tiancheng grabbed Yu Jianghao by the collar and dragged him all the way to Lin Xian like a dog. From the corridor to the classroom, everyone who saw them along the way was shocked, and then they gave way to the father and son. Boss Lin. Boss Lin. My son was blind and didn't recognize a great man. He offended you. It's all my fault for not educating him well. But, Boss Lin, please spare the Yu's hotel chain. Yu Tiancheng looked like he was begging for mercy. He even kicked Yu Jianghao on the kneecap, knocking him to the ground. He knelt down in front of Lin Xian. At this moment, the classroom was as quiet as a chicken. Everyone looked shocked and enjoyed the show. Lao Li, Lu Jiehui, Zhang Yu and others were all enjoying the show with great excitement. In order to see the show from a 360-degree angle, they all stood up from their seats. They were not familiar with Yu Jianghao at all, and they just saw him snatch Lin Xian's girlfriend Zhou Linlin. They didn't expect Lin Xian to make a comeback so quickly. This is too cool. What's the point of having a mouth? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. Yu Tiancheng slapped Yu Jianghao on the head. Yu Jianghao was so dizzy that he was stunned. At this moment, Yu Jianghao's image had already been completely ruined, his face was bruised and swollen, and he was pissing and shitting. Compared to Lin Xian, who was sitting leisurely in front of him, there was a world of difference. Zhou Linlin stared at the scene with wide eyes, gritting her teeth as if she had a heart attack. Mr. Lin, I was wrong, please forgive me. Please let me go, please let my whole family go. Grit your teeth. Heartbroken. As long as you pass this hurdle, you will be a hero again. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Yu Jianghao risked his life and begged for mercy from Lin Xian with complete shame. He had never felt so wimpy in his life. I never expected that I would fall into the hands of that bastard Lin Xian. As soon as these words came out, you could hear a pin drop in the whole classroom. It was so quiet that one could even hear Yu Jianghao's nervous breathing. Certainly. At this moment, Yu Jianghao was so nervous, embarrassed and ashamed that he scratched the ground with his fingers in his heart. A humiliating moment in life. What's more, his education, family business, and even the future of his entire life seemed to be just a thread in Lin Xian's hand. As long as Lin Xian pulled it lightly, it would be broken. Time seems to stand still. 0.1 seconds. 1 second. 2 seconds. At the side, Ling Shiran lowered her beautiful eyes and glanced at Lin Xian's handsome and resolute profile. She had only known Lin Xian for a day or two, and was not very clear about the grudge between Lin Xian and the man in front of her. However, as the helmsman of such a large company as Future Capital, Lin Xian would definitely not be a soft-hearted person. Really? Lin Xuanfei's lips curled into a cold arc. He looked at Yu Jianghao lying on the ground in front of him with a playful look and said, "Ha, what are you talking about? We are all alumni of the same department." Really? Mr. Lin, have you forgiven me? Yu Jianghao's eyes lit up. As if granted amnesty. He was afraid that Lin Xian would go back on his word, so he hurriedly said, "Boss Lin. Actually, it was that bitch Zhou Linlin who seduced me. But I was wrong too. I'm sorry. Boss Lin, please forgive me." As soon as these words came out, all the students looked at Zhou Linlin with ambiguous and joking eyes. In the crowd, Zhou Linlin's face instantly turned red with shame and she was furious. It was as if the last piece of fig leaf was torn off in public. What are you talking about? Yu Jianghao. You deserve to be persuaded to quit, and your family deserves to go bankrupt. Woo. After Zhou Linlin broke down and threw a tantrum in public, she ran out of the classroom crying. leaving everyone behind in talking about it. After a few rounds, I finally understood what was going on. Everyone looked at Yu Jianghao without any sympathy, but felt that he deserved it. Relying on his family's wealth and his relatives' official positions in the school, he robbed someone's girlfriend, but in the end. Fortunately, Lin Xian is also pretty awesome. It's a wonderful article that shines into reality. At this time, Lin Xian stood up from his seat. He had seen enough of this drama and decided to stop here. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Seeing Lin Xian stand up, Yu's father and son suddenly became very nervous. Of course, they all thought that Lin Xian's attitude just now was to let them off the hook. Lin Xian simply lowered his head and glanced at Yu Jianghao, who was like an ant. He shrugged and smiled innocently, then waved his hand and said, "Oh, I mean, we are all classmates, don't say such scary things, please. I have nothing to do with things like persuasion to quit and bankruptcy. I just joined Future Capital and I am just an ordinary management position, I am not that awesome. Okay, everyone, make way." Joke. If he admitted in public that the fate of Yu's father and son was his own doing, who would be his friend in school? Would he still be able to study hard and make progress every day? Lin Xian said this. The classmates and even the teachers around him all nodded in agreement. There is indeed something wrong with what Lin Xian said. Yu's father and son stood there in shock. Chapter 28 Ling Shiran's dedication. Assistant Principal Dong immediately stepped forward and presided over the meeting, saying, Okay, stop making trouble. Yu Jianghao, come with me to handle the relevant procedures. The rest of the students, please attend class well. Jiangbei University is a 985 university jointly run by the Chinese government and social foundations. Some of the procedures are strict. But it's not impossible to get it done quickly. In this way, Yu Jianghao was persuaded to leave Jiangda. His uncle Yu Tianhai, who worked in the Academic Affairs Office of Jiangda, was suspended for investigation, and the Yu's hotel chain founded by his father Yu Tiancheng went bankrupt, and later, Yu Tiancheng was imprisoned for a long time because of company tax and various internal management issues. Outside Jiangnan University, in a secluded place under the shade of trees, a red LaFerrari was parked on the side of the road. Lin Xian took out a cigarette from his pocket, and Ling Shiran in the co-pilot seat immediately came over to help light it. As she leaned forward, her white shirt buttoned tightly around her chest was exposed. Under the professional hip skirt, two slender white legs are tightly together, swaying slightly as the posture changes. Lin Xian took two casual puffs with a distracted look. Inside the car, circles of white smoke swirled around. Mind? Lin Xian's eyes swept over Ling Shiran's pretty face and he asked softly. Ling Shiran curled her red lips and said, Why should I mind in Mr. Lin's car? There was some coquettishness in her tone. As her beautiful eyes turned, she lowered her head slightly and said, I can't repay Mr. Lin for his kindness. For Mr. Lin, Shiran has only infinite gratitude and admiration. Yeah? Lin Xian's heart moved. There was a sly glint in his eyes. Suddenly, he put out the cigarette in his hand. He slowly raised Ling Shiran's smooth and beautiful chin with his fingers, leaned over and kissed her beautiful red lips fiercely. Yunzhou, Zhou Mansion. In the courtyard of an ancient and gorgeous Chinese-style villa, there is a pavilion and railings by the water. A young man stood proudly with his hands behind his back. There is something of the kingly aura of a young man in a high position in his brows and temperament. In front of him, the subordinate bowed and reported, Master, the news from Jiangbei University is that Miss Qin is having a hot relationship with a sophomore named Lin Xian at school recently. It is said that. This subordinate told Chu Xiang the messages one by one. These included Qin Yulan and Lin Xian dating late at night, Qin Yulan spending a lot of money to buy a supercar for Lin Xian, and using connections to send Lin Xian to Future Capital as a senior executive. Future Capital? The young man raised his eyebrows, seeming to be puzzled. The subordinate immediately explained, Master, this is a new investment company in Jiangbei. It is said that Lin Xian is currently a senior executive in a department of this company. Humph, it's just a small company, not worth mentioning. The young man in a higher position showed a look of disdain on his face. In terms of financial resources, the Zhou family is a century-old hidden family that has been passed down for generations. Today, Zhou's companies are spread across various industries, dominating Yunzhou and radiating throughout China. How can those emerging capital companies be compared with them? What's more, that guy named Lin Xian is just a junior executive in that small company. Like an ant. Yes, that's what the young master said. The subordinates hurriedly agreed, and then said, and we have carefully investigated, there is no direct or indirect business dealings between the Qin family and Future Capital, and Miss Qin has no connection with that company. Therefore, the man named Lin Xian works at Future Capital and has nothing to do with the Qin family or Miss Qin. Therefore, the news from Jiang University is not necessarily complete. He. Hearing this, the young man in a higher position sneered. Qin Yulan may not look down on such a lowly commoner. But, as my Zhou's fiancée, she actually dared to spread such dirty rumors. Future Capital? How dare you hire that Lin? I want to see if this company still has a future. After saying that, a fierce look flashed across the young man's eyes. The celadon teacup in his hand was instantly crushed into pieces, and the white powder scattered in the wind. When I saw the scene, I couldn't help but be shocked. There is deep admiration and submission in his eyes. Outside Jiangnan University, the red LaFerrari is still parked on the roadside. After about an hour of parking, the company's female secretary drove over in a Mercedes-Benz S sedan owned by the company. Lin Xian and Ling Shiran got out of the LaFerrari together and got into the Mercedes-Benz S. But during this process, Ling Shiran kept her head down, her long hair was slightly messy, and her clothes were a little wrinkled. The female secretary took the LaFerrari keys from Lin Xian. Take a look at the interior of the LaFerrari. Her face turned red. But he still said professionally and competently, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will drive to the forest shop and clean the car well." Lin Xian nodded. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz S, he stepped on the accelerator and the black Mercedes-Benz sped towards the center of Jiangbei City. Go to the mall and buy some clothes to change into, then come with me to the company. As a 100% shareholder of Future Capital, Lin Xian has never been to the company. I'm free now. It's time to go take a look. If's shopping mall. Chanel VIC room. Ling Shiran tried on several sets of clothes in a row, while Lin Xian sat on the sofa, enjoying the reviews while playing with his phone. Being bored, he opened the game Timmy King of Glory. Then charged the money with a click. I only recharged once a long time ago, and got Zhao Zilong for 7 yuan, becoming a distinguished aristocratic level 1 user, but that didn't stop him from getting the national standard. Just when Lin Xian had just recharged his account to V10, the system's voice sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the second capture target Ling Shiran has been successfully captured. Obtain 300 godly points. Ding! The current total number of godly rich points is 1087. Please plan and use them reasonably. Lin Xian was stunned. He looked hesitantly at Ling Shiran, who was still in the fitting room. What's going on? Just try on some clothes and your favorability score will be full. Lin Xian touched his chin with a lingering feeling. Still. So, just max out the favorability and complete the strategy? Ding! Congratulations to the host for guessing correctly. Lin Xian. After Ling Shiran tried on the clothes, Lin Xian asked her to change into a white Chanel-style suit, and the rest of the clothes were also packed up and taken away with a credit card. On the way to the company, waiting for the traffic light, Lin Xian picked up his phone again and transferred 1 billion directly to Ling Shiran's bank card. Under Ling Shiran's extremely shocked gaze, Lin Xian explained, "Help me decorate the Luyun Imperial Mansion, but..." Okay, Lin. Mr. Lin. Renovating a house worth tens of millions, and spending 1 billion? So inhumane. Looking out the car window, the high-rise buildings in the city center stand bustling under the scorching sun. A hint of darkness flashed across Ling Shiran's beautiful eyes. She was happy, but couldn't help feeling a little sad. The joy is, with Lin Xian's recognition, she became the general manager of Future Capital, with an annual salary of tens of millions and a bright future, and she also devoted herself completely to him without reservation. Chapter 29. Wait. And Lin Xian transferred 1 billion to her. Let her decorate the house for him. Obviously, he treated her as his own. But she could also feel in her heart that Lin Xian was vaguely alienated from her. Perhaps she had to work harder to get closer to him. The Future Capital headquarters building is located in the core business district of Jiangbei CBD, adjacent to the Jialing River and overlooking the Raffles buildings on the opposite bank. It is 58 stories high in total, and its architectural style is modern and avant-garde. The entire facade of the building is a dark blue glass wall. It is unique among the CBD buildings in Jiangbei. And at this moment, inside Future Capital, because we received news in advance that the company's new president, boss, and general manager will be visiting the company headquarters soon. So Lei Ming summoned all the company's middle and senior management personnel to the company's super large conference room number 1 and got ready to welcome the arrival of the new president and general manager. Ahem, luckily I washed my hair this morning, I look energetic. In the restroom next to conference room 1. Clatter. Next to the sink. Li Ming looked in the mirror and adjusted his tie again and again. I must find an opportunity to speak in front of the president later, show my abilities, and try to leave a good impression. I will get a promotion and a raise soon, and move from the middle level to the top level. He swore secretly with gritted teeth. Then I couldn't help but feel annoyed again. Ever since I asked for the WeChat of a beautiful lady in a Michelin restaurant 2 days ago, and lost to a rich second-generation dude who drove a Ferrari LaFerrari, my self-esteem was severely hurt and I almost couldn't recover. When I think of this, it's just a feeling of humiliation and unwillingness. When one day he reaches the peak of his life, he will never forget the revenge of that day. Oh shit. After a fragrant and free-flowing sentence was uttered, Li Ming reached out to turn off the faucet and prepared to turn around and go to the conference hall. But turning around, he ran into a familiar tall figure. After taking 2 steps, Li Ming frowned and turned back suddenly. It's you? The one who drove Rafa that day. Li Ming turned around and looked Lin Xian up and down. Just when I was thinking that I couldn't forget the old grudge, I didn't expect to meet him here? Lin Xian was also stunned. He glanced casually at Li Ming. He immediately remembered that day in the Western restaurant, when this person took advantage of him going to the bathroom to add Qin Yulan on WeChat, and even mocked him for being a gigolo. What are you doing here? Li Ming looked at Lin Xian puzzledly. In his opinion, a second-generation person like Lin Xian, who is young and looks like he hasn't graduated yet, drives a supercar to pick up beautiful girls all day long, and spends millions of dollars in Western restaurants, is nothing but an uneducated and useless person. This is the internal activity area for employees of a well-known investment company. How did he get in? I'm here, to take up the job. Lin Xian replied. Glancing at the employee badge on Li Ming's chest, a smile appeared on his face. Lin Xian looked at Li Ming and asked, Do you work here? He. I'm the investment manager of Future Capital. You want to join our company too? He, it's fate. What department? Seeing Lin Xian's answer, Li Ming's interest suddenly increased, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten up with pride. There is a hidden knife in his words. There was a hint of overbearing power in his tone. Even if it is the second generation of Lafayette, so what? Why not start as an intern at Future Capital? What's more, as far as he knows, most of these second generations who entered the company did so through connections. After all, it is an investment company, and sometimes it is inevitable to have some social skills when investing in certain projects, so it is normal to have some connections. However, Future Capital has strict internal management and clear hierarchies, so even if they are rich second generations with connections, they have to start by serving tea and water. Think of this. Li Ming put his hands on his hips, the smile on his face became more and more proud. Since you're here to work, do your job well. As he said that, Li Ming reached out to pat Lin Xian's shoulder, looking like a superior caring for his subordinate. Go away. Before Li Ming's hand touched Lin Xian, it was slapped away. How powerful is Lin Xian? The strength value has reached 20 points, far exceeding the strength possessed by ordinary people. Lin Xian just waved it casually. Li Ming felt that several of his finger joints were about to be broken. He felt a huge pain in his hands. Damn it, you! Wait! Li Ming's eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity and he gritted his teeth and uttered harsh words. I really didn't expect this guy to be so ungrateful and not give him any face. So what if he's a rich second generation? Li Ming hasn't been working in Future Capital for nothing these past few years. He has already thought of 100 ways to kill this newcomer in the company. Lin Xian, on the other hand, always had a look of disdain and indifference on his face. He took 2 or 3 steps to the sink. He turned on the faucet and washed his hands, which had just touched Li Ming, several times. After what happened just now, Lin Xian's heart moved. To have an absolutely stronger power is to have more freedom and be yourself more completely in this world. Next, he needs to plan well and use various resource channels, spend money well. Spend more money. Increase your rich points as much as possible. Think about it. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. Lin Xian suddenly discovered. He didn't know if it was because of the changes in his physical condition that brought about the changes in his appearance, but Lin Xian discovered that his face seemed to have some subtle changes. Even more handsome? It seems that the bridge of the nose is straighter, the brow bone is higher. The jawline is also more defined. Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror, left and right. Surprise in my heart. Hey, he was already a handsome guy, and now he's even more handsome. And the most important thing is, he seems to have discovered that he has also grown taller. Before, he only paid attention to the changes in the various attributes of his body, and didn't pay much attention to his figure. At this moment, standing in front of the mirror, Lin Xian could clearly feel that his body was taller than the ground. System, open the property panel. Lin Xian said in order to verify immediately. Ding. System received. Host, Lin Xian. Age, 19. Height, 181 centimeters. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Mental strength, 20. Constitution, 20. The peak value of each attribute of an ordinary adult is 10 points. Martial arts skills, none. Skills, driving, basketball. I've really grown taller? 4 centimeters taller all of a sudden? Why, do I feel like there hasn't been much change in this day? Lin Xian looked down at his legs and feet, as if checking why he had grown taller. The system replied, ding. The host's body attributes have undergone tremendous changes. In order to carry the corresponding functional values brought by the high attributes, the host's body will naturally change inside and outside, and height growth is only the external manifestation of the body changes. Moreover, the host's external changes are subtle and gradual. For example, after the host points each attribute to 20 points, he may grow about 1.5 centimeters taller after waking up from a sleep at night. After a day of work and life, he may grow another 1 centimeter taller, until the external changes of the body reach the height peak that can be achieved with 20 points of each attribute. When I looked in the mirror just now, I found that my face became more handsome. Is it also an external physical change brought about by high attributes? Lin Xian asked. Ding. That's right, host. I see. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Xian suddenly understood. So, if he uses his rich points to improve his attributes, his height and even his appearance will change positively. Awesome. Finally, Lin Xian summarized and evaluated with 2 words. He didn't mind becoming a 2-meter-tall giant handsome man, standing at the top of the crowd to breathe fresh air. But even if he later raised his own attributes to a higher level through godly rich points, the changes in his body would not be as great as the changes at the beginning. If he grew 4 meters taller, the higher the subsequent attributes, the slower the external changes would be. Just like the higher the physical attributes, the more godly rich points needed would double. Am I right? System? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Ding. The host is smart. That's the truth. Come out of the bathroom. Lei Ming, who had been waiting outside for a long time, stepped forward and said, Boss Lin, all the middle and senior management personnel currently at the company's Jiangbei headquarters are already in the conference hall. Do you want to go to the conference hall now or? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and said, I'm a little hungry, let's go to the office to eat first. The president's office is located on the top floor of the building. Before coming, Lei Ming and others replaced all the soft furnishings in the huge office with brand new ones according to Lin Xian's preferences. Lin Xian is quite looking forward to what his first office in his life will look like. Take the number 1 elevator reserved for the boss. Slowly came to the 58th floor of future capital Jiangbei headquarters building. As soon as Lei Ming opened the black gold cast double doors of the office, a spacious and bright view came into Lin Xian's sight. President, your office has a total area of 167 square meters. All the items and decorations in the office have been replaced with internationally renowned brands imported from Italy. In addition, a lounge has been designed in it according to your instructions. Listen to it. Lin Xian strolled around this large office with a simple and elegant style dominated by white. Not bad. Lin Xian commented. Especially the 180-degree large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the Jialing River, with an unparalleled view. At first glance, the golden sunlight shines on the sparkling river surface, and the towering Raffles buildings in the distance interweave and shine under the scorching sun. It just happened to be opposite the large flat that Lin Xian had just bought. Life and work are separated by a river, haha. After wandering around the office, Lin Xian sat down on the leather boss chair that was airlifted from abroad, and the desk in front of him was already filled with rich and delicious Chinese food by the female secretary. These were all custom made by the chef at the 5-star hotel downstairs. Lin Xian picked up the chopsticks and quickly took a few bites of the food. It tastes good. Do you want to sit down and eat with us? There are quite a lot of dishes, Lin Xian said enthusiastically while chewing a piece of juicy braised pork and looking at the female secretary next to him. No, that's all, President. Take your time. Just call me if you need anything. The secretary was a little confused and kept backing away, her smiling face still slightly red. Lei Ming and the female secretary both went to work. Lin Xian was left alone in the huge office, eating lunch or dinner. It feels pretty good. He was originally a sophomore, and this was his first time coming to such a formal office building. You know what, it really does feel like officially starting work. And at this time, Jiangbei University, in a restaurant box in the North Gate cafeteria, Chu Xiang's class organized a small dinner party. There was an extra large dining table, but the food hadn't been served yet. A dozen or so college students, both men and women, dressed in stylish and beautiful clothes, have already sat down in a circle. Most of them were looking down at their phones, and the few who were talking about the explosive incident that happened in the Department of Communication this afternoon. School celebrity Yu Zhanghao was persuaded to drop out. Also, a sophomore named Lin Xian from the Department of Communication and Literature actually joined the well-known Jiangbei investment company Future Capital, and was said to have become a senior executive in this famous company. Of course, the gossip about the feud between Yu Zhanghao and Lin Xian over stealing women was also talked about with relish. There are also rumors that Yu Zhanghao was expelled from school and his family suddenly went bankrupt, both of which were caused by Lin Xian. However, there is no evidence to support these rumors. Follow the crowd. Hey, Brother Xiang, I heard your dormitory is right across from that Lin Xian? What's going on? Do you know? Yeah, Brother Xiang, didn't you also go to the communication department class this afternoon? At the dinner table, two people looked at Chu Xiang with curiosity. As soon as these two sentences came out, most of the people at the table had gossipy expressions on their faces, and their eyes turned from looking down at their phones to looking at Chu Xiang. Chapter 30, Rage in the Heart. Harmful. Chu Xiang smiled helplessly, as if he was not interested in these gossips. In fact, I was secretly delighted. Finally someone cut him off and spoke about this matter. Today at school, Lin Xian stole the spotlight. Investment company executive? What a resounding title. The teachers and students at school all thought he was so awesome, but in fact, he was just a gigolo who relied on women to make a living. He must tear open the true face of this bitch. Actually, I know a little bit about this matter. After all, I just talked to Brother Joe on the phone this afternoon. Chu Xiang leaned back in his chair, casually playing with the Tesla car key in his hand. Brother Joe? Could it be Master Zhou Li Ran? What does this have to do with Mr. Zhou? At the dinner table, someone took up the conversation. Others also showed doubtful expressions. Chu Xiang smiled and said in a suspenseful manner, the new transfer student Qin Yulan, the school beauty Qin, is actually the fiancé of Brother Zhou's family. Both the Zhou and Qin families are large consortium families in Yunzhou. Originally, Brother Zhou and school beauty Qin were engaged and in love with each other. Having said this, Chu Xiang paused deliberately. He looked around and saw that everyone was listening attentively with surprise on their faces. Then he continued with a look of indignation. What a pity that Lin Xian insisted on getting in between the two of them. He was already cheated on by Yu Zhanghao, and he wanted to steal my brother Zhou's fiancée Qin Yulan. He totally deserves it. Seeing that everyone was surprised at this moment, Chu Xiang shook his head, and immediately said with a look of pity, it's a pity that school beauty Qin is also not clear-headed. I don't know what she likes about that Lin. Not only did these two secretly date in the middle of the night, but school beauty Qin also had a love affair and used her family's connections to send that Lin to Future Capital as a senior executive. Hear this. No one is playing with their phones at the dinner table anymore. They were all shocked by Chu Xiang's first-hand gossip, and their eyes widened as they looked at each other. Zhou Li Ran, the rich second-generation handsome guy who has charmed a lot of girls in school, is engaged to the school beauty Qin. This news is already big enough. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ran was cheated on by that guy named Lin Xian. Lin Xian was so fascinated by Qin Xiaohua that she asked Qin Xiaohua to use her connections to get him hired as a senior executive in an investment company? I was saying that. I heard that Lin Xian is just an ordinary sophomore majoring in Chinese language. How could he be so capable? He is only a sophomore. How can a liberal arts student become a senior executive in an investment company? A boy with fair skin, thin figure, and black framed glasses spoke loudly while knocking on the table with a look of disdain. In words, there is a sour taste. Others heard this. Most of them nodded in agreement. I have to say, what Xu Xiang and the thin man with glasses said made sense. But there were also people who spoke with low EQ and tactlessness. Is this true? Is the school beauty Qin's family so powerful? Haha, how could that be false? Haven't you heard of the famous Qin group in Yunzhou? Xu Xiang was so angry that he laughed. He took out his cell phone, dialed Zhou Ran, turned on the speakerphone, and said to everyone at the table with his eyes, "Well, don't make any noise. I'll call Brother Zhou right here." Hello? Brother Zhou? Are you busy now? I told you about that matter about the school beauty Qin using her connections to get Lin Xian into future capital this afternoon. Brother, have you asked someone to investigate and confirm this matter? Xu Xian was full of confidence. Didn't he know how capable Lin Xian was? He had seen this guy's shabby rural hometown with his own eyes. An ordinary liberal arts sophomore, who hasn't even graduated yet, joins a famous company as a senior executive? He was going to make a last-ditch effort today through this phone call with Zhou Ran, and completely strip Lin Xian of her underwear. He believed that given the level of gossip among the people at the dinner table, the news would spread quickly around the school after the dinner. However, Xu Xiang didn't even finish his words on the phone. Everyone at the dinner table heard an impatient and angry voice coming from Zhou Ran on the speakerphone. Are you annoying? Don't mention this to me, okay? We have investigated and the Qin family has nothing to do with future capital. And Xu Xiang, I warn you, don't go out and say something to tarnish the reputation of Qin the school beauty. After all, she is my Zhou family's fiancée through marriage. Beep, beep. There was a busy tone on the phone. At this moment, the entire box was terribly quiet. The atmosphere was filled with awkwardness. Xu Xiang's face turned red at this moment. Like a thorn in the back. Panic eyes. I wanted to find a hole to crawl into right away. But I still pretended to be calm and calmly put away the phone on the table. I feel so regretful. Damn it. Grass. Xu Xiang was furious in his heart. He only thought about taking off Lin Xian's underwear. He had overestimated his relationship with Zhou Ran, and also ignored the fact that Qin Yulan was Zhou Ran's fiancée. He interfered too much in this matter, which inevitably caused Zhou Ran's dissatisfaction. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhou Ran is the young master of the Zhou family and has a noble status. If he is not satisfied, he can turn against someone like him from an ordinary well-off family. Although Xu Xiang is not a rich second generation, he has good conditions in all aspects. Still in college. My family paid for a Tesla worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in full, which was already very cool and prestigious among college students. Plus he's 180 centimeters tall, good-looking, and good at playing basketball. He was generally doing well in school. When had he ever been humiliated like this in front of his classmates? Amid the awkward and suppressed laughter of the people around the dinner table, Xu Xiang gritted his teeth, a surge of hatred in his heart. Of course, he didn't hate Zhou Ran. There was a huge gap between him and Zhou Ran, so he couldn't hate him. He only hated Lin Xian. This loser whom he had always looked down upon was now not only in the limelight, but also on the peak of his life. And let him suffer this humiliation in public today. You are shooting yourself in the foot. Xu Xiang stood up from his seat, grabbed his car keys and left. He couldn't attend the dinner today anyway. Pa. When everyone saw Xu Xiang slam the door and leave, they looked at each other and no one dared to say a word. However, everyone heard the phone call clearly. It seems that Xu Xiang and Master Zhou's relationship is not as good as Xu Xiang boasted, and Master Zhou said that the Qin family has no relationship with future capital. In this case, Lin Xian did not rely on the relationship with the school beauty Qin to become an executive. It seems that Lin Xian has his own abilities. He even hooked up with Qin, the school beauty who just transferred to the school and is engaged to Zhou Xiao. He is indeed quite something. Awesome. And at this moment, Conference Hall 1 on the 56th floor of Future Capitol Building, in the center of Jiangbei City. It's already time to get off work in the afternoon. However, in this brightly lit conference hall with a serious atmosphere, a group of middle and senior managers in suits stood in neat rows according to their positions, and no one dared to move. They have been waiting for almost 2 hours. Just now, according to Assistant Lei, the president is still eating. Even if he is resentful in his heart, he always has a smiling and gentle look on his face. Of course, they all knew that the president was trying to intimidate them. New officials have to set rules, and if they can't stand these rules, they can only pack up and leave. The light outside the conference room slowly changed from the golden afternoon sun to the red afterglow of the sunset. Finally, at this moment, bang! The double doors of the conference room were suddenly opened. All the managers were suddenly shocked. Is it the new president who has arrived? They all looked up. I saw a young woman wearing a white Chanel professional style suit, with a slim and graceful figure and a delicate and beautiful face, walking slowly from outside the conference room in high heels. Sorry everyone, I've kept you waiting for so long. Although Ling Shiran is young, she has an outstanding aura of a professional elite. She came to the center of the circular conference table, looked at the management calmly, and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am the company's new general manager Ling Shiran. Hello, President Ling. Boss Ling." Although the president didn't come, the general manager did. This will be the second in command of the company in the future. All the management bowed and greeted. Li Ming, a middle-level manager of the company standing in the corner, took the opportunity to glance at the new female general manager in the front while bowing and standing up. This glance, he was stunned. I was surprised and thought to myself, isn't this the beautiful manager of the Michelin restaurant? Chapter 31, Ominous Premonition. Li Ming gritted his teeth. He remembered clearly that day at Michelin, two extremely beautiful women with different styles, both of them acted like female lickers to the bitch surnamed Lin. There is still a dull pain in my fingers. I didn't expect that person's hand was so strong. Grass. He cursed quietly. When he looked up again, he saw Ling Shiran, an elegant and intellectual businesswoman, speaking eloquently in front of all the management. He suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. What exactly is wrong? I can't really tell. Li Ming looked around anxiously, and suddenly saw the HR manager next to him. He leaned over and whispered, "Boss Lu, a man named Lin Xian came to the company today. Do you have any impression of him? Which department is he from? Does he have a strong background?" Lin Xian? The HR manager was stunned, and looked at Li Ming with an inexplicable look. A face full of secrecy. Li Ming, what is wrong? Why are you asking this? The HR manager asked back with a puzzled look on his face. Humph, I don't like this kid, so I'm going to teach him a lesson. Li Ming said in a low voice, gritting his teeth. Hearing this, the HR manager's body trembled violently. Look at Li Ming as if he were the god of plague. He immediately took several steps back, for fear that he would be infected by the plague god in front of him. You. Seeing the HR manager's reaction, Li Ming was still confused. Just at this moment. Bang! The double doors to the conference hall were thrown open. Everyone's heart trembled, and they all bowed 90 degrees. Get ready to welcome the new president. At the same time, everyone was very curious. They all wanted to see the person who was truly at the helm of the company. And all the information about the new president was kept strictly confidential within the company. It can be said that no information was revealed about the new president's name, age, or even gender. However, for fear of offending or angering this mysterious boss, every middle and senior executive bent their backs, looked respectful, and stared straight at the ground, not daring to glance around. When Ling Shiran saw the tall figure at the gate, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Mr. Lin. An intellectual, gentle, yet sharp female voice rang out in the conference room. Dozens of executives in suits and leather shoes bowed and responded in unison. Hello, Mr. Lin. A loud greeting echoed in the huge conference hall. And then, in the sound of silent breathing, Lin Xian walked in from the door with his long legs. Although he was less than 20 years old and had no serious professional experience before, he was imposing and calm, as if he was shopping in a supermarket. After all, he is now a super rich man with billions of funds. Nothing else. It's just that he has a lot of money. Facing these high-level white-collar workers in society who work for money, he, Lin Xian, is completely a superior person. A group of senior executives bowed and stood in 2 rows facing each other. Lin Xian strode through them and walked into the conference room. The executives bent their backs tightly, looking down at the ground, and just watched a figure in black shorts and flip-flops walk past them. Could this be their new president? The person who is now the behind-the-scenes leader of future capital? Without Lin Xian's order, the executives stiffened their bent backs and dared not stand up. Before this boss came, they have been waiting in the conference hall for almost 3 or 4 hours. This is a strong hint of a new official trying to show his authority. How could these savvy managers not smell it? Naturally, he did not dare to look up at the new president of the company. After all, it was their first meeting, and he was afraid of making mistakes and leaving a bad impression on the president. They could only wonder silently in their hearts. Hiss, the new CEO's outfit is a bit unique. Only Li Ming, who was standing in the corner, frowned deeply. That's not right. Why do these shorts and slippers look so familiar? Lin Xian sat down on the leather boss chair at the center of the conference table. How could he know that these middle and senior managers, dressed in suits and looking like workplace elites, were silently studying his shorts and slippers? In the afternoon, on the way to the classroom in the nanny car, he changed into this outfit temporarily for comfort. It was comfortable to wear, so he didn't think about changing. Well, alright, you all should sit down too. Lin Xian crossed his legs. He waved his hand and said casually. On the side, Ling Shiran considerately poured a cup of Longjing green tea for Lin Xian. Hearing this young voice, everyone took the opportunity to finally breathe a sigh of relief and straighten their backs, and subconsciously looked towards the center position above the conference table. Lin Xian's image of a young, unrestrained and domineering boss caught the eyes of all the middle and senior management. Just as everyone was thinking about the future rules of survival in the workplace based on Lin Xian's image and temperament, Li Ming, who was standing at the corner, was instantly shaken violently. Stunned, he looked at the figure sitting with his legs crossed in the center of the conference room in front of him, and was petrified on the spot. Lin Xian? Li Ming blurted out. How could he even think of finding a seat to sit down? I just feel like it's all wasted. Everyone is dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? The new boss of the company is actually him? Could it be you? At the side, the HR manager rolled his eyes and said, How rude. Apologize to CEO Lin right now. The HR manager is still unclear about the conflict between Li Ming and General Manager Lin. But he knew that Li Ming was about to be finished. And he naturally stood on Lin's side unconditionally. He spoke for Lin. At this time, above the conference table, Lin Xian and Ling Shiran also looked over. Lin Xian just glanced at him indifferently. Obviously, Li Ming's existence could not cause any emotional fluctuations in him, as if the gods did not care about an ant on the ground. Ling Shiran's eyes flashed. Recalling the past 2 days, when she was still working as a manager at a Michelin restaurant, she witnessed the conflict between Lin Xian and this man. Excuse me, everyone. I have something to take care of before today's meeting begins. Ling Shiran glanced at Lin Xian's somewhat indifferent expression with her beautiful eyes and said coldly. Today, after a day of close contact, as smart as she is, she naturally figured out some of Lin Xian's temperament, and there is some tacit understanding between the two of them. The management witnessed this sudden change. They were all silent. I thought, this investment manager Li Ming is usually quite smart? Why is he so stupid now? Facing surprised and puzzled looks from all directions, and Lin Xian, the new president, is under tremendous pressure. Li Ming was so scared that his face turned blue, his mouth was dry, and his forehead was sweating. My legs are weak. Just now in the bathroom, he was still swearing at Lin Xian, and asked him to wait for him. Earlier in the restaurant, he thought Lin Xian was a poor bastard, so he added Lin Xian's girlfriend on WeChat while Lin Xian was in the bathroom. What should I do? What the hell should I do? Li Ming screamed wildly in his heart. Being in the middle management position of future capital management at such a young age is the most amazing thing in his life. His career, his job, must not be ruined. Absolutely not. But Ling Shiran had already come to him in high heels. Chapter 32. You deserve it. Li Ming, right? You're fired. Ling Shiran glanced at the employee badge on Li Ming's chest and announced coldly with her red lips. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference hall was as quiet as a chicken. The managers all looked at each other, and when they looked at Li Ming, some were puzzled, some were watching the show from the sidelines, or were simply gloating. Although they don't know the details. But judging from what Li Ming said just now, he probably has a grudge against Mr. Lin. What bad luck! He actually offended the new CEO right after arriving. Several senior executives around Li Ming retreated to the left and right, drawing a clear line between themselves and him, for fear of getting into trouble by standing too close. No. I was wrong. Suddenly I heard that I was fired from the company. Li Ming was completely panicked. He looked towards Lin Xian in panic, clasped his hands together, and begged for mercy sincerely. Boss Lin. I was wrong. I was so blind that I didn't know you were the new CEO of the company. Just now in the bathroom, I was so bold. I actually said such outrageous words to you. Please forgive me. Speaking of. With a slap, he began to slap himself. Move left. To the right. The force was so fierce that the sound of slapping the face echoed in the conference room. Soon, Li Ming's face was covered with scarlet fingerprints. This operation stunned all the managers around. They all thought, no wonder Li Ming was promoted so quickly in the company in the past few years. He became an investment manager before he was 30 years old. It turns out that he is a ruthless person who is willing to risk everything. In order to seek forgiveness from the new boss, he can throw away his face and self-esteem. Of course, they also roughly knew that Li Ming would be fired directly. Audacious in the extreme. How dare you insult the new CEO? You deserve it. At the same time, they also knew that on the first day that General Manager Lin and General Manager Ling came to the company, they directly fired an investment manager in front of the management level, which was also a warning to others. Thinking of this, many high-ranking officials who had good eyesight lowered their heads slightly. The expression is respectful and humble. I dare not show the slightest expression of watching a show. I was afraid that something was wrong, or that I would be implicated by some other problems. President, Mr. Lin. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Li Ming slapped himself in the face so hard it hurt. Tears streaming down my face. He hates. But there is no way. If I had known that Lin Xian was the new president of the company, I would not have dared to step forward and provoke him even if I had 100 guts. What's more, now he has to keep not only the high-paying and respectable job in front of him, but also his entire future career. Future capital's position in the domestic investment circle cannot be underestimated. If he didn't ask for Lin Xian's forgiveness on the spot, how would he survive in the industry in the future? There is no need for Lin Xian to issue a ban order personally. The investment community is the most well-informed. As long as the news that he offended Lin Xian and was fired on the spot spreads, which company in the industry would dare to hire him? His proud career was about to be ruined. Ruined. It's all fucking ruined. Thinking of this, Li Ming's heart trembled and his legs became weak. Plop. He knelt directly on the floor. When this operation happened, the senior executives around him were all trembling with shock. Li Ming knelt on the floor, clasped his hands together, and cried with red eyes, begging for mercy from Lin Xian, who was sitting in the boss chair in front of him. Boss Lin. Boss Lin. Also, I should never ever have been so bold as to ask for your girlfriend's WeChat in a Michelin restaurant. I was blinded by evil spirits at the time and overestimated my own abilities. I sincerely apologize to you. I was wrong, really wrong. Upon hearing this, many executives' pupils trembled or they couldn't help laughing. But they all had restrained expressions. I dare not show my expression too obviously. I never expected there would be this kind of gossip. However, Li Ming really deserves it. I guess I won't be able to survive in this industry anymore. Only Ling Shiran raised her eyebrows when she heard the word girlfriend. She naturally knew that the girlfriend of Lin Xian mentioned by Li Ming was the girl who had dinner with Lin Xian at the Michelin restaurant that day. She was indeed quite pretty. Think of this. I couldn't help but feel a little sad. At the same time, I also had a sense of crisis. Her beautiful eyes showed a complicated expression as she looked at the figure above the conference room. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian took a sip of the Longjing green tea in the cup, and then glanced at the embarrassed Li Ming in the corner with a look of alms, and said lightly, "Well, the apology is quite sincere, but I have to accept it just because you apologize?" Funny. So what do the police do? If they had been in the restaurant back then, everyone would have known like they do now that Lin Xian's identity and status were not simple. How dare Li Ming look down on others? Seeing that Lin Xian was dressed in pink sexy clothes, she took the opportunity when Qin Yulan went to the bathroom to chat with him and ask for his WeChat. This is clearly a sign of disrespect for Lin Xian and a humiliation to his personality. He. Being merciful is not Lin Xian's style. Li Ming. Lin Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense anymore. He waved his hand impatiently. Ling Shiran reacted immediately, and with a glance, he called the two burly security guards in black suits waiting at the door of the conference room, and forcibly dragged Li Ming, who was still kneeling on the floor with an embarrassed look on his face, away, just like dragging a dead dog. All the middle and senior management of the company in the conference hall lowered their heads and remained silent. The meeting ended up lasting 3.5 hours. When it was over, night had fallen outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. During the meeting, the company's new president did not make many speeches. He mainly sat with his legs crossed and his head down playing King of Glory. However, no one in the management dared to underestimate this unruly young new boss. After all, think about Li Ming's fate. Night. Returned to the hotel presidential suite from the company. After traveling to several places today, Lin Xian was not physically tired. After all, his physical fitness had improved to a level far beyond that of ordinary people. However, he was too lazy to move anymore. I asked the hotel chef to prepare a table full of sumptuous Chinese food, which was then delivered to the dining room of the presidential suite by the waiter. Ling Shiran changed out of her business suit and put on a white intellectual dress. She had long beautiful hair and red lips. She sat aside and thoughtfully poured Lin Xian a glass of Romane Conti 1974 red wine. Outside the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows. It is a night scene of a city with bustling lights. Sovereign Hotel is located in the CBD area of Jiangbei City Center, near the future Capitol building. At night, the bright moonlight shines on the sparkling Jialing River. Lin Xian holds a tall glass of red wine in his hand, standing by the French window, looking across the river at the Raffles building on the other side. It's like an emperor overlooking the world. Just take care of the decoration of Luyun Imperial Palace. The budget doesn't matter. By the way, I remember that the rooftop of that large flat can be shut down, right? Lin Xian suddenly asked Ling Shiran. Yes, what's wrong? Xian. Ling Shiran didn't want to call Lin Xian Mr. Lin in private, as it seemed too unfamiliar, so she changed the title. After saying that, she looked up at Lin Xian's expression. There seemed to be no change, so she felt relieved. Choose a helicopter. Then you can live in Luyun Palace and fly directly to the company every day. Otherwise it would be so troublesome to drive around the river to go to work. Okay. Ling Shiran nodded. Although she had only followed Lin Xian for less than a day, after today's day, she was already shocked by the chaebol strength that Lin Xian had demonstrated in all aspects. Just like the food on the table. It may seem ordinary, but every step is carefully selected or prepared. Using fresh keeping technology, fresh and expensive meat ingredients are flown in from abroad at the fastest speed, organic vegetables are cultivated artificially, and there are cooking services by famous chefs. With the bottle of Romane Conti 1974 on the table, this meal costs more than 1 million. It's just flying to work, which is just a normal thing with Lin Xian's strength. Thinking of something, she reminded him, by the way, Xian, the secretary just sent a message. Because you invested in Mr. Lei's car company last time, Mr. Lei has expedited the production of a customized Xiaomi SU7 Ultra for you as a thank you. It will probably be delivered tomorrow. Chapter 33 Senior Lin Xian, I'm afraid. Okay. Hearing this, Lin Xian took a sip of the red wine in the glass. He turned around, looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the gorgeous city night view, walked with his long legs, and sat down at the round dining table. Pick up your chopsticks and start tasting the delicious and sumptuous dishes on the table one by one. Then, he suddenly turned around, looked at Ling Shiran's pretty face, smiled, and said, It just so happens that Rafa has taken it to the cleaners. Then I'll drive the SU7 Ultra that Mr. Lei gave me these few days. Nowadays, luxury cars and supercars are just something that Lin Xian can easily obtain. Driving a Ferrari worth tens of millions. Compared with domestically produced new energy vehicles worth hundreds of thousands. There is no big difference. It's mainly a question of freshness. Of course, he still likes cars very much and plans to buy a Bugatti or something in a few days. When Ling Shiran heard Lin Xian say Lafa sent it to be cleaned, her pretty face turned slightly red. She slowly walked to Lin Xian, picked up the tissue on the table, and gently wiped the red wine stains from Lin Xian's lips. Looking at the delicate red lips in front of me, and looking down, the white and tender shoulders, neck, and collarbone, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly froze. He had wanted to tell her to be bolder in her investment work and not be afraid to spend more money on him. The words were stuck on my lips. A surge of energy came from within his body. Lin Xian leaned over, put his big hands on the woman's slender waist, and bit down hard on those flaming red lips. The next day. The sun is high in the sky and the sky is clear. Jiangbei City was extremely hot in the summer. It was just past 10 in the morning, but the ground was almost baked. Sovereign Hotel. A brand new Xiaomi SU7 Ultra slowly stopped at the entrance of the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. The sports car body has a cool design and is matched with the sexy and eye-catching lightning yellow paint. It is also a popular model currently being discussed on the internet. It immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by around. In the car, after Mira, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, parked the car, she first took out her makeup bag to touch up her makeup, making sure that her face was beautiful and her makeup was exquisite. Then he got out of the car. After tidying up, she put on a glutinous yellow knitted camisole and a white bubble mini skirt. And the bangs on the head, and the bun tied with a small rubber band. She looks like a beautiful, cute, and youthful female college student. Of course, she is indeed a young girl. I am a freshman majoring in dance at Jiangbei University. She is a sweet beauty who ranked 9th in the school forum's campus beauty poll. Although she is not as famous as Qin Yulan, she is a campus celebrity because she often participates in campus stage performances. She has many admirers in school, and her current boyfriend is Chu Xiang, the president of the school basketball club. Because of his outstanding appearance. It was also because of the relationship with Lin Xian's schoolmate. This time, when she was working part-time as a car display model at Small Rice Company, her boss noticed her and asked her to deliver a car to Lin Xian. Yesterday, the gossip about Lin Xian and Yu Zhenghao spread all over the school. Mira naturally heard about it too. And, indirectly because of this matter, she had a big fight with her boyfriend Chu Xiang, whom she had been dating for 3 months. In the past week, she had received a job as a model for a small car show. She had to wear high heels and stand for hours at the car show every day. It was really tiring and her feet hurt. It was okay to be tired, after all, she was working to make money. But yesterday, she actually met a pervert at the car show. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have almost been touched on the leg. When she returned to school at night, she felt more and more sad and almost cried. But her boyfriend Chu Xiang not only didn't comfort her, didn't care that she was sad, and didn't care that she was almost taken advantage of. Instead, he kept a dark face and kept complaining about this senior Lin Xian in front of her. Mira couldn't stand it anymore. He rolled his eyes and said to Chu Xiang, whether he is really capable or has connections to become a senior executive, you don't care. Anyway, he is indeed a senior executive of an investment company, so he is very capable. As a result, Chu Xiang turned hostile on the spot. He directly overturned the Mishui ice milk tea on the table for the two of them, pointed at Myra's nose and said angrily, okay, even you are on the side of that bitch, right? You think that guy named Lin is awesome, then go find him. Damn it. Mira. But I didn't expect it the next morning. That is this morning. As soon as she arrived at the workplace, she was called by her leader to deliver a car to senior Lin Xian. Recently, the sales of small cars in Jiangbei City have been booming, and the company is very busy. The manager happened to hear that Mira is a student at Jiang University, and she is sweet and beautiful, has a good personality, and is likable. After a few senior leaders discussed it, they decided to let Mira come and deliver the car. She doesn't have to stand in the exhibition hall for hours as a model, nor does she have to worry about encountering perverts. Her job today is just to give her senior a ride, and she is happy and relaxed. Moreover, she was very curious about this legendary senior who had joined an investment company as a senior executive in his sophomore year. It is said that the SU7 Ultra she gave is the only limited edition in the world. The large characters carved in a flamboyant style with gold plating on the left side of the car body are actually the autograph of the company's boss, Mr. Lei. The only one of its kind in the world. Oh my god, this senior Lin Xian is really outstanding. He is a role model for my generation to study hard and strive for success. Holding the SU7 Ultra car key in her hand, Mira said with admiration. Being the most popular beauty in school. She usually interacts with many rich second-generation boys. Boys who can afford a 500,000 or 600,000 yuan SU7 Ultra are nothing special. Even her boyfriend Chu Xiang, who is also a college student, drives a 200,000 or 300,000 yuan Tesla. However, the guy who could make Mr. Lei give him a SU7 Ultra and have it autographed on the body. Only Lin Xian. There is only one Lin Xian in the whole world. She couldn't wait to meet this legendary senior. Then he took out his cell phone. I solemnly dialed a number. Hello? Is this Mr. Lin? I am the employee sent by Smolny Company to deliver your car. I am downstairs in the hotel now. Your beloved car SU7 Ultra has been delivered to you. Excuse me, are you free now? Okay. Wait a minute. On the oversized bed in the presidential suite. Lin Xian had just woken up when he received a call about sending a car. He answered it casually and gradually woke up from his sleep. Outside the French window, dazzling golden sunlight faintly sprinkled into the room through the gaps in the curtains. The bed next to it was empty. Ling Shiran got up early and went to work. A moment. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The corners of her lips curled up in an ambiguous arc. Ha ha. She's really a strong career woman who loves her work. He used his godly points to raise his various attributes to levels unattainable by ordinary people. Naturally, his physical fitness and energy were also extremely abundant. Unlike yesterday on the LaFerrari, the space was too small, so although the postures were unique, they were still somewhat difficult to perform. And last night, in this huge hotel presidential suite, there were quite a lot of scenes. Speaking of which, Ling Shiran was the first woman in his life. This is also an important reason why Lin Xian will give her the future capital to manage. Think about it. Lin Xian got up from the bed, opened the electric curtains, and let the large golden sunlight pour in from the 180-degree large floor-to-ceiling windows, then went to the bathroom and started to wash up. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian came downstairs to the hotel. At first glance, I saw a brand new yellow SU7 Ultra parked at the door. In the sun, the lightning yellow paint is indeed extremely eye-catching, and the body design is also fashionable and cool, full of a sense of future technology. The only drawback is that this electric car is a bit ugly with a green license plate. There were several passers-by stopping to watch. There's a pretty girl next to her? You. Lin Xian approached and was about to ask if it was her who called just now. Mira walked forward with enthusiasm and excitement, handed over the SU7 Ultra car keys with both hands, and said in a sweet voice. Senior Lin. I'm the girl sent by Smolny Company to deliver the car to you. My name is Mira. Hello? Senior Lin Xian is even more handsome than she imagined. He has handsome facial features. The facial contour looks like Daniel Wu. Although, this senior was just casually wearing a t-shirt, shorts and flip-flops, he had a casual, manly and handsome look. And Mira also noticed that although Senior Lin Xian was dressed casually, the watch on his wrist, although she couldn't tell what brand it was obviously not cheap. I also stayed in a luxury hotel like the Sovereign Hotel, which I heard cost several thousand per night. At this moment in Myra's eyes, Lin Xian is undoubtedly a young, promising, tall, rich and handsome man. Somehow, she, who is always cheerful and outgoing, is actually a little nervous inside. Lin Xian took the car keys from Mira. He looked at the somewhat shy girl in front of him, curled up the corners of his lips into a smile, raised an eyebrow and said, You call me senior? Yes, senior, I am also a student at Jiang University, majoring in dance, and I'm a freshman. Mira said with a sweet smile. Oh. Lin Xian nodded in understanding, and his words dragged out a bit. It was almost noon. The sun is shining brightly. There was a lush tree above my head and the sound of cicadas chirping could be heard. Around were guests coming in and out of the Juanhao Hotel, as well as some passers-by. Lin Xian looked at the yellow SU7 Ultra and suddenly remembered the call he had just received from the principal, who was talking about the 300 million yuan donated to the school yesterday, and there were some documents that needed his signature. Are you going back to school? If so, I'll take you there. Lin Xian put his hands on his hips, looked at the girl in front of him, and said casually. Since she is my junior, I should take better care of her. Aha! Myra's pretty face was stunned for a moment, then she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. That's all. Mira got on Lin Xian's new SU7 Ultra. Compared with traditional gasoline cars, pure electric sports cars do start more smoothly and drive more quietly. This top-of-the-line SU7 Ultra is a pure electric sports car developed by Mr. Lei, CEO of Xiaomi, himself and his team. It has a maximum power of 1,548 horsepower and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 1.98 seconds. I overtook other cars all the way back to school. He is undoubtedly the most handsome guy on the road. Although Lin Xian's driving skills were not proficient before, after his mental strength improved, driving became a very easy thing. Because his own reactions were fast enough, the speed of the vehicle within 250 km/h became very slow in Lin Xian's eyes. Various controls allow you to drive accurately without exceeding the speed limit by 20%. But I don't know if it's because the sun is too hot at noon. Lin Xian always feels a little dazzled. Turning around. Oh. It turned out to be Mira's white short skirt and thighs on the passenger seat. They were so white that they were eye-catching. "Senior, you are driving too fast." Mira said hesitantly, a little scared. Chapter 34: Myra's real boyfriend. However, I had just finished saying this. She discovered that Lin Xian's driving skills were actually very smooth and he managed to escape danger without any major incidents. Lin Xian, I think you have amazing skills, senior. I feel like I'm about to fly. It feels so good. At this time, on a large passenger plane flying from Yunzhou to Zhangbei. Inside the first-class cabin, a young man in dark luxurious casual clothes was sitting in seat number 1, resting with his eyes closed. He has a handsome face and his short, carefully groomed hair is shiny black. He looks like a nobleman. Next to the seat, a middle-aged man in a suit, holding a stack of documents in his hand, was bowing and reporting to the young man. "Master, there's news from Zhangbei that a new investment company has been established. As soon as the funds from the group arrive, you can start making great achievements in Zhangbei." Hearing this, Zhou Liran slowly opened his eyes. In his black and white eyes, there was a hint of disdainful mockery and arrogance. "Ha ha! 30 billion is just a small investment from my Zhou Group. However, with this 30 billion, plus the endorsement of Yunzhou Zhou Group, it would only take a few clicks to bring down Future Capital, an investment company with a market value of only 6 billion. Zhou Liran sneered. With his bony right hand, he picked up the tall red wine glass on the table in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. If it weren't for Qin Yulan, this woman who was unfaithful to her husband, who had a family marriage contract but still had a scandal with that guy named Lin at school, he wouldn't have bothered to deal with this small capital company in Zhangbei. Zhou Liran narrowed his eyes dangerously. This time, he did a more detailed investigation. Originally, like those people in school, he thought that the man surnamed Lin was an ordinary executive at Future Capital. But it turned out, this guy really has some background that cannot be underestimated. He just received the latest investigation report this morning. It turned out that the man surnamed Lin was actually the new president of Future Capital, and he held 100% of the shares of the company Future Capital. This guy is so young, yet he has become the boss of an investment company with a valuation of billions? In the morning at Zhou's villa, Zhou Liran heard the news. He felt overwhelmed. He lost his appetite for breakfast. An investment company with tens of billions of dollars is not scary. Compared with the Zhou family of Yunzhou, they are just ants that can be stepped on to death by Zhou Liran at any time. What's scary is that this Jiangda sophomore named Lin is actually the boss behind this company? If you think about it, you will know, this guy must have an unfathomable background. Zhou Liran immediately used almost all of Zhou's connections and intelligence channels to conduct a detailed investigation. Originally, he really thought that this guy named Lin Xian was from some super wealthy family or some inherited family, in which case, the problem would be difficult. But in the end, after investigation, this guy is really from a small poor village in the surrounding districts and counties of Zhangbei City? This person has all kinds of detailed information from childhood to adulthood, it can't be fake. Moreover, Zhou Liran was not at ease, and immediately arranged for people from the Zhangbei branch to conduct an on-site visit and investigation. As a result, it was found out that this Lin is really a rural loser? Then he became the boss of a multi-billion investment company? What the hell happened? Zhou Liran was also confused, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. And the more detailed information was still unavailable to the Zhou group even if they used all their connections. But Mr. Lin went from being a rural loser to a billionaire boss. I'm afraid this is definitely his biggest asset and reliance. As long as the real identity of this Lin is a rural loser, and not some young master from a wealthy family who hides his identity to gain experience and make a living, then it will be easy to deal with. Come to think of it, no wonder this Lin guy had the guts to try to get his hands on Qin Yulan. Just because you have an investment company worth billions, do you really think you are a big boss? Expanded? He. Zhou Liran's eyes flashed with deep disdain. This time, he was going to destroy future capital and show this Lin guy a lesson. How dare you attempt to touch the woman who will marry into his Zhou family in the future? Then you must be prepared to be ruined and bankrupt, and then be prepared to return to the poor village and become a loser again. He. By the way, this is also a warning to Qin Yulan. As a child of the Qin family, what freedom do you still want? Is she worthy? As long as she graduates from college, she will have to go back to Yunzhou to get married. She will be a canary for the rest of her life. Of course, Zhou's 30 billion yuan of funds entering the Jiangbei investment circle is not entirely used to defeat future capital. Any future capital is just a stepping stone for Zhou Liran and the Zhou family to cross borders and break out of the circle. He is about to be a senior in college. Although Zhou Group is strong and occupies a large area in Yunzhou, the entire group still relies mainly on traditional industries. Nowadays, the economy is changing with each passing day. Zhou Group has been watching the emerging hot industries such as the internet and the investment industry and has not yet set foot in them. Then it would be just right for Zhou Liran to be the founder of this family who will overcome all obstacles. Take this opportunity to prove his ability and talent. Think about it. A gleam of strong ambition flashed in Zhou Liran's eyes. The middle-aged man in a suit standing by saw this and was very pleased. He bowed his head respectfully, handed over a stack of documents in his hand, and said, "Master, this is the latest information about the Jiangbei investment community and the domestic investment community. You can take a look at it first. It will help you start your investment work in Jiangbei." Zhou Liran raised his hand. With a look of refusal, he said, "Uncle Xiang, that's not necessary for now." After that, Zhou Liran picked up the tablet computer beside him, connected to the private network on the plane, opened TikTok, and watched the beautiful anchor dancing video. Middle-aged man in suit. Jian University. Lin Xian parked the Su-7 Ultra under the shade of a tree next to the convenience store. He drove fast all the way. Mira, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was so frightened that her face turned pale. He felt a little sorry, and he was thirsty, so he got out of the car and went to the store to buy 2 bottles of ice water. Lin Xian hadn't taken a few steps. The sexy and eye-catching lightning yellow Su-7 Ultra quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Soon, the car was surrounded by people. Many students took out their phones and excitedly began to take photos and record videos. Mira sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the air conditioning, waiting for Lin Xian to come back from buying water. Suddenly, she had an inexplicable illusion, as if senior Lin Xian was her boyfriend. This feeling seems pretty good. I couldn't help but feel a little happy in my heart. And at this moment, Myra's real card. But Xu Xiang, the boyfriend of the two who were arguing and in a cold war, was walking towards Su-7 Ultra with several of his roommates. "Oh my god, that looks like a small Mi Su-7? Is there anyone in our school driving this car?" Chapter 35 Su-7. Wow, the yellow Su-7 is so eye-catching. Wow, the real car is really good looking. It is completely a sports car. The texture looks good to the naked eye. No wonder this car is so popular online. Next to Xu Xiang, a tall and thin boy saw the parked Su-7 and said with shining eyes, "They are in their 20s and are in puberty. It is the stage when people are yearning for various famous cars. The actual car looks cool." Another boy wearing glasses couldn't help but walk closer and sigh. By the way, he pointed at a black Tesla modely parked next to the shade of the tree, and turned to Xu Xiang with a look of anticipation, saying jokingly, "Brother Xiang, this Su-7 completely overshadows your Tesla Model Y." Xu Xiang usually drives a Model Y around the school. Plus, he's 1.8 meters tall and has a decent appearance. The basketball club president again. Normally, I don't have to take the initiative to flirt at school. There are always a lot of girls coming up to me, unlike these guys, who try their best to be a lapdog and chase girls, but in the end, they get nothing. Even if we live in the same dormitory and seem to have a good relationship, I can't help but feel a little jealous. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiang's expression really flashed a hint of darkness. He couldn't help but look at the yellow Su-7 that was surrounded by several college students. Next second, the corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of disdain. He had been feeling very upset these past 2 days because of Lin Xian's behavior. Now, seeing a new car that is cooler, more popular parked next to my beloved car, I am even more unhappy. His family took out a loan to buy him this Tesla, and now his father is still helping him pay off the loan every month. Sometimes the family is short of money, and they have to deduct it from his living expenses, so he sometimes has to save a few dollars for parking fees. However, after buying this car, his popularity and attention in school skyrocketed. Whether in the class or even in the entire department, teachers and classmates all know that he drove a Tesla Model Y when he was only in his sophomore year. Picking up girls is almost easy. Mira, the sweet school beauty ranked in the top 10, he was pursued by him for less than 10 days and he finally got her, huh? All these greatly satisfied the vanity of Chu Xiang, who was less than 20 years old. So this Tesla Model Y is his sweetheart, much more precious than his girlfriend. It's just like parking on the side of the road for fear of being hit. I'm afraid of bumping into something when I drive out. There is another reason why he hates Lin Xian so much, that is, he just bought a new car, and this guy was so shameless that he asked him to drive on the muddy road to send him back to his hometown. He got angry when he thought about it. Damn it, he was still too soft-hearted. He should have let this guy get out of his car at that time. Grass. Tesla Model Y and Xiaomi SU7 are both popular pure electric models. And the prices of the two are pretty much the same. They are often compared and contrasted by netizens online. In the eyes of Chu Xiang, the owner of Model Y is a world model, the choice of people all over the world, and the representative of the United States electric vehicle technology. Can the domestically produced SU7 compare? Seeing that everyone was surrounding the yellow SU7 with shining eyes, while no one was interested in his beloved Model Y, Chu Xiang felt a strong sense of disgust in his heart. Ha ha! Do you really think there's anything good about the domestically produced trams nowadays? Please open your eyes and look at the world. As he walked past the SU7, Chu Xiang said in a sarcastic tone with an unhappy look on his face. The students passing by were all confused? Snort. Chu Xiang snorted coldly. He pulled out a car key from his trouser pocket. Press it down casually. Pa! The black Model Y parked on the other side was instantly unlocked and the lights turned on. After this stunt, the students passing by also understood what was going on. It turned out that this person was a Tesla owner. No wonder he was so sarcastic towards the SU7 and the passers-by watching the SU7. In fact, it is a pure electric vehicle model under 300,000 yuan today. SU7 and Model Y each have their own advantages. One is the most popular domestic electric car at the moment. One is a technical representative of electric vehicles from the United States. Which car to buy is everyone's choice based on their budget and preferences. There is no such thing as good or bad. But if one uses the car to vent all the dark and unhappy emotions in his heart, then that person's character is pretty bad. A gentle girl wearing black-framed glasses and seemingly low-key but branded clothes rolled her eyes at Chu Xiang in dissatisfaction, then she pushed her glasses and stood up and said indignantly. Actually, you're all mistaken. This car is not the Smolmy SU7. Ah. But, there is clearly a small rice logo on this car, a male college student nearby asked with a puzzled look on his face. The girl with glasses looked calm and shook her head. This is a small SUV Ultra. An Ultra costs 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, while the SUV, even the top configuration, is only about 300,000 yuan. SU7 Ultra? Hearing this, the male college student finally understood and nodded. Thinking back to the past, he had also seen relevant news about the SU7 Ultra on his mobile phone, but he was just an ordinary college student who was still in school. Although he also wanted to own a small car, he didn't pay too much attention to it. There is not much difference in appearance between SU7 and SU7 Ultra. It can be said that SU7 Ultra is equivalent to the sports car version of SU7 upgraded in all aspects. In addition, although the SU7 is hotly discussed online, there are not many real cars in real life because the sales and orders are too hot and the supply is insufficient. So it is normal that many students cannot tell the difference between SU7 and SU7 Ultra. The girl with glasses said that the lightning yellow sports car in front of them was a SU7 Ultra, worth 5 or 600,000. Suddenly, everyone looked at the car with even more yearning. Yeah. Look at the picture I found on my phone, this is indeed the SU7 Ultra. No wonder it looks so cool. It's a sports car. This is awesome. It's my dream car. When will I be able to own a car as beautiful as this one? The surrounding college students were amazed. Xu Xiang couldn't help but turn around and took another closer look. He saw that it was indeed not an ordinary version of SU7 and immediately snorted again. He said in a sour tone, "It's just a tram worth 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. You think you deserve to be called a sports car? I'm afraid you have never seen a real sports car. TSK. It's better than your Tesla worth over 200,000 yuan." The gentle girl with glasses responded directly and mercilessly. Just now, Xu Xiang implied that all of them should open their eyes and see the world, and she remembered it in her heart. She said so much just to fight back. Xu Xiang was immediately frustrated. With a dark face, he opened the door of the Tesla and was about to get in. At this time, Lin Xian walked over quietly with 2 bottles of iced mineral water in his hands, striding forward with his long legs. "Brother Xian. Hey, isn't this Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin, I heard, you have really become a senior executive recently?" As soon as Xu Xiang's 2 roommates saw Lin Xian, they took the initiative to greet him enthusiastically. Their dormitory happened to be right opposite the door. One is 406, the other is 407. They often meet each other. Before, Lin Xian was just an ordinary person in school, and everyone treated him in a normal way. But now, things are different from the past. The news that Lin Xian, with his status as a sophomore liberal arts student, had gotten a senior executive position in an investment company, spread quickly among his classmates. People are always seeking profit and avoiding harm, and they are realistic and selfish. Now that Lin Xian has become so powerful, everyone's attitude towards him has unconsciously changed. Yes, I just started working recently. Lin Xian smiled. He calmly accepted the fact that others called him Brother Xian or Mr. Lin. Holding 2 bottles of ice water, he strode to the driver's seat of the SU7 Ultra and prepared to get in the car. At this time, the boy with glasses was shocked and said, "Oh my god, Brother Xian, this SU7 Ultra is it your car?" Chapter 36, Senior Lin Xian. Well, as I just mentioned. Lin Xian smiled and responded to the man with glasses. Of course he knew the person in front of him. "I live across from his dorm, and we bump into each other occasionally, but we're not in the same major, and he can't even remember his name." After that, he opened the driver's door of the SU7 Ultra. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Lin Xian with envy. This boy is so young. He looks like them, he should still be a student. He actually drives a SU7 Ultra worth hundreds of thousands. He is truly a winner in life. They still have to rely on their families for monthly living expenses, and after graduation they don't know whether to find a job that pays 3,000 or 5,000 yuan. They are so young, so hot, but they are already driving their dream car. The boys passing by looked at Lin Xian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The girls had already begun to look up and down at Lin Xian's clothes, appearance, temperament, and height. Although Lin Xian was just performing as usual today, wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. But the Patek Philippe watch on my wrist. With his increasingly handsome appearance and current height of 181 centimeters, many girls' eyes sparkle with love, and they silently think in their hearts that this is the tall, rich, and handsome guy. The real Ultra car is really good looking. It matches your temperament very well. In the crowd, there was a girl wearing jeans and shorts and with bright makeup on her face. She enthusiastically took the initiative to talk to Lin Xian. Thank you. Lin Xian, who was about to get in the car, responded generously with a smile. The girl stared at Lin Xian eagerly, with a smile but a hint of hesitation on her face. It seemed that she was thinking about how to further the conversation, or even add him on WeChat directly. This further irritated some of the jealous boys around her. Oh shit. Driving a small Mi SU7 Ultra is incredible. At this moment, Mira, who had been sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but feel unhappy. She is such a big person sitting in the passenger seat. Although you may not be able to see clearly that there is a beautiful woman sitting inside because of the windshield reflecting the sunlight, but you can see at a glance that there is a girl sitting in the car. Most people would think this is a girlfriend. And this girl in denim hot pants actually completely ignored her? Just go up and chat with Lin Xian? We're both girls, so you didn't think I couldn't tell she was trying to flirt with a man, did you? In the car, Mira pouted her pink lips, silently feeling jealous. It seemed that she had unconsciously put herself in the position of Lin Xian's girlfriend, and completely ignored the fact that her real boyfriend Xu Xiang was right next to her. No wonder Mira is distracted. The main thing is that there is no harm without comparison. Just now, when she was sitting in the car, Xu Xiang passed by and saw his jealous and sarcastic expression. A grown man, being petty and calculating like a woman all day long. The two of them had a quarrel last night, and now the good impression she had left on Xu Xiang had mostly disappeared. And what about Senior Lin Xian? She originally thought that a senior who became a senior executive at such a young age would be very cold, rational, serious in his work and life, and never smile. Unexpectedly, Senior Lin Xian himself is very easygoing, humorous and approachable. He even got off the car to buy water for me. Not to mention Lin Xian's appearance, which is the kind of cool and handsome look she has always liked, similar to the oppa in Korean dramas. Here, pink bubbles appeared in Myra's mind. On the other hand, her official boyfriend Xu Xiang witnessed Lin Xian driving a SU-7 Ultra worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's 300,000 or 400,000 more expensive than his car. And it's a brand new car that I just picked up. I'm so angry that my eyes are red. Gnashing his teeth secretly. What a crappy investment company executive. In his eyes, Lin Xian was always just a rural loser, a loser whom he looked down upon from the bottom of his heart. But now, I actually saw Lin Xian driving a new car worth 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. The pride in my heart was completely shattered. Instead, jealousy arose spontaneously. He. Xu Xiang sneered with disdain on his face. He opened the door of the black Tesla and prepared to drive away. At this time, Lin Xian also opened the door of the SU-7 Ultra. He handed the frozen mineral water in his hand to Mira. Here. Thank you, Senior Lin Xian. Mira took the mineral water with both hands. A sweet voice sounded softly. The sound is not loud, but the tone is very special and clear. Xu Xiang, who had just gotten into the Tesla next to him and hadn't had time to close the door, was stunned. When Xu Xiang's roommates saw Mira sitting in the passenger seat of the SU-7 Ultra, they were all confused. Me, Mira? The boy with glasses adjusted his glasses and blurted out in shock. Mira was also stunned. Everyone knows that the beauty of the dance department, Mila, is Xu Xiang's girlfriend. I didn't expect her to appear in Lin Xian's car? How can this make people think too much? I heard before that Lin Xian hooked up with the school beauty Qin Yulan, but many people didn't believe it. Who is Qin Yulan? The absolute beauty who caused a sensation as soon as she transferred to Jiangda because of her beauty and proud figure, and who was Lin Xian? Ordinary, no sense of existence in the school, almost no one knows about this person. But now Lin Xian is not only a senior executive again, driving a SU-7 Ultra, but also hooking up with the beauty of the dance department who was already taken? Awesome! This was the first reaction of Xu Xiang's roommates after they were shocked. Brother Xian, you do have something. In their hearts, Lin Xian is simply a role model for our generation. A role model to learn from. A goal to strive for in life. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, ? Looking at Mira sitting in the car, I knew they had misunderstood. Lin Xian found it funny. He and Mira were just ordinary alumni, so he gave her a ride back to school. Although he thought this girl was cute, he didn't have much thought. He had no shortage of pretty girls now. Besides, the system didn't respond. The car had already arrived at the university campus, but there was no target for the strategy. But before Lin Xian could speak, Mira, who was in the car, poked her head out and explained, "No. It's not what you guys think. Today I went to work part-time at small rice company, and my boss asked me to deliver the car to Senior Lin Xian. I delivered the car to the downstairs of the hotel, and Senior Lin Xian. It's not what they think. What the hell is it? Damn. You're still going to a hotel with this?" Before Mira could say anything, Xu Xiang came over angrily and opened the ultra car door. He grabbed Myra's delicate arm roughly. I was going to pull her out of the car. At this moment, the passers-by who were originally watching SU-7 Ultra were all shocked. I couldn't help but move back and forth, for fear of being affected. Unexpectedly. While watching beautiful sports cars, you can also see this kind of gossip and circus. As everyone watched Xu Xiang and Mira quarreling, they looked at Lin Xian with teasing and ambiguous eyes. Some even gloated. Xu Xiang's three roommates also stood there in a daze, looking at each other. Their expressions were all very interesting. Xu Xiang? What are you doing? What do you mean by going to the hotel? Don't talk nonsense. I was working, I was going to deliver a car to Senior Lin Xian. Mira explained hurriedly in panic. But Chu Xiang still pulled her frail body out of the car from the passenger seat. But after her explanation, Chu Xiang became even more irritable. His face flushed red, and he said angrily, okay, you keep calling me Senior Lin Xian, but you're calling me so affectionately? Shame on you. Mira. Chapter 37 President Lei's Autograph. I heard Chu Xiang scolding me for being shameless in public. Myra's eyes were red with grievance, and tears fell down. Chu Xiang continued, Mila, you have crossed my bottom line. Unless you cut off ties with Lin Xian right now in front of me and promise never to have anything to do with him again, otherwise, don't blame me for breaking up with you. Okay. Let's break up now. Mira said, wiping away her tears. She just went to work, but her boyfriend said in public that she was going to a hotel? She was also called shameless? It's better not to have a boyfriend like this. Chu Xiang was immediately incredulous. What? You're going to break up with me just for this? He had always hated Lin Xian. Now, not only did his girlfriend sit in the passenger seat of this guy, but she even broke up with him for this guy, for this country loser whom he had previously looked down upon? I was so angry that I almost vomited blood. Mira was speechless, yes. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Chu Xiang, who was full of jealousy and resentment, was not willing to let her go. He even wanted to reach out and hold Mira to stop her from leaving. Next second, Lin Xian arrived in time and grabbed Chu Xiang's arm, then threw him away. How powerful is Lin Xian? With this blow, Chu Xiang staggered a few steps instantly. Although he was about 1.8 meters tall, he was almost thrown to the ground. After realizing what was happening, Chu Xiang looked at Lin Xian with an angry expression. Mr. Lin, what do you want to do? I warn you, this is a matter between me and my girlfriend Mira. What has it got to do with you? Stay out of my business. These curses instantly attracted the attention of passers-by, and those passing by also looked over curiously. Chu Xiang's roommate stood there in a daze. Mira also said anxiously, Chu Xiang, don't scold Senior Lin Xian, it has nothing to do with him, I want to break up with you. Right now, break up. Did you hear that? Lin Xian looked at Chu Xiang with disdain, with a hint of disdain on the corners of his lips, and said coldly, since Mira wants to break up with you, and you dare to pull her off my car. I can't just sit back and watch. He didn't know before that Mira was Chu Xiang's girlfriend. However, Lin Xian didn't have a good impression of this guy who lived in the dormitory next door to him. This guy bought a Tesla before, and he said in front of some girls that he would give him a ride home, and he agreed without thinking too much. Because it was raining that day and the road was muddy, he also took the initiative to pay 30 yuan for the car wash. The 6 or 7 kilometers of the journey should be enough even if the electricity bill was added. He also said a few words of thanks as a result. When he returned to school after the holiday, every time he met this guy, he looked at him with an unhappy face. What's wrong? 30 yuan is not enough to wash the Tesla? Lin Xian naturally doesn't like people who are not friendly to him, and it is even more impossible for him to be friendly to them. Besides, since Mira was going to break up with this guy, she watched him pull the girl out of her car and bully her. What the hell is the difference between this and watching someone shit on your head? Are you still a man? Of course. There was also a little bit of selfishness in his heart. Seeing Chu Xiang being dumped by a woman in public, with his face on the ground, he was also happy to see it happen. Ha ha. Senior Lin Xian, you. Mira looked up with tenderness at Lin Xian who was standing in front of her, and she couldn't help feeling touched and safe in her heart. So manly. What a boyfriend. At this moment, in her heart, there is no place for her ex-boyfriend at all. Instead, she worships and admires Lin Xian and has infinite longing for him. Love is like a tornado, it goes quickly and comes quickly. Especially when there is a sharp contrast between the two men. Everyone around was curious and surprised. They didn't expect that a moral drama would so quickly turn into a romantic idol drama. Chu Xiang's 3 roommates also stood there in a daze, looking at each other. No one was smart enough to stand up and say anything. After all, on one side is a roommate who lives with him day and night but actually has some complaints about him in private, and on the other side is an awesome alumnus who has reached the pinnacle of his life at a young age and has social resources at a young age. He doesn't want to offend either side, and besides, this shocking development is none of their business. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Xian turned around and gave Mira a confident look. Originally, in his eyes, Mira was just an ordinary pretty girl. But if you say this is Chu Xiang's ex-girlfriend, then he's really excited. This immediately won the girl's heart. Under the scorching sun, she just thought Lin Xian's profile was so handsome. The jawline is so clear. Such a tall body makes me feel safe. Mira looked at Lin Xian with spring in her eyes. Senior, you are so nice. Ah, you two bitches. You actually flirted with each other in front of me. Okay, let's break up, right? Chu Xiang was completely devastated. He no longer cared about his usual sunny and handsome image as the president of the basketball club. He angrily shouted at Mira. Mira, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a vain woman. Aren't you just looking at Lin Xian because he drives a more expensive car? Aren't you just looking at what kind of shitty executive he has become? It's just a junky car worth 5 or 600,000. And, don't be so naive. Do you really think that this guy, a sophomore from the countryside, can become a senior executive on his own? Ha ha. He is just trying to fool you naive college students who have never seen the world. It seems like he is accusing Mira of falling in love with someone else. In fact, every sentence was mocking Lin Xian. Mira was angry. It's okay to scold her, but it's absolutely not okay to scold senior Lin Xian, a junky car worth 500,000 or 600,000 yuan? Then buy one if you can. Your car is only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan and you bought it with a loan. You. Chu Xiang gritted his teeth. Mira raised her chin, folded her hands and continued to speak. Besides, senior Lin Xian didn't buy this car with money. It was given by Mr. Lei from Smolny Company, and Mr. Lei's autograph is engraved on the car. I went to Juanhao Hotel today to give it to him as arranged by the company leader. As she spoke, Mira pointed to the several characters engraved on the side of the SU-7 Ultra. Everyone looked intently. All I can say is, it does look like a signature, and it's rare to have a signature engraved on a car body. Someone asked, is it true? Oh my god, look at this news on my phone. Exclusive, Mr. Lei personally revealed that he gave Ultra to his partners and engraved his autograph on the car body. The girl in denim shorts held her phone with a look of shock on her face. The girls around her couldn't help but come over to look. When the others heard this, they also picked up their phones and searched for related news. After all, the SU-7 Ultra signed by Mr. Lei is the only one in the world. If it is the one in front of them, that would be too coincidental. It would be enough to brag about it in the circle of friends for a long time. Damn. It's true. I saw it too, there really is this news. I think the signature on the car body does look like Mr. Lei's signature. It's amazing. Chapter 38 The Perfect Boyfriend is Concrete. One of Chu Xiang's tall and thin roommates looked at Ultra and Lin Xian with shining eyes. A partner that Mr. Lei has to thank personally? It turned out to be Lin Xian from their school? At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with shock and admiration. Chu Xiang, who was just howling and mocking Lin Xian for relying on connections and using backdoors to become a senior executive, was completely dumbfounded. Stunned on the spot. Lin Xian, the country loser whom he looked down upon, not only drives a more expensive car, but this car was also given to him by Mr. Lei from Small Rice Company? As a rising star in China's smart technology sector, Mr. Lei's name is well known among today's college students. His personal charm has won over countless fans. Such a famous celebrity who leads public opinion and attracts attention actually gave Lin Xian a car? And signed it in person? Of course, at this moment in everyone's eyes, Lin Xian's image is extremely tall and noble. A noble status. Could it be some ordinary person who could get Mr. Lei to sign and give him a car? It's the only one in the world. This is something that cannot be measured by money. Handsome guy, can I take a photo with your SU-7 Ultra? Among the crowd, a cute girl with a round face looked at Lin Xian with starry eyes and asked. Lin Xian waved his hand, of course. Crack, crack. Many passers-by around began to take out their mobile phones to take pictures. Prepare to keep it as a souvenir, or share it with friends or as a topic of conversation online. Hee hee. Chu Xiang's face flushed red, and he smiled disdainfully as if to save face. Now. He is just like the smile on his face, a complete joke. Self-esteem was completely crushed by Lin Xian. Several roommates were surrounding Lin Xian and praising him. My girlfriend was also robbed. Even his beloved car, which he usually took pride in, was outclassed in all aspects by Lin Xian's car. Not to mention his current status as a senior executive. But Chu Xiang is not completely useless and has no special skills. Lin Xian. I remember that you applied to join the basketball club during your freshman year, but were rejected, right? I am now the president of the basketball club. Let me give you a chance. Do you dare to compete with me in a 1v1 competition between men? Holding on to the last bit of pride and self-esteem, Chu Xiang walked up to Lin Xian aggressively and spoke confidently. He must prove himself. Get your dignity back. No matter what, there must be an aspect in which he can surpass Lin Xian severely before he can breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone was originally discussing around Su 7 Ultra and Lin Xian. I didn't expect Chu Xiang to suddenly come over and do this. Everyone was stunned. Chu Xiang is indeed good at playing basketball, and he is also the president of Jiangda Basketball Club. Although Lin Xian has a very powerful status, it is not certain if the two of them compete in playing basketball together. Not interested. But Lin Xian had a cold attitude and refused without even thinking. Ha, you don't dare because you're afraid of losing to me, right? Chu Xiang smiled. A look of pride finally flashed in his eyes. However, standing in front of Lin Xian at this moment, he felt that something was not right. He clearly remembered that this guy was half a head shorter than him. Why did it suddenly jump so high? Depend on. Lin Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him, and turned around to answer a call from a female secretary. Hello? President, the car has been cleaned this morning. According to your instructions, the car has been delivered to Jiangda University. Do you want to park it in the parking lot? Just drive over here. I'm on the boulevard next to the library. Hang up the phone. Less than half a minute. Soon, under the golden sunlight, a cool red LaFerrari came speeding over with the roar of its engine. Slowly stopped beside Lin Xian. At this time, because it was lunchtime, students coming out of the nearby teaching buildings and library passed by one after another. Seeing two eye-catching sports cars parked on the side of the road, many people stopped to watch curiously and even took out their phones to take pictures. Soon, people gathered around Rafa and Su 7 Ultra. Chu Xiang had a mocking arc on his lips, still immersed in the superiority that Lin Xian refused to play basketball with him because he was afraid of losing to him. He saw a LaFerrari suddenly stop in front of him. Pa! The beautiful butterfly wing car door opened, and a beautiful woman wearing high heels and a dark OL business suit stepped out of the car neatly. Chu Xiang still hadn't figured it out. The beautiful woman bowed 90 degrees in front of Lin Xian, handed over the Ferrari keys with both hands, and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, the car has been washed for you. Please keep the car keys. As soon as these words came out, the students around looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idol, their eyes shining. Chu Xiang was dumbfounded. I was completely dumbfounded. He screamed in his heart, what? There is a Ferrari? Although Lin Xian used to drive a Su 7 Ultra which was more expensive than his car, it was not much more expensive than Tesla, they could barely be compared, but now, Tesla and LaFerrari. An ordinary pure electric car worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan imported from a beautiful country. A true supercar worth tens of millions. Just now he was loudly mocking the Su 7 Ultra for not being worthy of being called a sports car, but now Lin Xian is driving a supercar worth tens of millions? Malagobis. With a sway. At this moment, Chu Xiang felt that all his dignity and sense of superiority in front of Lin Xian had been shattered to the ground. Wow, brother Xian, you also have a Ferrari? The man with glasses said with a look of admiration and shock. This is not an ordinary Ferrari, this is a LaFerrari. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. It is said that you need to verify your capital to buy this car, and there are various other conditions, and the price is over 10 million. Someone next to him added in a shocked tone. The people watching here are all college students with clear eyes. Where can you get close to a multi-million supercar? The boys looked at Lin Xian with envy. Damn. A college student of the same age as them not only has a Su 7 Ultra signed by Lei Jun as a gift, but also owns a supercar worth tens of millions. This time, almost no one was jealous of Lin Xian, except Chu Xiang, because the gap between them and Lin Xian was too big. Just like no street vendor entrepreneur was jealous of Ma and Lei, they were no longer in the same class, there was nothing to compare. The girls looked at Lin Xian with all kinds of affection, admiration, and even admiration. Young. Handsome. Not only does he own both the Su 7 Ultra and the LaFerrari, he is also estimated to be 1.8 meters tall. He is the embodiment of the perfect boyfriend in every girl's mind. Lin Xian took the car keys from the female secretary. He glanced at the crowd calmly, his eyebrows raised slightly. To be honest, he didn't expect so many people to gather around him. It was really a bit too high profile. Senior Lin Xian, then are you going to drive 2 cars? On the side, Mira looked at Lin Xian with her big innocent eyes like a curious baby. That's a good question. Do you like Su 7 Ultra? Lin Xian asked back. Mira was stunned and had no time to think about the meaning of Lin Xian's words. Next second, Lin Xian directly threw the Su 7 Ultra car key to Mira. This immediately caused everyone on the spot to exclaim. Chapter 39: The Best in Comics. Wow. Depend on. Just give me a car? So generous. So cool. Handsome guy, are you still in need of a girlfriend? Mira looked at Lin Xian in disbelief with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. I felt my heart was about to beat out of my chest. Senior Lin Xian, are you going to give me the Ultra? Why? You don't want it? Lin Xian opened the driver's door of the LaFerrari and prepared to get in. He turned around and said with a faint smile on his lips. I have some free time today. No need to go to the company. I don't have any classes in the afternoon. I'm planning to call my roommate Laoli and some other people to go out and have fun. Lin Xian thought about it. The SU-7 Ultra is pretty good, but today he still wants to drive the Ferrari. If he leaves one car at school, he still has to find a parking space. Trouble. Why not just give a car to his ex-girlfriend in front of Chu Xiang? No, senior, but this is too expensive. But as soon as the words were spoken, Mira bit her pink lips again, feeling that she was wrong. Who is Senior Lin Xian? He is a senior executive of an investment company who can get a car signed by Mr. Lei. He drives a Ferrari LaFerrari worth tens of millions and stays in the 6-star Juanhao Hotel. A car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars might not be a big deal to Senior Lin Xian. And the senior generously gave her the car in front of so many people. Does it mean that he also has a good impression of her? Think about it. Mira lowered her head shyly but couldn't hide her sweetness. Okay then. Thank you, senior. I will drive this car you gave me well. Yeah, good boy. Lin Xian turned around and said to the female secretary, go and handle the transfer procedures with her. The car is under the company's name. So just arrange for a secretary to handle the relevant procedures. Okay, Mr. Lin. Amid the envious gazes of a group of college students, Lin Xian got on the red LaFerrari. Boom. When you step on the accelerator, the car engine emits a sexy roar. Seeing Myra's happy and sweet expression at the moment, Chu Xiang was so angry that he wanted to stab someone on the spot. I feel like there is a green glow on my head. His face flushed, his fists clenched, and he shouted at the trunk of Lin Xian's red LaFerrari. Mr. Lin, do you dare to challenge me in a 1v1 match at the North District basketball court on Wednesday? Come if you have the guts, but don't you? Ha ha. Buzz buzz buzz. What was left for him was the roar of the red LaFerrari and the exhaust fumes. Royal Fragrance Hotel. Lin Xian invited 3 roommates to dinner and booked a private room. The other 2 roommates went to the private room, while Laoli kept looking at Rafa, who was standing at the door, and kept praising him. Fuck. Brother Xian is awesome. So cool and handsome. After circling the car several times, Laoli sat in the driver's seat to experience it himself. Lin Xian followed him. I came to the side, took out a cigarette and lit it. When he stepped back, he seemed to accidentally step on something. He turned around suddenly and saw a delicate and beautiful face, looking at Lin Xian angrily, and said, What are you doing? Aren't you looking at the road? You stepped on my foot. Sorry. Lin Xian apologized. Humph, if apologies are useful, what do we need the police for? The girl walked away cursing, but after a few steps, she couldn't help but complain, smoking in public, what kind of person is that? The manager of Yusang Mansion saw this unpleasant scene and immediately stepped forward to apologize to Lin Xian with a smile. I'm sorry, sir. There is an internet celebrity live broadcast company next to here. I guess this girl is also a live broadcaster. You know, many internet celebrities have no quality. They appear to be amiable online, but they are very harsh in private. Fine. Lin Xian replied calmly. His eyes were fixed on the girl's slender back. It wasn't because she was pretty that he was staring at her, but because Lin Xian felt that the girl looked familiar. When the girl passed by Rafa, she couldn't help but stop and looked envious. She couldn't help but walk forward and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Brother, your car? It's so cool." "Ah he he he." Where had Laoli been approached by such a beautiful woman before? I was flattered for a moment. "I'm so happy." I laughed foolishly. The girl really thought he was the owner of the car. But as the saying goes, brothers are like brothers, and cars and women are clothes. Lin Xian not only didn't mind at all, but also smoked a cigarette leisurely and watched Laoli pretending to be cool. In the box number 1 of Yuxiangfu, the huge round mahogany table was filled with delicious Chinese food, and beside the table, white beer and red wine were also available. Awesome, 1981 Lafite? This is even better than the 1982 Lafite I saw on TV, right? This must cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? Roommate Lu Jiehue carefully picked up the bottle and said. Old Li looked disgusted. Tens of thousands? This must be almost $1 million. Ah. Roommate Lu Jiehue and Jiang Yu next to him were both shocked. 1 million for a bottle of wine. Wouldn't that mean every sip would cost tens of thousands of dollars? Old Li said anxiously, come on, open it and let everyone have a taste. For such an expensive wine, we have to wait for Brother Xian to speak, right, Brother Xian? After Jiang Yu finished speaking, everyone immediately looked at Lin Xian. Who is the boss of dormitory 406 now? Of course, it is undoubtedly Brother Xian who treated us to this expensive meal. Oh, eat and drink as you please, haha, why are you being polite to me? Don't worry, I'm so poor now that I only have money left. Lin Xian waved his hand. Now the news that he opened a Lafite in school has spread. He has stopped pretending and has come clean. He really has nothing else but money. When it comes to treating my former roommate, I don't mind spending lavishly on every meal, let alone $1 million meal. What else more, I can save some money for him. Brother Xian is awesome. Brother Xian is so generous. Brother Xian, we are all roommates, but I'm really curious, how much is your annual salary as a senior executive at Future Capital? This meal cost millions, are you really? Lu Jiehue looked at Lin Xian with an unfathomable look on his face and asked. Investment company executives must have high salaries, but they can't afford to spend like this. As soon as Lu Jiehue said this, Lao Li and Jiang Yu also looked over with great curiosity. Even without the support of the rich woman. Driving a Ferrari and spending millions on a meal, these are not things that ordinary people can afford. What? Do you also think I'm a rich woman on the list? Lin Xian spread his hands. Before, Yu Zhenghao was always bragging in school that he was dating the super white, rich and beautiful Qin Yulan. He knew about it. Isn't it? Old Li looked puzzled. No. Actually, I got the super rich system. Lin Xian said seriously. Old Li was speechless, TSK. The other two also looked unconvinced. Lin Xian was helpless. Alas, no one believes the truth these days. What should he do? What else can he say? He was very depressed. He told the truth to his brothers, but they didn't believe him. Hey, don't ask Brother Xian anymore. Anyway, it's enough that he hasn't forgotten us brothers after he became rich. Brother Xian, come, I'll toast you a glass. Once you are my brother, you will always be the brother I respect the most. Jiang Yu stood up from his chair, holding the wine glass in both hands, and said solemnly. Look at this situation. Lao Li and Lu Jiehue also stood up with their cups. Some eating, drinking, and bragging. Most of the sumptuous dishes on the table had already been consumed by a few people. Lin Xian lit a cigar. I stood up and walked out of the box, ready to digest, and pay the bill, ready to go to the next place to have fun. Yuxiangfu is a famous top-class high-end hotel in Jiangbei City. The Chinese-style decoration is simple and elegant. Even if you are on a high floor, you can still see the fragrance of flowers and plants, pavilions and corridors outside the private room. Lin Xian was holding a cigar in his mouth, watching TikTok on his phone, and walking leisurely along the corridor with transparent glass windows on all sides. Suddenly, the beautiful scene in the room on a lower floor of the building opposite immediately attracted Lin Xian's attention. I saw through the French window of the room. A girl with long straight hair wearing a white pleated miniskirt and a pink tight t-shirt, facing the camera in front of her, twisting her slender and graceful body, dancing sexy and hot. Under the pleated skirt, those long and slender legs like compasses are simply the best that can only be seen in comics. The two peaks protruding from the chest. The waves surged with the dance movements. Because Lin Xian's own attributes have been greatly improved, at this moment, even though he is separated by a floor-to-ceiling window and a distance of 7 or 8 meters, his eyes can still clearly see every shaking detail of the chest, as if it were right in front of him. That little oval face is even more pure and beautiful. Compared to some female anchors who look terrible without beauty filters, this girl is definitely a top-notch figure and appearance. Even compared to Jiang University's campus beauty Qin Yulan, she is not inferior, but Qin Yulan is more gorgeous, while the girl in front of her looks more innocent. Lin Xian stopped and a hint of interest appeared at the corner of his lips. Isn't this the girl who just cursed at him at the entrance of the hotel? He. Watching her graceful and passionate dance for free was enough to compensate for the anger I had just received. Lin Xian just admired it for a while. He raised his foot and was about to leave. Next second, the system's voice came unexpectedly. Ding! The target of the strategy number 3 has been bound. Please complete the strategy as soon as possible. After the strategy is completed, you can get 500 godly points. Chapter 40 Haitang never sleeps. Target, ID Haitang Weimian. Occupation, Internet Anchor. Appearance, 9.1. Age, 18. Height, 167 centimeters. 3D, please feel it yourself. Current favorability towards the host, 10 points maximum 100 points, reaching 90 points means the strategy is successful. Lin Xian. At this time, in a dance studio of the dance department of Zhongbei University. Mira hurried into the dance studio. She had just gone to the nearby vehicle management office with Lin Xian's female secretary to handle the vehicle transfer procedures. Now she hurried to practice dancing to prepare for the school anniversary program. The lightning yellow small SUV 7 Ultra was parked outside the dance room. Myra's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people in the dance studio. Mira, I heard that the SU7 Ultra outside was given to you by a sophomore senior, a tall girl asked directly out of curiosity. The news spread so quickly. Yes, it was sent by Senior Lin Xian. He's so generous to you. Does he like you? Is he pursuing you? Or, are you already together? The tall girl folded her hands and continued to ask with a gossipy look on her face. She asked this. At this moment, almost all the girls in the dance studio stopped dancing and turned their heads to look over here. There were all kinds of looks, some were envious, some were disdainful, and some were purely curious out of gossip. After all, although they are all pretty girls and usually have no shortage of suitors, but none of them were directly given a car by a boy. I don't know why Mira is so lucky. Many girls looked at the yellow SU7 Ultra parked outside the window, feeling jealous and dissatisfied in their hearts. If they were the ones who had any connection with Senior Lin Xian, they might have already won over this legendary senior who was so capable, financially strong, tall, and handsome. Because of his previous grudge with Yu Zhanghao, and because he joined an investment company as a senior executive in his sophomore year, Lin Xian has become quite famous in school. In addition, today at noon, he drove a LaFerrari supercar in public, and directly threw the car keys to a girl, a SU7 Ultra. Lin Xian's deeds have been widely posted in the gossip section of the Jiangda campus forum. Every post related to Lin Xian was extremely popular. In addition, there were photos of Rafa and SU7 Ultra taken by passers-by at noon today. The visual impact was overwhelming. The word Lin Xian almost became the representative of Jiangda's legendary figure. Zhou Liran, the campus hunk of Jiangda who was widely discussed in the forum and attracted many girls, had long been suppressed by Lin Xian's popularity. Which pretty girl in the dance studio doesn't have a lot of friends and a lot of bootlickers at school? Very well informed. How could I not have heard of Lin Xian's deeds and name recently? Obviously in terms of appearance and figure. Mira is not the most outstanding among them. After all, next to Mira, standing right now is the most beautiful goddess of Jiang University Qin Yulan. No. Senior Lin Xian and I are just ordinary friends. Mira quickly explained to everyone. But the curve at the corner of her lips that could not be suppressed still revealed the sweet feelings and fantasies in her heart. Yes. If a boy really has no feelings for a girl, no matter how rich he is, he won't spend a lot of money on a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars right away. It's not like Mira has never been in love before, she has fantasies and expectations about Lin Xian. Hey, we're just ordinary friends. So, this guy named Lin Xian is really generous. He just casually gave a SU-7 Ultra to an ordinary friend. Mira, why don't you introduce me to Senior Lin Xian? You won't be jealous, right? The girls around started to make a noise. Mira became more and more shy, and it became harder and harder to suppress the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, Jin Yulan's beautiful eyes became increasingly lonely and cold. She stood quietly. The cold temperament emanating from his body could not hide the loneliness and bitterness in his heart. She is not only the daughter of the Qin family in Yunzhou. Moreover, because of her beautiful and superior appearance, she has been hailed as the school beauty goddess since middle school. She naturally has her pride and reserve. Ever since she and Lin Xian said goodbye in the city center that night. In fact, she had been waiting for Lin Xian to contact her. What I waited for was actually hearing gossip about him and another girl. At this time, outside the dance room, a black Maybach slowly stopped by the roadside. Zhou Liran got out of the car. He held a bunch of light pink tulips and a cup of Starbucks coffee in his hands, wore a light-colored Gucci casual suit, and a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, just like a real-life Prince Charming. He strode into the dance studio, and under the surprised gazes of the girls, he came to Qin Yulan's side. Yulan, have you finished practicing dance today? I'll pick you up after class. After saying that, he handed over the tulip bouquet and coffee in his hand, and smiled elegantly, calmly, and confidently. I brought you your favorite flowers, and I know you don't like milk tea, it's too sweet. I brought you almond milk hot latte, would you like to try it? Not interested. Zhou Liran. Qin Yulan turned around and left with a cold face. Zhou Liran was so angry that his teeth broke. If the family hadn't called specifically in the morning, saying that the Qin family had educated Qin Yulan well and asked him to come over and behave well. Is this what being educated looks like? Zhou Liran's face turned pale and blue. But because the dance studio was full of pretty girls, he couldn't get angry. I can only grit my teeth and endure it, smile, and maintain my elegant image on the surface. Go out and walk to a place where there is no one. He immediately threw the flowers and coffee in his hand into the trash can. The coffee stains almost splashed all over him, and he jumped up and down in shock. You even bully me for a piece of crap coffee. Zhou Liran kicked the trash can twice in anger. He. Qin Yulan, do you really think that you are so stunning that anyone can only be you? Damn it. After cursing, Zhou Liran turned around and walked a few steps to the black Maybach, sat in the driver's seat, picked up his phone and opened the short video. On the screen, a pure and beautiful girl was dancing to the dynamic music in the live broadcast room with her graceful figure twisting. The ID of this dance anchor is Haitang Weimian. He is a new popular anchor on TikTok. Because of her stunning appearance and figure, not long after she started live streaming, the popularity of real-time viewing exceeded thousands of people every time. There are also many wealthy people who give gifts away. The top guy on the girls' list is none other than Zhou Liran himself. Brother Wei Ran is here. Moa. When the anchor girl saw the top guy coming, she immediately stopped and made a heart shape with both hands. Inside the Maybach, Zhou Liran was amused and laughed. I immediately clicked on the gift bar and sent out several carnivals. When the girl saw the carnival with colorful lights all over the screen, she covered her mouth with her hands, looking surprised and moved. He immediately thanked her. Thank you for your support, Brother Wei Ran Chengfeng. I love you. Now, Xiao Tang will dance a special song for you. I hope Brother Wei Ran will like it. Immediately following, Haitang Weimian tapped the screen with her finger, and the music in the live broadcast room immediately switched to a popular Korean dance music. I'm on the next level, la 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 la. Looking at the screen, Haitang girl danced hot music specially for him. Zhou Liran couldn't stop smiling. The humiliation I suffered in front of Qin Yulan just now was finally paid back. It just cost so little money. These days, he had only given Haitang 20 to 30 W in total, in exchange for a very high emotional value. Moreover, since he had paid to be the number one on the list, it must be more than just asking the girl to dance a few times. Zhou Liran touched his chin with a wicked smile on his face, thinking, it's time to find a chance to make an appointment. Just as he was dreaming about his beautiful dream. The next second. On the screen. Wind without a trace gives away Carnival X1. The wind has passed without a trace and sent out Carnival X3. The wind has passed without a trace and sent out Carnival X7. The wind has passed without a trace and sent out Carnival X12. Zhou Liran narrowed his eyes in displeasure upon seeing this. What the hell? Is this Feng Wuhen here to mess up my business? Haitang Weimian, who was dancing enthusiastically, was also stunned. She couldn't help but slowly stop dancing. At first, I looked at the carnival gifts floating all over the screen. She thought it was given by the number one brother, Wei Ranchang Feng. But gradually she discovered something was wrong. At this moment, the person who was frantically sending out carnival messages on the public screen was a netizen named. At this time, all the netizens in the live broadcast room could no longer sit still. What is going on? Haitang girl is so charming. Here comes another rich supporter so soon. 666 inch. Ha ha. Big brother Wei Ranchang Feng is still in the live broadcast room. One is called Wei Ranchang Feng, the other is Feng Wuhen. Which brother Feng is more powerful? Just watch. Damn, the carnival is still going on. 40 have already been given away. How inhumane. The glass transparent corridor on the 7th floor of Yuxiangfu Hotel. Lin Xian asked someone to bring a chair. And a small coffee table. The coffee table was filled with fruits, snacks, and tea. He sat on a chair, crossed his legs, watched the girl dancing live downstairs, and ate melon seeds. Then my fingers frantically swiped the carnival on the phone screen. Chapter 41, The Battle for the Top. That's right. Lin Xian is the rich man who is currently watching the carnival live in the Haitang Weimian live broadcast room. The wind passes without leaving a trace. He tapped his fingers frantically on the screen. We must take the number one spot in Haitang Weimian's live broadcast room as soon as possible. No way. Lin Xian also felt helpless inside. Who told the system to bind him to a target without consulting him first? And the target of this strategy is this girl Haitang Weimian, and her impression of him is actually negative? But it doesn't matter. I said, I am so poor that only money is left. It's so easy to win the girl's favor by spending money to become the number one on this girl's list. As for the unpleasantness between the two of them before? Under the absolute financial offensive, he was confident that he could make this live streaming girl Haitang kneel down in front of him and sing conquer. Certainly. By the way, it's also for spending money. In the past few days, his personal spending was only tens of millions, and with the purchase of a large flat and the renovation, it was just over 1 billion. This amount of spending, if converted into super rich points, would only be 10 points. It's still unknown whether Ling Shiran can spend the 1 billion yuan for decoration. The rules of the system are strict. It is not that Lin Xian spends money when he transfers it to others. However, the money transferred gifted must be consumed by the other party to be considered as a wealthy man. As for the company, Ling Shiran had just joined Future Capital as the general manager, and had not yet officially participated in the company's investment projects. Moreover, this girl was also very honest. She would send him some work reports and experience on WeChat all day long, and she would definitely work hard and earn money for Lin Xian, so that the company could grow and develop. Lin Xian said several times that he had plenty of money. He just needed a woman to help him spend money like crazy, so that Ling Shiran could invest boldly. But the girl probably thought that Lin Xian was testing her? Show your loyalty more actively and frequently. Well, Lin Xian was worried. Think about it, if there is really a vain and spendthrift woman around you, that wouldn't be bad, right? Lin Xian smiled. The hand poked the screen, and the action of giving gifts never stopped. Soon, on the public screen of the live broadcast room of the girl named Haitang Weimian, the wind passes without a trace and sends out Carnival X97. The wind passes without a trace and sends Carnival X99. The wind has passed without a trace and sent out Carnival X103. Because of Lin Xian's crazy gift-giving behavior, the entire live broadcast room had a hot atmosphere and popularity. Haitang Weimian is a new anchor who has been on the air for less than a month. At this time, the real-time popularity in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room has exceeded 10,000 people. And it's still rising. The number of messages on the public screen exploded. Haitang herself was completely shocked. Since the start of the show, she has received a lot of gifts every day, and with the care of the rich man Wei Ranchang Feng, her live broadcast career can be said to be smooth sailing, and she is very satisfied with it. Unexpectedly, a new super rich man is coming so soon. At this time, in the girls' live broadcast room, Feng Wuhen had already given 117 carnivals. In less than half an hour, the total amount of gifts exceeded 300,000, surpassing the original leader of the girls' live broadcast room, Wei Ran Chengfeng, and directly became the number one. Oh my god, thank you brother Wind Without Trace for sending over 100 carnivals. Thank you so much, Xiaotang is flattered. Sister Haitang clasped her hands together and expressed her gratitude. At this moment, the girl was both moved and terrified. What touched her was that this big brother Feng Guowohen favored her very much, and hundreds of thousands of real money were thrown to her, which represented his affirmation and appreciation of her. It also brought up the popularity of the live broadcast room, which was considered a small fire. And the scary thing is, although she is indeed confident in her beauty and charm, but in just 10 to 20 minutes, a stranger on the internet gave her hundreds of thousands of gifts? It was like a dream. Even the previous top brother became popular. He only gave out a few carnival gifts a day, and gradually became the most authoritative and awesome top brother in her live broadcast room. The wind passes without a trace and sends out Carnival X-139. On the public screen, the carnival bombing without a trace is still going on. 666,666. Take a photo with Big Brother Shenhao in the front row. Our sister Haitang is finally going to be famous. Husband. At this moment, Jolie Ran, who was sitting in the Maybach and holding a mobile phone, broke down. He looked incredible? What? He. Damn it, someone is actually trying to take advantage of me? They're trying to poach a female anchor right in front of me? I'm the number one on the list and I'm still in the live streaming room. Jolie Ran lit a cigarette and spoke arrogantly while puffing out smoke. As a descendant of the Zhou family in Yunzhou, he does have the capital. Compared to the average rich second generation, he can be considered a super second generation. If he wants to start a business, his family will support him with 30 billion. How can a second generation person compare to this kind of strength? Even if Sikong stood in front of him, he probably wouldn't dare to fight him head on. The 200,000 or 300,000 that he had given Haitang Weimian before was really just a random amount. Generally speaking, if he gave this amount to a new female anchor, it would be fine if he could sleep with her in the end. Is it worth his attention? Isn't it a waste if he gave too much? Wouldn't it be better if he had the money to get more top female anchors and sleep with more of them? This was Jolie Ran's original thought and attitude. But now it's different. How dare you poach my employees in front of me? How can this be tolerated? Good. What's your name? Feng Guowohen, right? I'll let you see what real strength is. Lin Xian's crazy behavior of giving carnival to Haitang girl immediately aroused Jolie Ran's desire to win. With a wave of his hand, directly recharged the account with 10 million. Jolie Ran had an arrogant smile on his face. Brother will let you see what a real super rich man is. After saying that, pa. His fingers immediately started tapping frantically on the phone screen, determined to regain his position as the top brother on the Haitang Weimian list. Weiran Chengfeng gives away Carnival X1. Weiran Chengfeng gives away Carnival X2. The wind passes without a trace and sends out Carnival X168. Weiran Chengfeng sends Carnival X7. On the public screen, a dazzling array of gifts keeps bombarding. However, the battle between Feng Guowohen and Wei Ran Chengfeng has just begun. Feng Guowohen has just been ranked first on the list not long ago. It has become a popular trend and is starting to gain momentum. The fans in the live broadcast room were amazed, and Haitang herself was stunned in front of the camera. I was at a loss for a moment. One is Feng Guowohen, who just topped the list of her live broadcast room by brushing 40,000 or 100,000 in less than half an hour, and the other is the previous top brother, but now he has also started to continue to brush the carnival. Obviously, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a competition with the new number one on the list. Which of the two brothers with the same ID and is more wealthy? Everyone wants to witness the final victory with their own eyes. Who will take the final number one spot today? It's hard to say. I looked at his homepage and found that Wei Ran Chengfeng has already topped up about 700 to 800 W on Douyin. He is a level 56 account. His homepage even shows off all kinds of luxurious life. But Feng Guowohen's homepage has nothing on it and he is still a level 1 account. Compare them and you will understand. That makes sense. I think that brother Wei Ran Chengfeng is more capable. After all, he was the number one on Haitang's list before. This Fengguowohan, could it be that the guild deliberately arranged this to help the girl increase her popularity and stimulate the big brother's consumption? As the popularity of the live broadcast room continued to rise, it soared and broke through the real-time popularity of 2W. There are also many conspiracy theories on the public screen. And at the entrance of Yuxiangfu Hotel. After eating and drinking, they were ready to move on. Lin Xian held his phone and looked at the comments that flashed across the screen and just smiled. And seeing that it's become a trend, he still argued with him? 2. After all, he was giving money to the anchor girl in front of the human leaderboard, and no big brother with a little bit of strength could tolerate it. Lin Xian expressed his understanding and respect. But since the system has bound this anchor girl, and he has also brushed dozens of W, there is no reason to give up halfway. If you want to compare the gifts, then let's compete. Lin Xian looked confident and calm. After all, I'm so poor that I only have money left. I'm worried about where to spend my money. But. Hiss. My hands are getting tired. Lin Xian directly threw the phone to Laoli. Laoli, who had been staring at Rafa and admiring him since he came out of the restaurant, looked confused. Help me give gifts to this girl, keep giving, don't stop. Chapter 42, Spending Money Crazy. Ah. Old Li was stunned. But looking at the carnivals one after another on the phone screen, and the messages on the public screen, and Lin Xian's online ID wind passes without traces. Then click on the account balance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, billion? Old Li couldn't help but said excitedly. I understood it instantly. Brother Xian, my brother, don't worry. I will definitely help you buy gifts like crazy to win this girl over. Come on. Lin Xian patted Laoli on the shoulder and said. Then the hotel staff respectfully opened the car door for Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat in the driving seat of the LaFerrari and stepped on the accelerator. Boom. The red LaFerrari was speeding in the sun towards the city center, with Old Li, the co-pilot, who was frantically poking at his phone. Since there are only 2 Rafa. So Lu Jiehui and Jiang Yu had to take a taxi. Zhongbei City Center. Night bar. Colorful lights flashed, DJ rocked, men and women in the dance floor swayed their bodies wildly, releasing their charm. Lin Xian and his friends sat in the C booth next to the dance floor. The table was filled with various famous wines. Several people were chatting and laughing. Jiang Yu and Lu Jiehui were constantly toasting with Lin Xian, while Old Li was sitting in the corner, still frantically poking at his phone screen. After a while, a big smug smile appeared on his face. Ah, I thought this Wei Ran Cheng phone was so awesome. He just earned over 10 million. So I'm not following him? Hearing this, the 3 people on the other side of the booth looked over. Lu Jiehui and Jiang Yu held wine glasses in their hands, and both had smug expressions on their faces, as if they were the ones who spent tens of millions on the female anchor and won the first place. But, with a super rich roommate like Lin Xian, how long will it take for him to spend money on female anchors? Lin Xian sat in the main booth, puffing on the cigar in his hand. He glanced at Laoli and said, continue. Okay. Old Li received the order and continued to tap his fingers frantically on the phone screen. At this time, he had already discovered that the beautiful anchor in the live broadcast room was the beauty he had approached at the entrance of Yuxiang Mansion in the afternoon. However, the luxury car she used during the approaching was Lin Xian's, and the account and gifts she was using were also Lin Xian's. He had no idea about the female anchor, and he just wanted to help his big brother with gifts like crazy. After all, any normal person with a normal brain would know to hold on to the thighs of his super rich roommate. Just at this moment, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Xian put out the cigar in his hand, stood up and walked to the bathroom. Okay, brother Xian, I'll wait for you to come back. Jiang Yu responded while holding the wine glass. When I turned around, I saw a familiar face in the colorful lights not far away. Hiss, brother Hui. Lu Jiehui, who was leaning close to Laoli to see him giving out gifts, turned around and asked, what's wrong? That woman looks like your ex-girlfriend? Jiang Yu said, touching his chin. Lu Jiehui. And at this moment, the real-time popularity in Haitang Girl's live broadcast room soared to 70,000. The carnival bombing without a trace is still going on. Wei Ranchang phone just said wait and then nothing happened. It seems that the winner has been decided? Netizens were gobsmacked. What on earth am I doing? Did I, Boss Hen, win? I think the 2 of you have spent thousands of dollars. Miss Haitang has become completely famous. At the moment, it seems that Brother Wuhan has won. Oh my god, Wei Ran Changfeng is no longer giving out gifts, but Fengguo Wuhan's carnival is still going on. Awesome. Boss Han is awesome. Boss Han, my husband, when will you come riding on a colorful cloud to marry me? Looking at the strings of comments from netizens on the public screen. Pa. Inside the Maybach, Jolie Ran, who had spent 10 million on tips, was so angry that he smashed his phone. He. That's fucking interesting. Jolie Ran was so angry that his mouth twisted and he said angrily. I originally thought that Fengguo Wuhan was just a minor character. Who would have thought that this guy's carnival was free? It never fucking stopped? Originally he expected that if he spent a few million more, he would be able to completely surpass this guy and become the top contributor, but the result was... He even suspected that this guy was an undercover sent by TikTok to mess with him? Although he is the young master of Yunzhou Zhou Group, his 10 million is not something that came out of thin air. In fact, it is the investment funds embezzled from the new company. His own cash flow is only 2-3 million. Damn it, since we've moved, let's just do it to the end. Jolie Ran said with bloodshot eyes. Now the number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 70,000 to 80,000. Zhou Xiao, who has always been high and mighty, is now asked to accept in front of so many people and Haitang knower that he is defeated by this hen? Absolutely not. There are still 30 billion anyway. Just spend some money first, and then make up for it when you make a profit from investing later, right? Although the Yunzhou Zhou family is a family worth hundreds of billions, the family has many children. Although Jolie Ran is outstanding among his peers, he is not the only heir. The 30 billion belongs entirely to family funds. Think about it. Jolie Ran found an excuse about work and asked his secretary to bypass the approval of Zhou's head office and transfer 300 million directly to his account. A huge sum of 300 million yuan has arrived. A wild smile appeared on Jolie Ran's face. What do you mean by wind passes without trace? Just wait for me, young master. This guy spent 10 or 20 million to pick up a girl. Jolie Ran is not ignorant. He naturally knows that some nouveau riche or top second generation people can do this. But he is not in the mood to study whether Feng Shihan is a nouveau riche or a top second generation person. He just wants to win. No matter how awesome you are, can you just throw out 300 million just to reward a female anchor? Just for a moment of pleasure? No need to think. There is almost no possibility. After all, Zhou's is such a powerful and large industrial group with thousands of employees, but its net profit per year is only a few billion, and that's even when its revenue is good. At this moment, Jolie Ran, also known as Wei Ran Chengfeng, is online. He vowed to take back everything he had lost. Wei Ran Chengfeng gives away Carnival X1. Wei Ran Chengfeng sends Carnival X3. Wei Ran Chengfeng sends Carnival X11. Live broadcast room. Wei Ran Chengfeng, who everyone thought had given up and disappeared, is back with his carnival. Netizens once again exploded. Witness the world of the super rich. My big brother Wei Ran is awesome. Did he really go to recharge just now? Is brother Wei Ran planning to smash the center of the earth with his gifts this time? So exciting 6. Now Mr. Han has already earned nearly 20 million and is firmly at the top of the list. Can Mr. Wei Ran catch up? Haitang, who was broadcasting live in front of the camera, was also confused. These two big brothers have already given her tens of millions. I thought the trend had died down. I didn't expect to be online again so soon and continue to give gifts like crazy. Continue to compete with brother Fengguo Wuhan, who has been attending the carnival without stopping. Now. Fame and fortune seem to be huge pie falling from the sky. Sister Haitang was excited both physically and mentally. Thank you to the number one brother Fengguo Wuhan. Thank you to brother Wei Ran Chengfeng. Thank you. To express gratitude and keep the popularity of the live broadcast room close to 10+. Haitang girl twisted her butt in a miniskirt, dancing hotly to the dynamic music. So much so that the phone on the sofa rang several times, but I didn't hear it. At this moment, the future capital office building. General Manager's office. Ling Shiran, dressed in a professional outfit, shook her head helplessly at the unanswered phone call. It's time to get off work now. I have completed all my work today in excess of my target. I am going to call my family out for dinner and tell them that I am quitting the restaurant and joining Future Capital. But I couldn't get through to my biological sister Ling Ruotang on the phone. Chapter 43. Tell Brother Xian your dream. Forget it. I'd better give Brother Xian a call. Speaking of. A sweet smile appeared on Ling Shiran's face. She has already made an appointment with her parents for dinner tonight. If Lin Xian can come along. Although she didn't expect to become Lin Xian's official girlfriend. But in my heart, I still look forward to the scene of Lin Xian meeting his family for dinner. Thinking about this, Ling Shiran picked up her phone and called Lin Xian. Beep. Hello? Xian, are you free tonight? I want to have dinner with you, my parents, and others. At this moment, at Yeme Bar. A slender, pretty young girl looked towards the booth in surprise. After making sure that she was not seeing things amid the colorful lights. Then he slowly walked over, twisting his hips. The girl had a surprised and sarcastic smile on her face. She looked at the expensive bottles of wine on the table, then looked at Lu Jiehue sitting in the booth. She folded her hands and said in disbelief. Oh, so extravagant? They're drinking Louis XIII and Hennessy? My roommate's treat. Lu Jiehue didn't have a good face when facing his ex-girlfriend with whom he had just broken up. He glanced at the other person coldly, then looked away. Hearing this, the girl immediately had a look of disdain on her face, as if to say I knew it. She laughed and said sarcastically, being able to rely on friends for food and drinks is also a kind of ability. Lu Jiehue lowered his head with a pale face, speechless. Right now. Facing the ridicule of his ex-girlfriend, he suddenly felt a sense of loss from the glamour of life just now to the cold reality. 2. Today, I ate $1 million meal at a top-notch restaurant, watched tens of millions of real money flow like water to the female anchor, and drank hundreds of thousands of famous wines on the table. It did give him the illusion of rising in social status. The ex-girlfriend's words were like a bucket of cold water. It brought them back to reality. All this luxury was only possible because of their roommate Lin Xian. And he was just an ordinary guy, an ordinary college student, who broke up with his girlfriend of 4 years because of a betrothal gift of hundreds of thousands of yuan. He and his ex-girlfriend Su Meng, the slim girl in front of him, have been together since their second year of high school. The relationship has always been good. They cheered and encouraged each other, and finally both were admitted to Jiangbei University. This was originally a beautiful love story. But the turning point. At the beginning of this year, after a passionate camping trip, Su Meng became pregnant. Because they were both still in school, they finally decided to abort the baby. After Su's family found out, they asked him to take responsibility for Su Meng, planned to get married after graduation, and give him 30,000 yuan in nutrition compensation. As a man, he knew he should take responsibility and give Su Meng an explanation, and he agreed to all the requests of the Su family. However, he was only a sophomore, and all the money he had plus the money from selling the game account was only 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. He had no choice but to confess to his family and asked his parents for more than 20,000 yuan. After scraping together the money, he finally gave 30,000 yuan to Su's father. I thought the matter had come to an end here. Unexpectedly, less than a month after the 30,000 yuan was given out, the Su family asked for a betrothal gift in advance, claiming they were afraid Lu Jiehue would regret the engagement after graduation. The initial request for the gift was 180,000 yuan. Lu Jiehue's family is ordinary, his parents are ordinary working class who earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. It has cost a lot of money and energy to train him as a college student. The last 30,000 yuan nutrition fee was obtained by Lu Jiehue kneeling in front of his parents and swearing variously. But the Su family asked for another 180,000 yuan betrothal gift? Not to mention the amount of this betrothal gift, the problem is that they said they would get married after graduation. Now they are only sophomores, and they are asking for a betrothal gift in advance? Lu Jiehue was speechless and communicated with Su Meng and her family in various ways. At the beginning, the Su family insisted that they wanted a betrothal gift in advance because they were afraid that Lu Jiehue would change his mind and abandon her. After all, Su Meng had aborted his child for him. If he didn't fulfill his promise to get married after graduation, what would Su Meng do? To be honest, this reason almost made Lu Jiehue believe it. Although even if his parents might empty their entire family assets, they couldn't come up with 180,000 yuan. Later, Lu Jiehue's parents finally found out about this. After all, they were the older generation with rich experience. They asked someone to go to Su Meng's hometown to inquire and found out that Su Meng's brother was getting married. In their numerous arguments, Su Meng always insisted that there was nothing wrong with her parents. Even asking for a gift in advance to buy a house for her brother's marriage was just her way of repaying her parents. She even expressed her disdain for the Liu family's ordinary financial situation many times. In the end, he and Su Meng finally parted ways. A glass of strong liquor goes down my throat. Liu Jiehui held the glass tightly with his fingers and lowered his head in front of his former girlfriend. Su Meng looked at Liu Jiehui's appearance, snorted coldly, turned around and was about to leave, when suddenly a tall man came up from behind her and hugged her slender waist. Oh, old lovers meeting each other? The man glanced at Liu Jiehui sitting in the booth and teased. What? We just met by chance. Su Meng said, then she smiled and introduced Liu Jiehui generously. By the way, let me formally introduce you to my new boyfriend, Long Xiao. Brother Xiao. Brother Zhao's family is in the clothing industry and owns several clothing factories. It was Brother Xiao who helped me get my part-time job as a fashion designer. Thanks to Brother Xiao. What's the relationship between us? Why are you being so polite to me? Long Xiao looked at Su Meng with an ambiguous expression and said. Su Meng suddenly smiled shyly. Listening to Su Meng introducing how awesome her new boyfriend is, and the two of them being affectionate in front of him, Liu Jiehui just felt a breath of anger stuck in his chest. Not only him, but also Jiang Yu next to the booth and Lao Li, who was still poking the gift with his fingers, looked angry. As roommates, Liu Jiehui and Su Meng are naturally well aware of the grievances and gossips between them. To put it bluntly, apart from the fact that Liu Jiehui had indeed been sorry for Su Meng regarding the abortion, in other respects one could only say that Su Meng was an out-and-out gold digger and a brother-supporting womanizer. Outsiders could see clearly that breaking up was actually a good thing for Liu Jiehui, but to be honest, it was really hard for Liu Jiehui himself. In addition, tonight Su Meng had deliberately shown off in front of Liu Jiehui about her boyfriend who ran a garment factory. No man could stand this. Jiang Yu and Lao Li looked at Liu Jiehui, who was drinking, with sympathy. They were just about to say something and drive the couple away. At this time, Lin Xian was talking on the phone while walking towards the booth with long legs. I have something to do here, come over here first. Lin Xian hung up the phone. He simply ignored Su Meng and Long Xiao and sat leisurely in the seat position of the booth. Brother Xian. Brother Xian. Seeing Lin Xian coming back, several roommates took the initiative to greet him. Ever since Lin Xian became a senior executive, even the roommates who used to live in the same dormitory and help each other and call each other brothers had subtle changes in their attitudes. They unconsciously respected Lin Xian. Brother Xian, I drank a little too much. I don't feel very well. I'll go back first. Liu Jiehui was about to say goodbye with a bored look on his face. What is your dream? Lin Xian was holding a red wineglass with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Liu Jiehui and interrupted him directly. Liu Jiehui was a little confused. What do you mean, Brother Xian? The other two roommates also looked curious. Su Meng and Long Xiao saw that Lin Xian had an extraordinary aura, especially Long Xiao, who recognized the Patek Philippe watch on Lin Xian's wrist at a glance, so he was quite curious about Lin Xian. At this time, the two of them stood next to the booth and had no intention of moving. As you know, I have an investment company. Recently, I plan to set up a dream fund to help others realize their dreams. As your roommate, I will give you a VIP priority channel for your dream. Tell me. What's your dream? I remember. Are you planning to start an online literature company to fight against the tyranny of fan novels in the industry? I think this is a good idea, and I think the online literature industry has great prospects. Well, I'll invest 50 million in you first. Chapter 44 Diamond Encrusted Cigar. Since Lin Xian upgraded his physical attributes to 20 points, his senses have long surpassed those of ordinary people. Although he was talking to Ling Shiran on the phone just now, he could hear the conversation between the people in the booth clearly. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at its owner first. Not to mention that even one of Lin Xian's dogs cannot be bullied by that kind of bastard. What is more, he is Lin Xian's brother. Seeing Liu Jiehui's eyes wide open, with a look of complete disbelief, Lin Xian repeated with a faint smile on his lips. 50 million, is that enough? Brother Xian? You, are you telling the truth? Liu Jiehui felt so excited all of a sudden. The blood in my body is slowly boiling. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Lin Xian motionlessly, as if he wanted to confirm the truth of Lin Xian's words. Before, when Lin Xian gave them iPhones, They just thought that Lin Xian had indeed become a senior executive and had money. But today, when they went out for a meal with Lin Xian, they found that Lin Xian was now much richer than they had imagined. This was definitely far beyond the living consumption level of a senior executive of an investment company. They privately estimated that if Lin Xian's assets were not in the 11th digit, he would not dare to spend so much. Wait, Lin Xian just said that he had an investment company? Could it be that Lin Xian was actually the boss of an investment company? Now he wanted to invest in the dreams of these roommates? He was not dreaming, was he? His loser roommate who had to lick the lid of his yogurt and save up the seasoning for instant noodles to mix with water and cook noodles not only turned into a big boss, but also wanted to invest in their dreams? Is this true? Brother Xian is not kidding, right? Think about it carefully. If Lin Xian is really worth 10 billion, then it is not a big deal to give him tens of millions to invest in his brother's dream? Besides, he is confident. With his intelligence and ability, there is no problem in giving Brother Xian a 100% profit return within 3 years. Xian, Brother Xian. I have a fragile heart. Are you kidding me? Lu Jiehui approached Lin Xian carefully and eagerly and asked. The bar DJ's rock music was heard, and the gorgeous lights kept changing and fell on the shocked faces of everyone in the booth. Everyone except Lu Jiehui. Old Li Jiangyu, as well as Su Meng and Long Xiao who were standing stupidly at the side, all looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Old Li was so stunned that he forgot to poke the gift. Lin Xian looked back at him and said continue. Oh. Old Li then started to poke the screen frantically again. I'll ask Ling Shiran to draw up a contract for you later, and the funds will be deposited into your account shortly. Speaking of. Lin Xian leisurely took out a cigar. On the side, Zhang Yu immediately came over with a lighter and helped Lin Xian light up. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but the people around him could hear it clearly. In the afternoon, at the dinner table at Yusang Mansion, several people talked about who the beautiful OL woman was who walked into the classroom and handed Lin Xian a contract yesterday. Lin Xian casually introduced her, so they all knew that Ling Shiran was the current general manager of Future Capital. Lin Xian even mentioned Ling Shiran. It doesn't seem fake. Brother Xian, you are really my second parents. I, Lu Jiehue, am lucky to have a good brother and roommate like you. Don't worry, I have been studying online literature for a long time. Brother Xian, please rest assured to invest in me. I will definitely make achievements. I will make the novels popular. I will not let Brother Xian down. Lu Jiehue spoke to Lin Xian with tears of gratitude on his face, and he almost knelt down to Lin Xian on the spot. I will soon rely on my brothers to reach the peak of my life. What about ex-girlfriend's rich second-generation boyfriend, are they important? Get the hell out of here. At this moment, Lu Jiehue felt that the blood in his body was boiling. There is a voice in his heart shouting. He wants to succeed. He wants to reach the pinnacle of life. He wants all those who look down on him to regret it. Haha, you're investing 50 million? Are you guys making a movie here? Or a short play? What's the name of the play? I'll go watch it later and show my support. Su Meng folded his hands and laughed sarcastically. She has been accompanying her rich second-generation boyfriend outside the school recently, and has no idea what major gossip has happened in the school. Naturally, she doesn't know that Lin Xian's name has almost resounded throughout the entire campus. He has surpassed Zhou Liran and become the representative of the campus male god who is young, promising, handsome, and financially powerful. She even suspected that the Louis XIII wines on the table were all empty bottles, prepared in advance and placed here. Let me show it to her. Lu Jiehui's purpose is to make her regret. Brother Xiao next to her also sneered with disdain. Isn't this so fucking fake? The economy is in a downturn these days. Even if a rich man wears a Patek Philippe watch, it is impossible for him to invest 50 million yuan in someone casually? He himself is a second-generation rich man with a small business, and he hangs out in the circle of rich people every day. This brother Xian in front of him, since he is Lu Jiehui's roommate and can afford to wear a Patek Philippe watch, he should also be a second-generation rich man. And then he casually invests 50 million yuan in the dream of his roommate or brother? He has never seen such a second-generation rich man. Even if there is one, it is estimated that he will soon squander his father's wealth. Long Xiao hugged Su Meng's waist affectionately, with a sarcastic smile on his face as if he was watching a show. Want to see how these silly college students will continue to act? The acting is good. Ha, I give it 9 points, and the other point is deducted because a few grown men were drinking famous liquor but didn't call a girl around? Ha ha. Not enough details. Long Xiao was used to occasions of drinking and sex, and he pointed out the unreasonableness directly. Look at him like that, which girl would want to act with him? Su Meng glanced at Lu Jiehue with disdain. I look down on you from the bottom of my heart. Why did they find someone to play the role of a rich person to invest in him? Why? Do you want to see her regret and cry bitterly? You are sick. You are seriously sick. Aren't you the beautiful Su? Please act with me. Long Xiao said ambiguously while pinching Su Meng's chin. Hate it then, brother Xiao, how many tens of millions are you going to invest in me? Ha 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 ha. But Long Xiao couldn't laugh anymore after laughing. He stared at the cigar in Lin Xian's hand and his face suddenly changed. Gurkha Royal? What? Su Meng looked at the man in front of her whose expression changed drastically with a puzzled look. How could Long Xiao have the time to care about her? He couldn't help but take 2 steps closer to the booth and stared at the cigar between Lin Xian's fingers, the cigar wrapped in 24K gold foil and inlaid with 5 carats of diamonds. The feeling of shock was like a slap in the face. Long Xiao couldn't help but mutter, a Gurkha Royal cigar is worth 7.82 million renminbi, and it actually doesn't look fake? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the cigar in Lin Xian's hand that was actually inlaid with diamonds. What does it mean to have a cigar worth 7.82 million? It's like holding a villa in Jiangbei City in your hand. 1 puff, and a room in the villa is gone. 2 puffs, and a large living room is gone. 3 puffs, and the courtyard of the villa is gone. Brother Xian, are there real diamonds on your cigarette? I thought it was just a decoration. Old Li said as he came closer with a look of shock on his face. He. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Only then did he glance at Long Xiao who was standing beside him for the first time, and said leisurely, you have quite a good eye to spend more money on daily life. Lin Xian also put some effort into the details of life. He specifically asked Ling Shiran to find someone to airlift these Gurkha cigars from abroad. One is nearly 8 million. At the end of the day, Lin Xian would easily consume 7 or 8 of them, which would cost him tens of millions. However, it was still not enough to exchange for 1 point of super rich points. Well, this is the first time I feel that spending money is so difficult. Lin Xian's words had just fallen. Lao Li and Jiang Yu, who were sitting in the booth, stood up at the same time and hurriedly pretended to leave. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Xian was puzzled. Brother, wait a moment. I'm going to Yuxiang Mansion. I'll be back soon. Very quickly, said Lao Li. Jiang Yu said, I'll go too. Lin Xian? Otherwise, those diamond-studded items that you threw out this afternoon, Brother Xian, would have been picked up by someone for free. Old Li lowered his voice and said with a sad face, fearing that someone else would take advantage of them. Chapter 45 Brother Xian. I also have a dream. Okay, sit down. Lin Xian took a puff of Gurkha and said calmly, I didn't think this through. Lao Li and Jiang Yu looked puzzled. Lin Xian took out the remaining half box of Gurkha cigars from his pocket, threw it to Lao Li, and said, I forgot to give you 2 cigarettes, take them and share them. Brother Xian is so generous. Brother Xian is awesome. Thank you, Brother Xian. The 3 roommates quickly got together to share the remaining half box of Gurkha. 1 Gurkha is worth nearly 8 million, so this half box, wouldn't it be worth tens of millions? They just gave it away? This scene. Long Xiao was completely stunned. With my mouth wide open, I stood there in a daze. He had the honor of attending a gathering of the country's top rich people, and witnessed the richest man smoking a Gurkha in front of him. From the cigar itself to the box, it was almost exactly the same as Lin Xian's Gurkha. Even if it was a counterfeit, it couldn't be imitated without some experience in the top circles. In addition, there was a Patek Philippe on Lin Xian's wrist, and bottles of famous wine worth hundreds of thousands on the table. This doesn't look like acting. At this moment, Long Xiao widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief in his heart. Is this Brother Xian really a super rich man? Is it true that Lu Jiehue, the ex-boyfriend of his current girlfriend, is really going to reach the pinnacle of his life by relying on Brother Xian's investment? 5,000 is a lot of investment. Their entire family clothing business is only worth tens of millions. Could it be that he would surpass his entire family in just one comparison? Damn. Is this reasonable? Is this true? Brother Xiao, are you sure? On the side, Su Meng was still raising her eyebrows and asking questions seriously. Suddenly, the two of them only felt a rose-like fragrance blowing by their side. A tall and graceful figure passed by them and walked towards the booth. Ling Shiran was wearing a close-fitting pure white dress today, carrying an Hermes sachet, with black hair curling like a waterfall, delicate makeup, and seductive red lips. She was both capable and charming like a workplace elite, yet also charming and feminine. Ever since she walked into this bustling and charming bar, it attracted a lot of enthusiastic attention. Ling Shiran had a clear purpose. She stepped on her high heels and walked towards Lin Xian. When she came in front of Lin Xian, she said softly, "Xian, I quickly drafted the contract as you instructed and printed it out. Take a look." Speaking of, Ling Shiran took out a paper contract from her Hermes bag with her fair and slender hands and handed it to Lin Xian respectfully. Originally, she was planning to arrange for her parents and sister to meet Lin Xian for dinner tonight. As a result, my sister didn't answer the phone. Lin Xian had something urgent to do, and asked her to draft the contract and send it to the bar. So she had to settle her parents in the hotel, and then drove to the Yeme Hotel. She was thinking, if there was a chance later, she could arrange a family dinner? Give it to Brother Hui. Lin Xian said. Good. When the investment contract in black and white appears before your eyes. Lu Jiehue was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He carefully took the investment contract from Ling Shiran, opened it with his eyes wide open and quickly flipped through it. The moment he saw the investment amount of 50 million, his hands trembled even more violently. Suddenly I cried with excitement. Brother Xian. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Xian, woo, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Okay, sign it. Lin Xian leisurely took a puff of gorka, blew out smoke rings, and said impatiently. He didn't need, nor did he expect, any return from his investment in Lu Jiehue. How could he not know the level of his sophomore roommate? Stop talking nonsense, investing in this guy is because he is a bottomless pit. Whoa, okay, Brother Xian. Thank you, Brother Xian. Lu Jiehue picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Everyone around was stunned. They got tens of millions of dollars in investment? And Long Xiao changed his previous arrogant and sarcastic look, and directly left Su Meng behind, strode forward, looked at Ling Shiran with a flattering face and said, Boss Ling. We met at the investment conference in the city center yesterday. I'm the person in charge of Lizzie Clothing. Do you still remember me? In recent years, the internet economy has skyrocketed, and traditional clothing factories rely heavily on internet celebrities to bring goods to have sufficient orders. Faced with the difficulties in the industry, their Lizzie Clothing wants to actively transform, and transformation requires money and investment. Yesterday at the investment meeting, he worked hard for a long time and got nothing. But he saw the strong strength of Jiangbei's local investment company Future Capital, and Ling Shiran, as the general manager of Future Capital, is beautiful, naturally made Long Xiao unforgettable at first sight. I want to establish a relationship, but I don't have any connections, but I didn't expect to meet here? I have no impression. Ling Shiran glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and said coldly. Long Zhao's enthusiasm was extinguished, and he stepped aside tactfully. At this moment, he looked at Ling Shiran, then at Lin Xian, thinking of how Ling Shiran had just been respectful and obedient to Lin Xian, and even drafted an investment contract according to Lin Xian's request? Could it be that this young man is really the Future Capital boss? But this young man is still in college? Could he be the Future Capital boss's son? Countless speculations flashed through Long Xiao's mind. But there is one thing he can be sure of now. This Brother Xian is really awesome. Awesome to the point that Mr. Ling is respectful and obedient to him, and awesome to the point that he can easily invest 50 million in someone else. It was indeed his fault that he was blind before. How offended. Just for this girl Su Meng? At this moment, Long Xiao regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. On the side, Su Meng also vaguely felt from the interaction between these people. Is the investment Lu Jiehue got at this moment real? This is impossible. How is it possible? It seemed that Long Xiao was trying to please this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared. Su Meng was completely panicked. She had dated Lu Jiehue before, and had met this Lin Xian a few times. He looked just ordinary, not like a super rich second generation at all. How come? I watched my ex-boyfriend, whom I dumped for money, become rich. Isn't this more painful than killing her? However, no matter her ex-boyfriend or current boyfriend, no one has time to pay attention to her anymore. Everyone's eyes are focused on Lin Xian. This super rich man spends 8 million on a cigarette and casually invests 50 million. Brother Xian, actually, I also have a dream. Seeing Lu Jiehui hugging and kissing the contract like crazy with excitement, Old Li continued to poke the screen with his hand to give gifts to the female anchor, while approaching Lin Xian and said solemnly. Jiang Yu was not to be outdone, and hurriedly shouted excitedly, Brother Xian, Brother Xian. And me. You know, I have always been a dreamer. Lin Xian sat in the C-seat of the booth with his legs crossed, took a puff of Gurkha calmly, and said calmly, Don't worry, come one by one, there is no upper limit to my dream investment fund. As soon as these words came out, both Lao Li and Jiang Yu had looks of great joy on their faces. Even Long Xiao, who was standing by, showed some emotion. He bent his waist, with a smile on his face, and tried to please Lin Xian. Xian, Brother Xian, actually. I also have a dream. Chapter 46 Bar Dream Investment Conference. Oh? You have one too. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He looked at him with interest and said. Then tell me whether it is worth my dream investment fund to invest in you. It seems that Lin Xian did not refuse directly, but instead looked quite interested. Long Xiao was excited. He felt that he would soon have the opportunity to reach the peak of his life like Lu Jiehui. Hey, Brother Xian. President Xian. My dream. We want to build our Lizzie Fashion into a world-renowned affordable luxury clothing group. We want to have the fashion and accessibility of global fast fashion brands such as H&M, Zara, and UR, while also having the high-end image of luxury brands such as LV, Chanel, and Versace. Within 1 year, the brand became popular all over the country. In 2 years, it was listed on the Nasdaq in the United States. In 3 years, it became a world-renowned affordable luxury brand. While the group is vigorously expanding globally, it has also greatly promoted employment for the local people in Jiangbei City, actively generated income for the municipal government, actively paid taxes. And with the image of a world-renowned clothing brand as a compound interest effect, it has vigorously expanded the development of other related industries under the head office. The more Long Xiao spoke, the more excited he became. His face was full of longing and he raised his arms and shouted loudly. The sound can almost rival DJ music. All he is short of is standing on the table and giving a speech. Not to mention Lao Li and Jiang Yu, everyone else around them, even the waiter passing by with drinks, was confused. After listening to Long Xiao's dream speech, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. This made Long Xiao feel nervous. He quickly approached Lin Xian and asked nervously. Brother Xian, what do you think of my dream of developing the clothing industry? Lu Jiehui is doing some kind of online literature, but President Duxuan directly invested 50 million in it. He has such great costume dreams. If Mr. Xian wants to invest, it should be doubled or tripled, right? Su Meng, Lao Li, and Lu Jiehui, who was in high spirits, all looked at Lin Xian with curiosity and suspicion, wanting to see if Lin Xian really wanted to invest in the dream of Lu Jiehui's love rival. The other men and women around the booth, as well as the waiters, all looked at Lin Xian in surprise, wanting to see if this big boss was really investing in this bar. As expected, mortals don't understand the world of the rich. Well, it's still a little bit off. After listening, Lin Xian held the wineglass seriously and shook his head. Ah. Then, what exactly is the difference? Brother Xian, Mr. Xian. Please give me some advice. Hearing this, Lin Xian leaned on the sofa in the booth, crossed his legs, touched his chin and thought seriously. Hiss, too serious, no creativity at all. Ah. Long Zhao's face suddenly turned haggard. He wanted to say something in front of Lin Xian, but was pushed away by Lao Li from behind. Brother Xian. I have a dream too. Let me tell you about my dream. Lao Li said excitedly. As he spoke, he threw the phone that was giving rewards in the live broadcast room to Lu Jiehui. Lin Xian, well, you said. Old Li looked up at the ceiling of the disco and said with emotion, in fact, I have had a dream since I was a child, that is to invent a rocket belt. Everyone? In layman's terms, it's a flying belt. Once you tie it on your body, you can soar into the sky. It's more convenient than flying a plane, safer than a car, and doesn't take up any land resources. How great! This invention is simply great. Everyone was silent. Pa 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 pa. Only Lin Xian raised his hands and clapped with appreciation. He praised her without hesitation. Awesome. Good idea. Good idea. He. Brother Xian has a keen eye for talent. He has a far-sighted vision. As soon as I heard it, I knew that my dream has a bright future in today's highly developed science and technology. There is a market. In my opinion, why bother with electric cars? I will just promote my rocket belt and it will definitely be popular all over the world. Brother Xian, you and I. By then, we will be the Lei Bing and Smucker of the global transportation technology industry. Together, we will create. As he spoke, Lao Li's eyes were filled with infinite longing for the future. All right. Lin Xian couldn't help but interrupt in advance. After saying that, stretch out your hand and make an OK sign. Seeing this, Lao Li was overjoyed. Brother Xian. My brother. Are you saying it's okay? Lin Xian said simply, no. Old Li's happy face suddenly became like a deflated ball, wilting. Lin Xian said again. I mean, 300 million. Old Li is crazy. He unscrewed the champagne, jumped onto the table, and began to dance and do a striptease to celebrate. Everybody, let's have fun. Mr. Lin will pay for all the expenses tonight. Come on, baby. Brother Xian, and me. As one of the roommates, Jiang Yu immediately appeared in front of Lin Xian and said excitedly, Brother Xian. My dream is to invent a dog language translator. As we all know, dogs are our loyal friends, and we should listen carefully to the voices of dogs. I feel that your dream invention is indeed warm and healing. Lin Xian took a puff of Gorka. He said solemnly, well, I'll give you a small goal so that you can concentrate on studying dog barking. Is that enough? Enough. Thank you, Brother Xian. Thank you, President Lin. Aha. Jiang Yu was immediately overjoyed and smiled, and jumped onto the table with Lao Li. Aside. Ling Shiran took out her laptop from her bag, sat on the sofa, placed the computer on her legs, and kept typing on the keyboard to help Lin Xian draft an investment contract. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, another crazy one. And now it comes to this moment. I see that everyone has got their dream investment from Lin Xian. Lin Xian himself was smoking a diamond-studded cigar, wearing a Patek Philippe, and the table in the booth was filled with expensive drinks. It didn't look like an act? But if this is true, it's too outrageous, right? Except for Su Meng and Long Xiao, who looked regretful at the moment, everyone else was eager to try. What if they really got the dream investment? Wouldn't that be the pinnacle of life? Even if it was a pig-killing scheme, you had to be a fat pig to be killed. Why not try it and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? After thinking about it, a thin young male waiter stood out from the crowd of onlookers and put down the tray in his hand. He walked up to Lin Xian nervously and excitedly. He clasped his hands together, bowed deeply, and said, Xian, Brother Xian. Although I am only a bartender with a junior high school education, I also have a dream. Can I apply for your dream fund? Certainly. Lin Xian took the last puff of the cigar in his hand, blowing out layers of smoke rings. He casually threw the stubbed cigarette butt into a trash can nearby. Someone shouted, oh, that cigarette butt has a real diamond, which triggered a scramble. At this time, the meat pool, the wine forest, the DJ singing and dancing, none of them can compare to the attraction of the super rich man Lin Xian. With Lin Xian's booth as the center, the surrounding area was gradually filled with young men and women wearing trendy clothes and makeup. Tell me your dream. He. The young male waiter was a little shy, but driven by the Dream Investment Fund, he still said bravely, Brother Xian, my dream is to develop a wagyu without any side effects. Dedicated to making men all over the world confident and women happy. Although I don't need it, your idea does benefit mankind. Lin Xian took a sip of the tea that Ling Shiran handed over. Sharp comment. Well, I'll invest 20 million. Chapter 47, General Hen. The male waiter was completely excited. Thank you, Brother Xian. Thank you, Brother Xian. The other people around were also excited. Su Meng and Long Xiao, who were originally trying to show off their wealth in front of Lu Jiehui, were now completely broken. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. If they knelt down, they could get the investment, and Long Xiao would kneel down to Lin Xian right away. Damn it! Obviously, the dreams of these people are so outrageous. But Lin Xian just invested in them? It's totally off the mark. Damn it, this woman is the one who caused my downfall. She doesn't bring me any good luck at all. Beauty can lead to misleading people. Forget it, stay away from me from now on. Long Xiao glanced at Su Meng with disdain. It was obvious that he was going to dump her and break up with her. Originally, the two of them were just a drinking and eating couple. One is attracted by beauty, the other is attracted by money and resources. However, what made Su Meng even more upset than being dumped was seeing her ex-boyfriend become rich. She immediately used her phone to ask in various WeChat groups at school, "Does anyone know a sophomore named Lin Xian in the Department of Communication?" The answer I got was, Lin Xian is the new campus idol of Zhang University who has both good looks and financial resources. He is a super rich man who drives a Ferrari and casually gives a girl a SU-7 Ultra. She broke. Because this means that Lin Xian is indeed super rich, so his investment in his roommate Lu Jiehui is very real. Especially the beautiful woman next to Lin Xian is called the general manager of the investment company by Long Xiao, and the beautiful woman is respectful and intimate to Lin Xian, asking for whatever she wants. This really means that Lin Xian's status is higher than that of the female general manager of the investment company. In short, all of this means her ex-boyfriend Lu Jiehui, whom she had just dumped and looked down upon and couldn't afford to give her a betrothal gift of 180,000 yuan, is about to reach the peak of his life with the help of his roommate Lin Xian. How so? Looking at her ex-boyfriend who was looking smug and chatting happily with others, Su Meng cried. I cried with tears, sadly. At last. In this bar investment conference, Lin Xian invested nearly 1 billion. Although ever since rejecting this brat Long Xiao, the dreams of these people are more outrageous than the last. But it doesn't matter. Lin Xian just wants these people to help him spend the investment money actually. As for whether the project can make money after the money is spent, it will not affect the exchange of the spent money into super rich points. I've been busy these past 2 days. So far, I've only spent 2.2 billion. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom on the way back to the Sovereign Hotel from the bar, Lin Xian murmured dejectedly in his heart. Moreover, the 1 billion investment funds would not count until all the money was spent by those people. The other 1 billion was for Ling Shiran's decoration, which had not been touched at present. Ran, you should renovate the large flat as soon as possible. As for the money, don't save money. It would be best if you spend all 1 billion yuan. All the things in the house should be shipped by charter plane from abroad, don't save me a penny. Lin Xian looked at Ling Shiran's pretty face next to him, rubbing her beautiful red lips with his thumb, and gave her many instructions with a serious look on his face. Ling Shiran nodded obediently, In terms of money. Although Ling Shiran felt that Lin Xian was extremely extravagant, she had no choice. Perhaps, this was just inhumane. Especially after witnessing how Lin Xian made such a big investment in the bar tonight. Well, she suddenly felt that she should give up resistance and listen to Lin Xian from now on. Whether it's money or other things. The black Rolls-Royce was parked steadily in front of the entrance of the luxurious 5-star hotel. Before leaving, the driver deliberately pulled up the black curtains throughout the car. The starry sky ceiling above the Rolls-Royce car illuminates the entire car romantically. Outside the car, it was the entrance of a big hotel in the city center, where people were coming and going at night. Inside the car, Lin Xian rubbed his fingers into Ling Shiran's red lips. Understand? And at this time, the entire Chinese online world is also boiling with excitement. Whether it is an online platform such as Douyin, Weibo, or Xiaohongshu. The incident of the new dance anchor Haitang Weimian was chased by 2 super rich brothers and rewarded billions of yuan has become a hot topic. Hot words such as Haitang Weimian, the wind passes without a trace, General Hen, billions of rewards, Big Brother on the ranking list, etc., have been listed on the hot searches of various online platforms one after another. Ignite online public opinion. At this moment, the Douyin Haitang Weimian live broadcast room. Brother wind without trace, I love you. The carnival bombing continues. Haitang herself is dancing tirelessly. With such a huge popularity, as long as she is not exhausted and as long as she has a breath left, she will continue dancing. In the live broadcast room, the real-time popularity in the upper left corner of the screen has already exceeded 10. As for the real-time popularity, only Haitang herself can see it in the background, and the peak once exceeded 600,000. This is completely a hit. I made a lot of money. The income from reward sharing in one night is at least several hundred million. Originally, the two rich men, Weiran Changfeng and Fengbo Wuhan, were fighting in the live broadcast room for Haitang Girl. Now almost 2 hours have passed, except for Weiran Changfeng, who left a sentence wait at the end. Only Fengbo Wuhan's carnival bombing is still going on. Of course, the person who logged into Lin Xian's Douyin account and was busy giving gifts at this moment was his roommate Jiang Yu. As for Lao Li and Lu Jiehui, it was not just their fingers that were tired. Moreover, he was so overwhelmed by the huge pie in the sky from the investment fund that he was busy drinking and having fun. 6666666666666. I was betting on Mr. Hen from the beginning. I told you before, Mr. Hen is awesome. Boss Hen, this is more extravagant than tearing onions, right? That's my brother. And at this time, outside the Jiangda dance studio, Joliran sat in a Maybach from afternoon till dark, his face flushed. Fuck. 700 million? Gone so quickly? Chapter 48. I'm really out of money. An hour ago, he asked his secretary to transfer 300 million yuan to his personal account without telling the head office, and recharged all of it to his Douyin account, thinking that he could blow the opponent's Fengbo Wuhan in the live broadcast room. Result: I got crazy for a while and was unwilling to admit defeat. So, he asked his secretary to transfer another 400 million. Originally, I thought that after the next 400 million was received, Fengbo Wuhan would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. 300 million plus 400 million equals 700 million. This amount is almost catching up with the annual net profit of some large listed companies. He just couldn't believe that there was someone so powerful that he could give the female anchor more than 700 million in one go, and he was so unlucky to meet him? But the result was unexpected. Later, the 400 million recharged was also swiped away in the live broadcast room amidst the constant calls of Mr. Ran and Brother Wei Ran Changfeng. He angrily left the words "wait" on the live broadcast room screen, and then hurriedly logged off. Fuck, 700 million and nothing happened? Looking at the phone screen, the carnival is still going on. Hold. What the hell is this Fengbo Wuhan? Joliran lit a cigarette to calm himself down while clicking on Fengbo Wuhan's homepage. Peeping and watching. Oh my god, this guy's IP address is also in Jiangbei? Interesting. Although Joliran is from Yunzhou, he has been studying in Jiangbei for almost 2 years. During this time, he has met many wealthy people in Jiangbei, especially the second generation. I wonder if this guy by Fengbo Wuhan is from the circle. It doesn't look like that. As far as I know, in Jiangbei's circle, there is no one who can give out more than 700 million gifts in one go. Joliran muttered to himself with a depressed look on his face. Damn it, luckily those people in the circle don't know that Wei Ran Changfeng is me, otherwise I would have been humiliated this time. The reward incident in the live broadcast room of Haitang Weimian has caused such a big stir tonight. The Fengbo Wuhan on the opposite side is also the IP of Jiangbei City. It is estimated that this matter will spread among the second generation circle in Jiangbei City soon. Maybe they are all watching the fun and discussing it now. Think about it. Joliran opened WeChat and clicked on the Jiangbei Rich second generation WeChat group Heirs Club, and happened to see everyone discussing. Li Yao from Junui Group, the super rich man Fengbo Wuhan who is popular on the internet tonight, is actually from Jiangbei? Does anyone know him? Luo Wenbin of Shangjiang Real Estate, I don't know him. Ling Yichuang thought to Zhang Chuang, I don't know him. Shin Yunzhou from Kongning Pharmaceuticals, I also saw the trending search. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful super boss in Jiangbei. By the way, another super rich man named Weiran Changfeng also has an IP address in Jiangbei. Does anyone know this super rich man? Joliran immediately typed a reply, I don't know him. No one in the Jiangbei second generation group knew who Fengbo Wuhan was. Could it be the founding generation? Joliran looked thoughtful. Very likely. No matter how powerful a second generation entrepreneur is, can he spend 700 to 800 million yuan in one night just to reward a female anchor? It's almost impossible. But if it's a first-generation entrepreneur with resources and funds, then it makes sense. It turns out that the person opposite is an old man. Joliran touched his chin with a sad face, his mind racing. But no matter what, he spent more than 700 million on Haitang Weimian. In the end, he couldn't sleep with her? He gave her to a stinky old man to ruin her? Just thinking about it made Joliran feel extremely uncomfortable. Like eating shit? Presidential suite of Sovereign Hotel. Just after washing up in the shower, Lin Xian, wearing a white bathrobe, came to the 180 square meter living room and opened a bottle of 1973 Romanée. Holding a goblet filled with red wine, he walked over to the Italian imported single sofa in front of the French window. Take a sip of the red wine in the glass. Lin Xian crossed his legs, sat relaxed on the sofa, and opened WeChat on his phone. A lot of unread messages. Ling Shiran, Xian, I'm home. Remember to go to bed early, good night. Lin Xian replied, good night. Xin Yulan, what are you doing? Lin Xian thought about it, looked up at the night sky outside the window. Reply, looking at the stars. Mira, Senior Lin Xian, are you free recently? I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Lin Xian replied, maybe in a few days. Slide your finger down. Lin Xian took a quick look. There are also many people who are not familiar with me who come to borrow money. And the message Zhou Linlin sent 2 days ago. Xian. I was wrong. I know I am ashamed, but considering our past love, can you give me another chance? He. Lin Xian sneered and blocked him immediately. At this time, my roommate Jiang Yu sent me a new WeChat message. Brother Xian, all the 1 billion in your Douyin account has been spent on Haitang. Do you want to continue to top up? Lin Xian, let's stop here tonight. Okay. After Lin Xian left the Yeme bar, Jiang Yu and Laoli Lu Jiehui also moved to the Royal KTV box next door to continue celebrating and having fun. Of course, they also never forgot to help Lin Xian give gifts to the female anchor. The three of them took turns to give gifts, and whoever got tired of poking would immediately switch to the next one. It seems that this billion-dollar reward is about to end. Still unsatisfied, Oldly snatched the phone from Jiang Yu, and after finishing the last carnival in his account, he typed on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Fengguo Wuhan, who else is dissatisfied? Come out and fight if you dare. Fengguo Wuhan, who is it that just ran away after sending out 2 words wait? Who is he trying to scare? I've been waiting for so long but there's no sign of him? Wei Ran has become a trend? It's better to call him a coward? Oldly, who was full of energy and satisfaction, finally vented his anger. Oh shit. He has been poking at the carnival with his finger for so long that he is already fed up with this common trend. He has been arguing with his brother Xian in this live broadcast room. With whom? Boss Hen is so domineering. Supports Mr. Hen. Tonight, you two have achieved nearly dozens of small goals, right? Fuck, I've also been involved in projects worth billions. That Wei Ran Chunfeng just posted a message saying wait and then went offline. It was so funny. I guess he really has no money. In the end, Mr. Hen won. I witnessed this astonishing reward of billions with my own eyes, and in the end, the 2 rich people decided the winner. Netizens jumped out and left active comments on the screen. Although the account has been offline, Jolie Ran, who has been watching Haitang Weimian's live broadcast room, is now gritting his teeth in hatred. As the young master of Yunzhou's family, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Chapter 49 Xiao Yunwei. Pa. The mobile phone that was playing the live broadcast room's images was smashed to pieces by Jolie Ran, who was filled with anger. Damn it, Fengguo Wuhan, right? Just wait for me. This matter is not over yet. And Jian Fengguo Wuhan finally stopped giving gifts. Haitang quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much for Fengguo Wuhan's support for Haitang. As a new dance anchor, I am lucky to meet a top leader like Wuhan who fully supports me. As she spoke, Haitang bowed deeply towards the camera again. After this night's reward battle, she has become completely famous. Today, she just danced crazily for half a day and received hundreds of millions in tips. Really get rich overnight. The number of fans suddenly increased rapidly in the background and exceeded 1 million. Not to mention the various hot searches on other online platforms. Gain both fame and fortune. Everything depends on this person who suddenly appeared on the list of the richest man. Certainly. Wei Ran Changfeng, one of the top brothers on the former boyfriend list, also made a lot of efforts. And it is estimated that if there had not been Wei Ran Chungfeng's stimulation to give gifts, Fengguo Wuhan probably would not have given her 1 billion. However, the winner is always the king and the loser is always the bandit. Since her current top brother on the list is Fengguo Wuhan, then naturally her first priority is to maintain a good relationship with this brother Wuhan. And in the end, this number 1 brother Wohan blasted number 2 on the public screen, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with the number 2's popularity. If she publicly expressed her gratitude to number 2, it would undoubtedly offend this number 1 brother who gave her 1 billion. As a dance anchor who just turned 18 and started to mix in society, Haitang is still very sober and realistic. Now that she has just become famous, the first thing is that she cannot offend the number 1. Otherwise, she will be scolded by fans and passers-by for being ungrateful. So until the very end, Haitang Weimian never mentioned the trend of being ranked second in the live broadcast room. After the broadcast, she sent a thank you message to Wei Ran Changfeng on WeChat. As her former number 1, when Wei Ran Changfeng gave her tens of thousands of gifts, they added each other on WeChat. It can be said that it is a common practice in the industry for anchors and those who are at the top of the list to add WeChat. It doesn't necessarily mean what will happen. It's mainly about keeping in touch and maintaining relationships. After all, entertainment anchors rely on gifts from big brothers to make income. Naturally, now that Fengguo Wuhan has become her number 1 super list and given her the courage to spend a fortune, Haitang will naturally take the initiative to add him on WeChat to maintain their relationship. Brother Wuhan, thank you very much for your support. My WeChat ID is LRT123456889. If you are willing, you can add me on WeChat. After sending this private message to the Fengguo Wuhan account, Haitang girl held her phone and started to think wildly. How rich must a person be to be able to give a female anchor 1 billion gifts at will? He must be the richest among the rich. His real net worth is unimaginable. It is impossible to say that Haitang Weimian has no other thoughts in her mind. But she is only 18 after all. Still at the age of yearning for love. If Fengguo Wuhan is just an unattractive guy in reality, or an old man who is old enough to be her father, then forget it. Just be polite on the surface, since she has already received the gift, so she can't return it, right? But if he is a handsome guy who is not bad, maybe she can consider getting to know him. Think about it. She opened the Douyin withdrawal page again and looked at the long string of digital amounts, and she was so excited. Immediately applied for withdrawal. Let me start with 5 million. I'm rich. Ling Ruotang was so excited that she jumped around the room with her phone in her hand. As for the phone, she didn't pay any attention to the countless missed calls from her sister Ling Shiran tonight. Presidential suite of Sovereign Hotel. Lin Xian was still sitting with his legs crossed on the sofa in front of the French window in the living room, relaxing. After logging into his TikTok account, he saw the TikTok post by Haitang Weimian. Lin Xian smiled. If you ask me to add WeChat, I will? Doesn't that make me look casual? Besides, we were at the entrance of Yuxiangfu Hotel in the afternoon. He still vividly remembered the way this woman looked at him with a cold and arrogant look. Lin Xian chose to ignore it. At this time, the system's voice jumped out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your daily consumption recently reached 200 million, plus the live broadcast reward amount of 1 billion, a total of 1.2 billion, which can be exchanged for 12 points of super rich points. Do you want to exchange? Exchange. Ding! The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the host. The current accumulated Xinhao points total 1099 points. New. Lin Xian replied with little interest. Too slow. This money is still spent too slowly. Including the tips from tonight, I have spent a total of 1.2 billion in the past 2 days. The 1 billion invested in the bar still needs to wait for those bastards to spend the money. No. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to be more proactive when it comes to spending money. A sip of red wine goes down my throat. Lin Xian looked at the bustling city night view outside the French window, and he already had various ideas for spending money. Buy luxury cars, yachts and helicopters. Invest in medical technology, film, television, entertainment and other money-burning industries. At this moment, the WeChat message on the mobile phone rang again. It was a friend request from an unfamiliar WeChat account. Lin Xian, are you really so heartless? You blocked me directly? You don't leave me any hope? I just made a small mistake, can't you forgive me at all? Lin, I suddenly understand. Maybe you have never really loved me. Lin, the agate bracelet you kept in the box was secretly taken away by me before. Lin, is it given to you by another girl? Your first love? I've asked you countless times, but you never told me. It doesn't matter. Anyway, hee hee. I know it's very important to you. Lin, if you want it, I'll wait for you at the Carlo Hotel on Friday. Otherwise, I'll throw it into the Jialing River. You'll never find it. Looking at the verification messages sent by Zhou Linlin using her secondary WeChat account, Lin Xian's expression gradually darkened. The color in his eyes was dark and deep. It seems that he is lost in endless contemplation and memories. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. On the facade of the commercial building opposite, workers were climbing up the wall in full gear, replacing huge commercial posters. And at this time, Ling Ruotang packed up his live broadcast equipment, left the live broadcast company, and took a taxi home. She did not sign with a professional live broadcast agency. She just rented a well-decorated live broadcast room from a live broadcast company to broadcast live, so she only needs to split the billions of gifts she received tonight with Douyin 55% plus tax. She can get hundreds of millions. She will be financially free in an instant. Moreover, her family, including her sister Ling Shiran, don't know that she is a dance anchor on Douyin. Therefore, she now has full control over these hundreds of millions of dollars. Ling Ruotang was immersed in the great joy of financial freedom. Off work tonight. Even the taxi service is Didi Chuxing. Of course, with such a huge sum of money, what luxury cars can I not afford? I just have to take a taxi home tonight. Humph. After getting in the car, she opened the Douyin private message page to read the news from the top sponsor. Turn out, the other party has read the message but not replied? What's going on? Ling Ruotang pouted her red lips, looking puzzled. Logically speaking, a stranger who gave her such a huge amount of money would have some interest in her, right? She offered her WeChat account, but the other party didn't reply? She also didn't receive any new friend requests on WeChat? Ling Ruotang looked at the private message page on her phone, her beautiful eyes moving, her mind full of thoughts. Anyway, she doesn't want to give up Feng Wowen, the number one on the super rich list, easily. She became famous overnight. But internet popularity is like fireworks, if it doesn't keep burning, it will soon be forgotten and replaced. And the huge success that she achieved so easily made her ambitious. She was unwilling to become a short-lived female anchor, nor was she willing to let go of Wohan, the super rich man. Brother Wohan, why don't you add him on WeChat? It's all right. You can also communicate on TikTok. I took a lot of private photos of myself at home yesterday. Brother Wohan, do you want to see them? Slightly suggestive words. Ling Ruotang bit her red lips and hesitated for a while, but still sent it. She was only 18 years old and had never officially dated a boyfriend, so she was still a little shy. About 2 minutes passed. Still no reply. However, all the messages have been changed to read. What is going on? Is Brother Wohan a passive man? Ling Ruotang raised her eyebrows and made up her mind. No matter what, she would send 3 photos to see what was going on. She just didn't believe it. Can this Brother Wohan really remain calm even when a beautiful woman sits on his lap? Buzz. Picture 1. Picture 2. Picture 3. Lin Xian's phone kept popping up messages about Haitang Weimian. Finally, the woman directly posted photos of sexy black stockings. There are some highlights of showing legs. Lifting your hips sideways. There are also some charming and quirky photos of her face with pouting red lips and sticking out tongue. Words like sexy, pure and charming, proud figure, beautiful face, etc. can be used to describe the women in these photos. However, Lin Xian only glanced at it coldly, without any interest. Instead, his eyes were deep, as if he was looking at the outer wall of the building opposite with infinite thoughts and memories. A huge poster of a star has been put up by the workers. The female star on the poster is none other than Xiao Yunwei, a member of the Korean girl group Iris Hwaxia, which is currently popular in Asia.